And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Mediterranean Poker Party coming to you guys live from Cyprus as we get our first look at this beautiful ballroom in the Merit Diamond Casino. Schedule popping up on screen for you guys. Well, today, Mr. Harwood, we have the final day of the EAPT Grand Final. We're about to get underway. Looking ahead through the week, 50K final day tomorrow, hoping that that tournament is going to get up and running. Later in the week, we've got the 10K High Roller day one, 10K High Roller final day, and of course, the big one, the big daddy, the Mediterranean Poker Party main event final day. That is, of course, a 5K, 5 million guarantee. Day 1B of that will be getting underway shortly out in the main room. So I am Andrew Headley, joined once again by Mr. Jay Harwood. Jay, how are we doing today?
Good, Andrew. Good, as always. Looking forward to another day's of coverage with yourself and James. And it's crunch time today. Last 2% of the field here in the 2K, playing for just shy of £500,000. Looking forward to this one. So here are the chip counts for our feature table. Top of the shop, Boris Kolev, big name left in the field, all the way from Bulgaria. 3.2 mil in live earnings, and a bracelet winner as well from the WSOP. Aquino's back. Saw a lot of this man yesterday. He was putting on a show, the Brazilian, and won a lot of pots that I don't think many players would have found. Matagi still in. We saw him with sub 10 BBs. Looks like he's had a little run up last couple of hours of yesterday. So plenty of names still left in. Notables on some outers. We've still got Andrei Patachuk still in. Regular at this casino, over 5 million in live earnings. Another one to look out for today.
Wow, very nice. Yeah, lots of things about to develop. We are down to 16 players. So final two tables, Jay. And we smashed the guarantee, right? Over $3 million in the prize pool. Of course, that guarantee was set at $2 million. And
not going to call. If
sure.
Range is just hands that are just going to limp fold, then why not? Why not go after it?
I'm too scared to do it with 10-5-0. Anyway, Kolev, pocket fours. The Obamas, as we like to call them, under the gun. Why are they called the Obamas, Jay? Go on.
44th President of the United States.
There we go.
You told me that.
Now, Lasuski did just see him get very spicy. Has ace deuce of clubs here, but versus under the gun, typically one you made.
Drastically at this stage of the tournament.
Absolutely.
No removal, these small pairs. Difficult to navigate when we don't flop that set. But this man, come to play today. Flying out the traps, Lasuski.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eye on him. Again, similar to Aquino yesterday, right? He just won 2 pots that you had no right to win. Very good skill to have as you come down the home stretch. Action round to Idemir. Ace-5 off, Jay, 12 blinds, +1 though.
Into the muck.
You would imagine so. Does indeed follow suit. Now Lasuski. If he opens this one, Jay, then we really are in for some scene.
Potential, some fireworks brewing. Aquino we saw yesterday, very aggressive. That man in seat 7, getting after it early on. Some potential clashes could occur with 16 left.
Well then, Idemir just in time, Jay. 12 blinds, big blind hunting him. Finds ace-king suited from under the gun.
Let's see if he can find the open here, Andrew. A lot of people may just elect to shove and do exactly this, but there's probably a way to make more money in the long run, let's say, with an open rather than a jam. Like, this is going to be perfectly fine, but I think I'm a big fan of open here from gun, off of 12 specifically. It's
always one of these, isn't it, where very table-specific in my eyes, that if you have 3 guys behind that are all just going to peel pre, for example, then we might just want to rip this in, right?
Yeah.
But if you're at a, say, quote-unquote more normal lineup where it's section of our coverage, round to Breshelov. Let's go. Now Aquino has built that stack up, Jay. 33 million, and here he comes again. I'm loving watching him.
Well, this is the first time he's got involved today, so maybe just trying to use his image first 20, 25 minutes, not played a hand, so just gets after it here with the 6-7 offsuit.
It's always interesting, right, with the stream dynamics. You know, these guys will have had friends probably saying, oh, I saw him yesterday on the stream. He was getting up to this, getting up to that. Does raise 6-7. Idemir, likely to think he has live cards. See that one of them is somewhat dominated. Pretty awkward, Jay, right? 800k more to call, more than a min.
Yeah, more than 2 BBs. We saw him defend the 6-2 suited, but a bit of extra juice on this one. Just going to let it go.
I like this adjustment. I think that people struggle to adjust. You know, of course, early to mid stages of tournaments, these suited cards, we should be defending them all. But of course, now 16 left. It's sort of, you know, you call there, it's more than 10% of your stack, right? That you're putting in with just a pretty dusty looking holding out of position against an aggressive player.
Chip's just so valuable at this stage of the tournament.
You know, just like defend 6-7 suited and fold to 7-4, 7-3 or whatever. But that's just me. Now then, got to call Jay, right? If we're gonna incorporate this strategy, I mean, if he folds this, then you really are going to get exploited down the road.
We're on a ladder, so maybe just taking that 30 seconds of time, seeing if anything occurs on the outer.
Yeah. Chips are in. Big pot, Mr. Harwood. 16 million in the middle. We got there a slightly different way than normal. The old limp call rather than raise calling off. Big moments. Idemir looking to hold. Pocket tens versus the ace-queen suited of Motagi. Here we go. Holding so far. Jack 7-3, rainbow. Backdoor clubs, 2 overs for Motagi. Four of hearts, as clean as it gets for the man from Turkey.
Just the 6 outs to fade, all in the deck.
And he does fade it, Jay. 9 of spades on the river. Huge hold for Idemir. Sigh of relief. And very unfortunate for Motagi. Chips down to 8.5 million. Nothing to be done there, Jay. Sometimes the money's just going in.
Exactly that. Even if he opened there, it would have been an all-in from the 10s, and it's just always getting in with these 2 holdings. Motagi down to just 14 BBs now. Something that is interesting, though, Andrew, everyone's now seen that ace-queen suited being limped, so they'll be aware that Motagi can actually have some strong hands in that limp range.
Yeah, I wonder if Lasuski looked at that and went, oof. All right, maybe I won't go for you with 10-5 off. That was spicy, right? Versus under the gun. These young whippersnappers these days, fearless. Great pickup, Idemir. Off he goes, 16 million. It depends on your perception, right, of Idemir, but he is going to take it, as you would still expect, right, even against someone you think is kind of tight. Hand's good enough, 22 blinds.
Yeah, I think versus hijack becomes a bit more dicey, but cut off or barn open, we're happy to just send in north for 20.
I'm with you.
And going to be getting looked up, you expect, but it's going to be a difficult one back on Idemir.
Yeah, I mean, you're not loving it, but I think you just... I mean, you are kind of loving it. You hear me. It's one of these. There's going to be a lot of pairs in there.
Yeah.
And there should be some stuff you dominate.
Saying that, covered many a poker tournament.
Exactly,
Andrew,
right.
People don't like putting their chips in.
They'd rather
without the goods.
They'd rather be the aggressor, right,
exactly
to get the chips in.
So I wouldn't actually be surprised to see him let this go for that reason. With just 16 players left in the field.
Oh, the second time bank is burned. I mean, I've just called kind of already and
the sire, like,
just like accept my fate, right? Yeah. Let's just run it. I mean, Breshilov, he has no idea his opponent has a hand as good as this. Probably thinks he's got like an ace-jack here, right? Something
ace-jack
like
off,
this.
something like that,
Pocket sevens or something maybe, right? Wow, he does lay it down. Breshilov gets one through.
This one.
Yeah, I wanted to say I'm surprised, but I did sort of reference, right, as the chips went in. You're kind of not completely thrilled, and he does decide to get rid of it.
First hand, first time.
It is just 15 minutes.
It's first hand. Fold only. Aces?
Never.
Did he say aces?
He did say aces.
Oh, come on, Breshilov, mate. We're going to find out in an hour's time.
To be fair, Aldemir makes a good point. That is the first time that man's been involved since I know we've only been streaming half hour, but first hand he's played, maybe thought he'd be slightly on the tighter side, wouldn't find any bluffs.
Yeah. Kolev, very accomplished player. We see this a lot, Jay, don't we? As we approach these final tables, if people are playing tight, these suited King X become viable opens. +1.
7+.
Yeah, you wonder if information filters back to the players that Idemir is folding something as strong as that. Could be in for people attacking him. And here comes Breshilov once more. Very playable. Ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
It seems like one that just going to play cool with position on the opener as Kolev being cover and stack. It looks like.
Yeah, I actually kind of like this. Nut diamonds.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. Some diamond stuff.
Oh, wow, here he comes. Huge moment here, right, for Isaev. Can he sniff it out, Jay? What type of value hands and bluffs can Aquino have?
Well, it comes down to the hearts do get there, but the way Aquino plays, I'm probably going to make the assumption that the heart draw's going to be betting flop high frequency. He's not really going to have too much King X unless he's bluffing turn with like King Jack, King 10.
Yes.
So...
And like that does seem quite reasonable,
yeah,
unfortunately.
It does seem reasonable.
Actually feels like your opponent won't have that many bluffs, right? But Aquino, he's in there with ace deuce. Like quite difficult to blame him for folding is what I'm getting at. You know, it's like pot size bet.
I actually disagree, Andrew, because I think on that river,
yeah,
the way Aquino plays, I don't think I'm going to give him any flushes. And once he checks back flop, it's only really the bluffs on the turn, like King Jack, King 10, that I think are going to get there for value. And do they even go for that size on the river? So it looks a lot like pocket eights for value, something like that. There's trap, there's flop the nut bow. I think I'm struggling to find some value hands that want to go that size once flop goes check.
Or are we giving him like 9, 10, Jack 10 of diamonds?
Yeah, just a lot of whole lot of nothing.
Ace, yeah, random ace high.
Just stuff that. Because yes, he can get there with King Jack, King 10, but does King Jack, King 10 really goes near pot size on the river?
I mean, Aquino might.
It maybe, but this is the thing.
I hear you, though.
These are the assumptions we're making, and this is trouble because we've got the most aggressive man at the table with a real hand.
Breshilov electing to 3-bet 8s +1.
Yeah,
this is spicy. Know that he is.
And Matagi just going to have an easy fold here.
Yeah, he just looks very frustrated at the moment. Did, of course, see him lose that big flip with ace-queen versus 10s. But yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Jay. Pocket eights, you got the whole table behind. It's just, hand isn't really worth that much at the moment, especially at this stage of the tournament. And like, doesn't play great as a 3-bet, right? We don't have any removal to strong hands.
Exactly that.
But then on the flip side, right, against Lasuski, it should work lots. So it is one of these, isn't it, right?
This is the thing. Like,
I think he's doing it because it's literally because it's Lasuski opening. But I think I'd still fold,
yeah, just that player dynamic, I guess, then.
Yep.
That's made him find this 3-bet. They're going to be getting some bad news. Like these 30 big blind stacks in a field of this magnitude with 2 tables left.
So for 30. But, you know, you're either going to get snapped off, or for the most part, your opponent has a 3-bet fold, right? And now you do give your opponent the chance, right, to kind of lose his head, rip in an ace-jack off, right, that 3-bet you from +1, things like this. I like it.
Lasuski.
Look at him. He's like the cat that got the cream, Jay.
He is.
He's absolutely flying. And why not?
Thoroughly enjoying watching him play.
Yeah, brilliant.
Ace-5, ace-deuce, no problem.
Players registered the satellite, you can start taking your seats. You can find a seat row on the left side of the screen. We're going to have the red tables on the left hand of the room.
Fold or pass, right?
All right, back on the way now. Motagi working with 12 bigs, has decided, Jay, time to go. And has a very viable shove. Ace-8 of hearts from the hijack. Round 2, Idemir. Queen 10 of clubs.
Frustrating one for him.
Like 7.
Gonna have to let it go. Such a pretty prospect.
Ah, he's gone for the classic. Let's get a chip count so I can kill more time for the pay jump. Look how quickly, by the way, the dealer sorted that out. Dealers here at Merit, phenomenal. He's probably thinking, can you not take in a bit of time? He's just gone bish bash bosh, 7 million.
Yeah, 4 seconds.
Yeah. Very nice, Motagi. Very happy to get that one through. So still 16 left. Haven't lost anybody on the opening level. Relatively rare.
Do tend to see it. 2 tables left. Things will slow down. People not wanting to bust like that ace-queen suited.
Yeah.
Idemir, great example of that. People tending to put their chips in a few pips tighter, not wanting to call off for tournament life. Over to Matagi, ace-9 offsuit. Would like to just see fold here from him from early position. That is one that is just taking his 30 seconds that he's entitled to, as ladders are starting to get slightly more significant.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 5.
Yep, takes the max time, gets rid. Yeah, I was fascinated to kind of try and delve into the mindset of players. Wonder if Idemir are just regretting that ace-queen suited fold, Jay. You know, you just give yourself the opportunity, right? Oh, it's Breshelov somehow gets walked by the most aggressive man at the table, and he's got the queens. When will it end? Right, like that ace-queen suited. Okay, we're not thrilled, but we call them win. We're nearly 30 million,
yeah,
right?
That's the thing.
Like, I mean, okay, it's all well and good locking up a pay jump, but top 5 in this tournament, Jay, over 100K. You know, sometimes you gotta just get after it, right? And just, okay, if we're flipping, and he has ace king and we don't win, so be it. And now 20 blinds at an aggressive table, it's so hard, right? Like, you might not find the spot as good as that again. I don't know, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
I think you're right, though. I think you're spot on with what you're saying. A spot that I think should be calling.
Yeah.
People do tend to cage up when they can see their 15 players out from a life-changing score.
I mean, you've got Kolev, right? Very aggressive. And now, for example, a spot like this, we may have to start taking as a 3-bet bluff. Like, I think he should take this.
Yeah, for 21. I agree, versus Kolev as well.
You can just make this 5 blinds, right? Like, what's Kolev going to do? He knows that you're pretty tight.
7 raise, 3.5.
Very nice. I take it all back. But, you know, this is nice, right? If you are going to fold the ace-queen, then you got to still take aggressive action when the spots come up.
So much.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, and once again, do expect it to be working. Got to be frustrating for Kolev, though. I think this is the 3rd or 4th open that's been 3-bet of his.
Yeah, you're like, what's happening, boys? You have to let me run it over. Marcetic hasn't been able to play 1 pot in the opening hour. Again, yeah, Kolev. I mean, what can we do, Jay? It seems...
Yeah, it's effective hijack versus cut-off, but even still, especially with the information that Idemir told the table that he folded ace-queen suited. Like, if we're aware that he folded...
he did?
Yeah, he told the table. Ooh. Yeah, he told the table he had ace-queen.
Well done, Idemir.
Bravo, Komshi, bravo.
Like to see it.
Discipline.
It's almost like I timed it perfectly there. I'm like, oh, I wonder if he'll still get after it. Go on, Idemir.
King.
Very nice.
Also king. Also king.
No king.
1 king.
Yeah, 1 king.
Small blind.
Fascinating open hour here on the final day.
Right here, king 10. King 10.
9.
9. Suited.
I know we've referenced it a lot, but that Lasuski versus Aquino confrontation. Oof.
One of the best hands I've seen in a long time that hasn't gone post-flop.
What did you say?
Ace jack.
Just button clicking, wasn't it?
It's just
Andrew?
old school, wasn't it? And it was even more old school in that both guys,
Only 6s if you all in.
just with hands that you would never in a million years imagine would be used.
Yeah.
Still on that pay jump, guys. 16 left. $5,000 pay jump is active. Now round to Lasuski, who has had a phenomenal opening hour. Pretty much everything he's tried has worked.
1 hour.
8 raise.
Finds Queen 10 suited in the cutoff. And here we go. Breshilov. These two already have a dynamic, Jay.
Yeah, let's see if Breshilov can find the 3 milli here. Andrew, I really hope he doesn't go the full 3x just because of stack depth in question.
I think he will find it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, starting with 23, so do want to scale down that 3-bet size with position.
Yeah, he's gone 3.3.
Top 2. You see?
Sometimes something happens.
Yeah.
No, it's different.
But maybe
This is going to be intriguing. Lasuski does have a hand that would like to defend Jay. It's, of course, dicey, right, at this depth, but...
It's really frustrating. Like, if we start getting into the north of 30 remit,
yes,
I think it's a lot easier to come along, but here, difficult spot with the Queen 10 suited.
Well, Lasuski, he is not to be deterred. I'm not that shocked, right? We've seen he loves to use those chips. Deciding, I've got enough of this to take 3. Oh, here we go. Oh, trouble ahead. Potential first body blow. Could be incoming to Lasuski. Breshilov, 11 million behind Jay. Pot has bloated to 8.1.
And probably one we're just happy to get over to. Whoa!
What? No.
Lasusi just gone for the shove?
No, no, no. This is a big misstep. I'm not a fan of this. Got to let your opponent bluff, Jay, right? If they are bluffing. I mean, I'm not sure what this achieves. You can, like, make ace-king, no diamonds
kind of
in a Grimoire spot.
Speechless about this one.
Me too. Well, guys, out of nowhere, 30 million pot. Lasuski does have a lot of live backdoors, although those 2 kings covering some of those. Ace on the turn. Lasuski looking for a queen or a king as he grimaces. Perhaps recognizing his mistake. Can he get there? No, he doesn't. Ace on the river. And the first chink in the armor, Jay, of Lasuski. Didn't expect that, I gotta say.
I agree with you, Andrew. I think a bit of a misstep. If we just play that hand standard fashion, check, probably about a quarter pot bet, call, turns the ace, probably check, check, rivers the ace, check, bet, decision, and we don't double our opponent up. We may pay off a value bet on the river.
I mean, it might even check through occasionally on river.
Yeah, it may even check through on river. It may even check fold if met with a bet as well once it does come ace-ace. So very surprised to see the lead jam.
Like maybe a function of everything's gone so incredibly well that we just got a bit carried away, right?
Maybe.
I mean, it can happen, right?
Maybe exactly that.
Winner's tilt, as we like to call it.
Still smiling. Still with plenty.
Yeah. Breshilov, well done. Couldn't believe his luck.
Yeah, as you say, Andrew, always when betting, we need to ask ourselves, what does this achieve? And with like the Queen 10 suited there, it's like...
Just like trying to deny and...
not wanting ace
like
king
a bluff,
to see a 3-1.
Deny an ace-8 off, it doesn't really make sense. Deny an ace-king.
And the other thing, so important to be aware of your image at the table. And when we open cutoff and the button 3-bets us, like the button's aware we've been in so many pots, so they can be very light with their 3-bets. So we want to eke out that C-bet as a bluff from them as well. Like if he's got ace-X suited there, we just lose our customer.
Like trying to get called by an ace-jack, but like ace-jack could shove or call pre maybe and not 3-bet. I don't know. Strange one. First little misstep from Lasuski. I'm loving this action though.
How can you not?
Never know what's going to happen. Now then, Lasuski. Let's see how he reacts.
Now,
I mean, we have just lost 15 million, Jay. It's not insubstantial.
What's really important for...
Oh, wow, here they go again.
Wow.
Sorry, Jay, carry on.
What's very important for Lasuski here is to just not, like, lose our head. Try and get them chips back instantly, getting after it in every pot. Sometimes when you lose a big pot like that, just fine to sit back, take a couple of hands off unless you get dealt the goods and...
Oh, here we go again.
Get back amongst it, but this is going to be interesting.
And gives his man a look as if to say, really?
3.6.
Well, 3.6 from Breshalov. Someone at the table just asked for popcorn. I'm loving it.
Like here, Jack 9 suited, a bit of a different scenario now, Andrew, because of the stack depths after Brechalov just doubling up.
Right.
So we're actually sitting like 45, close to 50 effective here to start the hand. So LP versus LP.
Yeah, I mean, even still, right? Like, for me, I don't think we get to continue out of position here. I think Jack 9 suited a little weak for me at this stage of the tournament. You know, like a Jack 10 suited okay. I don't know. They do have dynamic.
Yeah, we're not covering stack anymore as well, which is something to note.
It's fascinating to watch. But blind's about to go up, guys. Going to be a big jump too. 3-6 going to 4-8. Jay wanted Lasuski not to lose his head.
Oh my. And this is what I'm talking about, Andrew.
Oh my word.
This is the one avenue wasn't expecting to see, and goes for the 4-bet here. No real immediate removal.
I don't think Breshalov's going to fall to this, you know.
I don't think
like
he
he's
will.
doing this too much, in my opinion.
This is his third 4-bet
yeah,
in
you
less
can't
than an
just
hour.
keep clicking buttons. And if Breshalov can find Pile, he's going to pick up 10 million or so here. But it is a big decision, Jay. You don't expect to be 4-bet with a high frequency in this spot. An ace-queen off. You know, against a normal sort of tighter 4... Oh, he calls in position. Okay. All right, then. Well, all of a sudden, Lasuski, from being table captain, is on the precipice.
Look at
danger.
The pot. 17 milli.
Pot behind, basically, for both.
Basically an average stack in the middle, just
wow.
under.
Big moments. Flop coming, and it's all Breshalov. Oh, my goodness, Jay. Lasuski could be on the verge of a monumental blow-up. I mean, we've got to go really small, I would suggest. But what parts of Breshalov's range, right? 3-bet call 4, and then
it's going to fold
flop,
to like 15%.
I don't think yeah, I really like this from Lasuski. Credit to him.
Yeah, shut down central.
Breshalov. Do we ever find check? It seems obscene, but our opponent's repping aces, kings, queens, pre, right?
Ace,
king. And we crush the bluffs, right? Like if our opponent has an ace-jack or whatever, we have him essentially dead.
I see
right?
where you're coming from, Andrew.
I really wouldn't have hated it.
Well, I think against this customer like Lasuski, he is capable of just doing something wild. So maybe we do just throw some rope out there with a small bet.
Okay.
As he does. 4.5 into 17.
Goodness me, Lasuski's head. Oh no, what is happening, Jay? What is happening?
And this is why I think we have to bet against this type of wild card, this opponent.
Okay.
Who can just get up to things.
Oh my word. Now if Breshalov finds check, I don't think he will, but I mean, Lasuski, what is going on? He's not going to lead Jay, is he? I mean, he had a plan. We are witnessing a huge blow-up potential.
I think check now, thinking about it, Andrew, would be really nice.
He's going to lead. He's going to lead.
Oh, my word.
Oh, no.
Lasuski.
Oh, no.
What are we doing?
Oh, no. He's lost his head, Jay. What is happening? Then Breshalov.
He's going to have 50 million.
I mean, do we jam? I mean, I guess we jam because we think our opponent has no bluffs.
And has ace-king a
and
lot of the
has
time.
ace-king a lot. And you know, ace-king with a club, you just always want to protect, I guess.
Yeah. And with this,
and all the other ace-king combos might have to cry and call off. What is happening?
This is like the crazy craziest hand.
Oh, this is horrific. Oh, Lasuski. Lasuski. Half a mil up top, and it's one of the biggest blow-ups we've seen.
He had 40-odd million,
43
less than
million
15 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
And the Russian. Sorry.
We're getting carried away in the booth. I'm trying to remain professional, but sometimes
speechless.
you witness things that just sweep you up in the emotion.
And just mentioned it before the hand, Andrew. I've really hoped that wasn't going to be the case. And here are the chip counts, and after that hand, just shy of 50 million. Breshelov, top of the shop. Aquino's been quiet last sort of half hour, but has been getting after it. Kolev still in there. Been a frustrating start to him getting 3-bet a lot of the time that he's opened. And now Lasuski, who was the chip leader at the table less than 15 minutes ago, all the way down to 10 BBs. Matagi and Isaev going to need to find some help as well with sub 10 BBs in their stack. But what a half hour we have had, Andrew. It has been fantastic to watch. Entertainment levels off the chart.
They really are. Well, guys, this is the Mediterranean Poker Party in full flow. And Lasuski, I really feel for him there, Jay. Just couldn't sort of recalibrate, take a moment. That's why I kind of like just fold to 3-bet. Let's calm down. We've got 28 mil, right? We're probably 5th or 6th in chips. Let's just take a minute. And it just went south. As we see Idemir here. One of these unattractive opens, I think, Jay, off 20.
Yeah.
You know, 7s, okay, we want to open it, but it's not a lot of fun.
Like 7's right on the cusp. 8's,
Yes.
8's we'd open, 6's we'd probably fold.
Yeah.
So gonna get in there.
It's going to get it round to the big blind. Wow, I'm still reeling. Unbelievable hands. Well, Lasuski, you're giving us the entertainment we wanted. What a hand that was. Kolev gets to defend. King 10. We are in a flip situation pre.
Yes.
Flopping coming, and there is the 10 of diamonds, followed by the queen and the 6. Kolev vaults into the lead, and this is the tricky spot we find ourselves in as Idemir with 7 Shay.
Yeah, just always going to be contending with overcards, at least one.
Yeah, just hope your opponent has the old ace-3 of spades. Let's try and deny. We're not going to get it through.
Finds quarter on the nose, and seems like just a clear check call here for Kolev with his middle pair.
Yeah, simple flop decision. We will see what the turn brings. Can Idemir find a texture he likes? Deuce on the turn. One of these spots now, Jay, right, where we're going to want to have some sort of barrel off bluffs, but we do still win sometimes, right? We can beat a 6. We can beat some draws. I think it's very tricky, though.
I think 7's nice one to just check, still beating some stuff. But saying that,
here we go.
Idemir, unfazed.
And I mean, I don't hate it, of course. We can really put a 10, right? Specifically a 10 in a very awkward spot. And as sizings go, I'm quite a fan of it. You know, around about half pot, Jay, this can look like value. Holding this king for Kolev a little problematic, right? We block king jack, king 9 suited bluffs, ace king.
A difficult spot for Kolev now. That is counting out calling chips. And
wow, does make the quick call. Here we go. 2/3 pot back for Idemir. Shade over. Oh, and the river's the 10 of clubs. Now, Kolev with the decision, Jay.
Yeah, may go for lead
He
here.
might, yeah. Lots of draws have bricked.
just simply because, like, we expect some Queen X and stuff once this 10 rolls off to check back. Even the aces, the kings, because Idemir shouldn't really ever have a 10 in his range. That wants to start checking either flop or turn. So seems like a card that's going to be checked back higher frequency. So maybe we want to take that option away from our opponent and go for a lead here.
He might jam Jay. Yeah, and he does. I'm not shocked. Oh, my goodness. And all of a sudden, Idemir... I mean, we do have a bluff catcher, Jay, right?
Yeah.
Our opponent's saying, I've got a 10 or I've got a bluff.
Exactly that. And is a river that could potentially be bluffed as well, because as mentioned, Idemir, difficult to get to the river here with a 10, Andrew, because we expect that hand to check either flop or turn. He can have the Queen 10 for a flop 2 pair, but...
And the thing with this, Jay, right, we don't have a diamond in our hand.
Yep, no 9,
we
no
don't
jack,
have a jack,
no
a
king.
9, a king as bluff catchers go. It's somewhat clean, but do people find it enough, right? Do they check, call, lead, jam here with 8, 9 of diamonds and stuff? Because that's what we need them to find.
I think in a live setting, it's one of these under bluff spots that you see just get shown the value more often than not. People not finding bluffs enough of the time here. But you look at this board, 8, 9's double gutted, jack 9's up and down, king jack's up and down, front door, diamonds have bricked out. There are a lot of holdings that do miss, but does come to the correct decision. Nice fold from Idemir.
Very nice.
Just going back to the previous hand before that, old Lasuski, and I think an overlooked thing in this game that we play is the mental side of it, Andrew. It's so important to have a strong mental game and just to be able to realise when sometimes you're letting off a bit of steam.
Oh, it's just an absolute head loss.
Recognising that yourself and saying, right, I need sort of 5-10 minutes, take a little step back. Let's not get involved in pots with some mediocre holdings, potentially bleed some more chips, and then just take that 10 minutes, come back fresh, and then go again about your business.
I'm with you. Well, guys, sorry, Jay, carry on.
Like you can be a great poker player, but if that head's not there, it can just all go wrong.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Lasuski has gone from table captain to the table deckhand, 11 bigs only behind, and Breshilov all of a sudden, 50 million in chips, and now getting after it. Really like this. We can use these hands. We have the artillery to go for it. Use that ace-X. He is just feeling on top of the world. Probably could not believe his luck in that previous spot. I was about to reference, Jay, we have made that pay jump. Tables were balanced a moment ago. 15 left. Everybody now, $27,000 locked.
Breshilov probably going to be adding to that stack. King 5 in the big four. Idemir, can't see him defending this one versus EP.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. Breshilov's very nice table presence. We saw he was, you know, not afraid to get after it with that 8's 3-bet. It was thin, but he obviously knows his man, right? Went for it +1. Played that ace-queen beautifully.
Shows that he can go through the gears as well. First 30 minutes of this feature, he didn't play a hand. Then he had that 6's jam, got the ace-queen to fold.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment that is now looking back.
What a huge moment. What a huge moment. If the ace-queen calls, he could have been out the door. But was pretty snug with that middling stack as we're supposed to be to start the day. And now he's got some chips going through the gears and chipping up more.
Oh, and we are getting some, if we listen into the table, sounds like 14 left, Jay. We are starting to approach that final table with some gusto. Marcetic, very frustrating day. Aquino,
I saved you money, your friend.
1.7 million with King 7 of clubs.
Not much been happening for Matagi. Not the best distribution of cards dealt to him so far today. Just been folding.
Years in the baking.
I'm not too sure why Matagi in the tank. I don't believe we are on another jump, but we must be looming towards one. Yeah, next jump not till 12 remain. In any case, Lasuski, 9-6 off.
The same volume, I have problem now.
Once again, one that I think we want to go for the fold option, but we've seen this man likes to get involved.
7-7.
7-7?
I think you got flash draw. I don't
Yeah,
want to
has
go
decided
to
time to try and flop some equity. Does flop some. 5-3 deuce, 2 diamonds.
I'll give you queen. Then you got down.
Does check it over. Quino, undeterred, gone pretty large. 2 million.
10 maybe.
Gets it done.
Maybe you go flash draw. Small card.
Hard not to feel for
I
him.
do the same.
Huh?
It
I do
is.
the same.
It's happened to all of us at some stage.
Reinformation. Reinformation.
But you sort of get to that point where you feel like you're untouchable. All your 4-bets are getting through, your bluffs are
Right.
getting through. You just feel like you can't do anything wrong. And then the Queen 10 of Hearts hand just went for the lead jam. And
Yeah.
it's all come crumbling down since then.
Well, he's not out of it yet. We're going to need to find some heat quickly. Beautiful little shot there, Jay, of our
I don't know.
Eurasian Poker Tour trophy. We'll be awarding that later this evening.
I don't know.
Haydi Velasco, haydi.
Haydi.
Haydi Zamo.
My
Aquino,
ability to fold disappeared yesterday.
This is magic.
After yesterday, problem.
another playable one.
To me.
Goes for 2.5 bigs. Shade under. Motagi, very frustrating spell in this feature, Jay. Kind of dealt out.
Yeah, had that ace-queen suited versus 10s flip that he lost. But
Yeah.
other than that, can't recall him getting involved in any other hand. It's the worst, though, Andrew, isn't it? When you're deep in a tournament, you wake up, this is my day, I'm playing for loads, and you just get the bottom end of the deck dealt you hand after hand. Can be so infuriating sat there.
Has shown good patience, not out of it yet. Breshilov now. These are tricky spots. Facing 2.5. Aggressive opponent who has a big stack of his own. Does decide though. Hand's too good to fold. Makes the call. Queen, 7 deuce. Both players with a complete whiff. Aquino though, with the betting lead.
Yeah, no draws on this board. Could see small size if it does elect to continue. The good thing about Queen 7 deuce Rainbow, very easy to range opponent when we do get some resistance. Just comes down to Queen X, 7X, Deuce X and pocket pairs. So range is a lot more condensed on this board rather than some wetter textures. It looks like C-Bet is just going to do the trick. 25%, just shy off. Main event in full flow in the background. 5 million guarantee on that one.
Oh,
I think it's going to get smashed.
I know, we're loving it. The field sizes are healthy. And we referenced this yesterday, myself and James, you know, players love an overlay, but in the long term, we want to smash those guarantees.
Of course we do.
You want the tournament operators to keep putting them on, keep raising them, grow the game.
Just more impressed each day at this place. Just the whole complex, amazing. The atmosphere downstairs, great. The way that it's all run and all the staff put it together.
Amazing. You know me, I've been banging on about it for ages, saying it's incredible here. People think I'm on commission.
I'm going to turn into you, Andrew, when I get back home. I'm going to be doing exactly what you've been doing the last year.
I'm not sure you want to be doing that.
And back to the action.
But yeah, truly an incredible place to play. Aquino finding heat momentum of his own. Pretty wide open, but deciding. Table's playing fairly snug. I mean, I say that. Most of the table.
Yeah, snug in inverted commas.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of is, right? There's a few players going faintly ballistic, but Marcetic finally finds a playable one. You're not loving it, though. Facing 2.5x. Can be dominated a lot, but Aquino is very aggressive. We are going to stick around. Every pot so big now. Marcetic, 5 million in the middle, 16 bigs behind. Looking for a queen or a jack. Coming up relatively empty. Does have that jack of diamonds working for him. And his flops go for the pocket threes, this one. Not too bad for Aquino.
Yeah, mono board. Seems like a difficult spot to know exactly what to do here. It seems like small bet could be in order.
Just small and hope to clear out equity. Now then, Marcetic. Very tricky. We do have 2 overs. We do have a middling flush draw. I think we've got to call one, Jay. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's very close because we've obviously got them reverse implied odds the times that we're up against the bear ace, king or queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I'm not shocked to see this. I think just enough to continue. Wonder if he would ever consider a raise, which is pretty scary in its own right. But that card's not scary. Removes one of the bigger diamonds for 1. Improves us to the 3rd nut flush.
Yeah, lovely card to see for Marcetic.
Now, Aquino, very tricky. One of these spots, Jay, we know our hand's no good, and he's going to decide to bluff small.
I like small here. We are going to go for a bluff because it's a situation of our opponent has a diamond, or they don't have a diamond, they're folding the 6x, the 5x, this type of stuff. So I think small actually works very well on this turn, but not going to be folding out the turn flush of Marcetic.
These spots are fun. On balance, you'd expect under the gun to have more nut flushes, right? More king of diamonds, likely, in the hand. River is a 10. Now then, Aquino. Oh, is it just snap giving up? I think he did. And not that unreasonable, Jay, right? If you think, like you referenced, if your opponent just always has a flush now.
Yep.
Well, he's going to have some, like, maybe 6-5, something like this that calls flop and turn. Well done, Marcetic. Just in time as well. Had been bleeding since the start of this feature. Back up to 20 million. Kind of like that from Aquino. You know, we've seen he can do some wild things, but does exercise discretion. I think on this occasion.
Very tidy turn size there. Just logically what it achieves and why we use that size. Very nice.
Yeah, I can get on board. You can just dislodge like a 6, right? 5. Random 7-8 that called flop, you know, that has equity. Well played by both. Feels like we can finally breathe. Faintly crazy half an hour.
Yeah, Lazuski had a mad 15 minutes.
The lads in the production team are loving it. They can clip those, right? Get them up on social media. Say, look at this. Look at this stuff going on here at the MPP. Lazuski, and he just can't find anything. His remaining 7 bigs. A wry smile. Breshilov. 8-6-0. Does have the chip lead at this table. And yeah, a real illustration. You mentioned him going through the gears. Deciding now, time to start leveraging. Gonna get through 1. Not gonna get through 2. Aquino, very pretty. Ace-3 of hearts. Pretty easy and standard defend. 40 effective. Breshilov flops best. 9-6 deuce. Aquino, ace high, 1 heart. Working for him on that flop.
Yeah, do expect
draws.
Check small bet call here. I think ace high still wants to stick around for 1 more. Can be the best hand versus this wide button opening range and overcard and some backdoor equity to go alongside that.
Oh my goodness, Aquino.
Let's go.
And you know what? Don't hate it. Our hand has playability down the streets. Can clear out, you know, some of these sort of Queen 10, Queen Jack type hands, right? That just start betting, start putting pressure on a 6.
I just feel like
this.
with the ace-3 suited, we still got enough showdown versus like an 80% button opening range.
I don't disagree. And yeah, the caveat to that, of course, Breshilov now, right, gonna have a lot of 9x on this button, right? Still has all the overpairs, etc. Oh my goodness. What a card and what a spell for Breshilov. 100% on the turn. Now Aquino.
Terrible turn to continue on here, just simply because it now reduces some hands that we want to raise for value.
Oh, and he's still going for it, Jay. 6 million.
It's just this 6 is so much better for Breshilov. Like, we're not going to raise a 6 on the flop while we're making that assumption. We can have 9-6, we can have 6-2 suited, but now when this 6 rolls off on the turn, those combinations reduced drastically.
I'm with you.
And say, for example, Andrew, we raised an ace-9, a king-9, a queen-9, a jack-9 on the flop, a strongest top pair. We may actually start slowing down now as well once there's 6 pairs on the turn. So, seems like a card that the anchors should be slammed on.
Oh my goodness. Well then, Aquino, Treacherous Waters gets called again. 10 on the river does complete some draws. The 7-8 getting there. Oh dear. Can he find the shutdown?
I really hope he does, Andrew.
And Breshilov blocking that straight. And with 3 6s in hand. Oh. Don't do it, Aquino. Not like this. Oh, those chips are not coming back.
Yeah, and he is getting snapped off here by Breshilov.
Yeah, I wonder if I presume Breshilov just calls.
Yeah.
Probably a little too thin. You know, you just value town yourself against.
Oh, actually. Well, against 7 million,
yeah,
it's just going to go for call.
Still think you can value town yourself just too often, right? With, like against bolts and stuff, against 7-8. Oh, Breshilov, 70 million, Jay.
Average around the 22 million mark, so working with triple average. So around average stack for 5 players left. Huge position to be in for Breshilov. But Aquino there maybe needs to shut down on that turn once that 6 pair is just not the best card to continue barreling on.
Yeah. I think when we get to river also, it's like our opponent clearly has either a big draw, right, like these overcard diamond types, or showdown. So we're betting 7 million. I don't think that's going to get through. So it's like maybe bet like 15% to dislodge an ace queen of diamonds, right, if we need to, or gotta go really big, I think.
Agreed.
Not, you know, not really a spot where block's going to be effective, in my opinion.
Like all our values just going to want to go big there. If we've got a boat, if we've got a strong 6, if we've rivered 7-8, surely all our values just going to go for the lot.
Yeah, first real misstep from our Brazilian. I mean, Breshilov just in dreamland here, Jay. Receiving a couple of big pots his way. Here he comes again. Very cool customer. Queen 9. More than good enough from cutoff. Decision point on Marcetic. Pocket 5s. 20, working with 24, 25 blinds. Seems reasonable to call. Never fun, these ones, though, Jay, I don't think. You know, this, you sort of need to flop a 5, like a lot of the time, for things to be really comfy. You do have a short stack in there who can jam. And we might get ISO'd out the pot. Motagi, completely card dead.
I'm just a big advocate for these small pairs not really getting involved at all at this stage of the tournament. From the big blind, yes, defend for sure, but from all other positions, They just reduce in value at this stage of the tournament. But
No, they don't. No, they don't reduce. They increase in value.
There we are.
To bottom set. Now then. Going to see a lot of checking from Breshilov.
Yeah.
Pretty standard stuff. Does flop a nice piece of it.
And middle pair. Nice one to check.
Yeah, these spots, very interesting. You know, we can remove, you know, of course, hands like ace-king, not going to be in there. We block a hand like king-queen. But also, not that many bluffs, right? Like pure bluffs from the button. Is a hand like Jack-10 going to just take a free one?
I think Jack-10
like hand bluff, right, of course, it's
nice
in there.
One to use just because of the King X and Queen X combos that we reduce with Jack-10 as well.
It's one of the main bluffs, that's for sure. Breshilov, not going to like that card. Ace of diamonds.
Yeah, it's just a lot of the bluffs completing now is where he elected to stab a gutter. Ace-Jack, Ace-10 that didn't go for 3-bet pre. Jack-10 completing as well. We're already behind to the King X, so seems like a turn that not going to be continuing on for Breshilov here.
Yeah, pretty easy one, I would say now. Marcetic going to love that card. Cut off. Going to have some hands like an Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-Queen. Like this size and choice. 2.2 million. Try and keep in some one-pair holdings.
And the other thing, like all this...
Wow, now this is optimistic.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like this. First sort of misstep, in my opinion, from Breshilov.
Just has to be the price, right?
I mean, but yeah, but what are we hoping? Price for what? Can just
agree.
be dead.
I agree, yeah, Andrew, that we just want to be folding, but maybe just saw that price and think I'm getting too good a price here.
Try and outdraw an Ace-10. Optimistic.
Like Queen-Jack, Queen-10, yeah, for sure, with that additional Broadway draw to go alongside it. I think getting
yeah, of course.
Nearly 6-1. Might just want to take one off, but Queen-9.
Well, Marcetic has a fist pump value bet. Just deciding on sizing.
Do we go for the lot here, you think, Andrew? The fact that Ace-Jack, Ace-10 going to be in there pure for Breshilov, way the hand's played?
I don't think we get to go for the lot. I don't know. Don't really have Ace-King ever, Ace-Queen ever.
I get Ace-King and Ace-Queen should be in there because we should,
think?
like theoretically, cut-off versus button. King,
I know,
Queen,
but I just don't
5.
think people do.
People just misplay cut-off versus button.
That's what I think, yeah. Like for 24 pre, I just don't think Ace-King ever flats. We could have aces, right, for a trap, some kings for a trap. Yeah, I don't mind this sizing. Like if we jam, I mean, Breshilov could fold an ace, I think.
You think?
I think so. I mean, what's a pure river bluff here for all of it?
Yeah, that is a good point.
Are people really? I mean, Queen Jack, Queen 10. That's going to be
it.
the one. We have,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
See what you're saying. Does make sense when you look at it like that.
Maybe I'm just not giving people enough credit. That's our job. We're in the comms booth.
That is true. But this spot here, cut-off versus button, is the spot I see misplayed the most on a live stream. Because a lot of people not recognizing that, like, we're meant to play such a heavy check, cut-off versus button.
Yeah.
Even on, like, the king-queen boards, on the ace-high boards as well, we're supposed to be doing so much checking to the in-position player. And then it does kind of sort of change the ranges if people aren't playing that spot correctly and they just 100% c-bet the ace-high, the king-high boards from the cut-off.
Yeah, as it stands, Marcetic finding upward traction. Idemir needs help soon. We do have a bunch of shorties now, Jay, as we approach this final. Lasuski, Idemir, Mahagi, all sub-10.
I'm loving it, though, Andrew. This has been a fantastic start to the day.
Fascinating.
Some of the hands we've had just in the first 2 hours, we could put on a highlight reel just for this first session.
Welcome to Merit, Jay. This is what we do. Aquino looking to salvage the damage from that ace-3 failed bluff. Finds a big one. Pocket queens on the button. I don't think he limped. I believe I saw raising chips. If he did limp, I really quite like it. He got a short. He did limp. Kind of love it. And look at this, Jay. Ace-9 for Kolev. I think the benefit of limp here, Jay, we have a short stack in the small. It really doesn't matter that we've limped. And Kolev, an aggressive opponent in the big, who can get up to stuff. And ace-9, potential trouble.
All in, yeah.
He sent it.
Yeah, I think it's standard as can be.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. And look at that, Aquino beats him into the pot. And Matagi will just take his 30 seconds, run that clock down.
What a horrendous feeling this is for Kolev.
I think this is fine from Kolev. I actually really like it with the ace-9 off. It's just unfortunate we run into this part of our opponent's range, but big fan of the jam here, taking the whole cards out of question. I think this is really nice with ace-9 offsuit, running into the ladies of Aquino, and Aquino sets for a double up, fading 3 outs.
Yeah, big moments here. Kolev stepping into the queens. 28 million for Aquino to get back on track. Can he fade 3 of the bullets? So far, so good. King 4-4. Kolev, no backdoors, just 3 outs. Aquino with club in hand, also working in his favor. And well, that'll do it. What a time to turn a full house. And Aquino, very nice button limp there, Jay. Liked it a lot. Gets his customer. Unfortunate for Kolev. May have reshoved pre versus open anyway sometimes. So
potentially.
One of those.
Yeah, but nice from Aquino there, seeing that if we are mixing in some limps off this stack size with some mediocre hands, we need some stronger hands to balance that out. As played, could have gone in pre-flop anyway. If he did elect to open, Kolev may have gone for the send. Nice double for the Brazilian, back to 28 million.
Yeah, very nice from Aquino. Steadies the ship. Really enjoying watching him, right? He is spicy, he can mix up his lines.
Got a great table presence
really
as well.
Tricky, yeah, very tricky customer. Loving watching him. Also, we said he'd come top 3 or 13th or 14th. And he was right on the precipice of it. He's back. Yeah, very nice hand. As we take a little pause for breath. Very much feels that way, that last 40 minutes or so.
It's been the whole session, to be fair, Andrew. Like, it started off with a boom and it's just continued throughout. Fireworks across the featured table for the session.
Yeah, round to Kolev. Did receive a body blow a few moments ago. 10-7 here in the small.
Yeah, going to complete here, expect.
Yeah.
Going to be over to Idemir. He's going to have a clear as day jam with the ace-jack.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was quite so shallow. Idemir going to be thrilled to find ace-jack here. Actually somewhat unhappy to not be setting ourselves.
Yeah, so all in for 8-9 BBs.
Yeah, every one of these pots, Jay, just absolutely critical. Picking up 2 million plus an additional 400. Nice time to find it. We'll see if Lasuski can do the same. He is super short now. Forced to commit 1.6 million of his remaining 5.8.
Yeah, too much money. No, it's okay. That's long. Take one more. Take one more, yeah. No, okay. We have too much chips, so it's free. Yeah.
Faster, faster.
So we've got the final 20 minutes of the session. That will take us to the first break of the day. Will we get the outer table on when we're back, Andrew, or will we just keep this table because we're so close to the final table?
Oh, I think it will change.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it.
Marcetic here. Calls with the king-queen. One that we could potentially attack with, especially Brechelov going to be opening super wide. Good combo to use as a 3-bet bluff.
I kind of don't mind mixing a flat. I hear where you're coming from for sure.
We don't even need to go big, Andrew. We can just go for like 2.5x.
Sure. One benefit is I think Brechelov, you know, he's quite an aware player and he's going to recognize, oh, what's happened here? Lasuski has just put it in.
And the thing about this, we only have 6 big blinds, so essentially we have no fold equity. We're always going to be getting called in at least one spot here. It's quite awkward here for Brechelov because we still got Marcetic behind. Brechelov could fold.
Yeah, I mean, you might... Yeah, and he does get a hand that dominates him out.
But Marcetic has to call now because of the price he's getting. And this is the problem. We have no fold equity here as Lasowski. Like, so much better to play defend, flop some equity, and then play the stop and go. But here we are all in and at risk for tournament life with the Jack-10 offsuit.
Yes.
Well then, Lasuski, the wheels have come off, but can he reattach them? Spanner and wrench in hand, looking for a jack or a 10. Did manage to dislodge a king 10, and there we go. Finds a jack, followed by 2 6s. Vaults into the lead. Marcetic, a lot of backdoor potential, and that is one of them. 9 of spades on the turn. We do, of course, know 2 of the 10s are gone. Can he find it? Ace of Hearts River and our resident firecracker, Lasuski, back in business. Wow.
The wheels are firmly attached.
They are back on. Little bit of elbow grease. Loving watching him. Hard to begrudge him, Jay. It's been a rough old ride.
You can get one.
Any man that can find a 4-bet with Queen 7 off and time it impeccably.
I would love to see a chip graph of, how it's gone up and down. It looked like a heart rate. A man with arrhythmia in the hospital. My goodness. We are down to 13, guys. Lost another one on the outer table. So another pay jump in progress. Next player out will receive $27,000. We are on an 8K pay jump. Another look at the Kryptonite trophies. Beautiful. We will be awarding that big one in the middle on the final day of our coverage on the 12th. MPP main event. 5K buy-in, 5 million guaranteed. Day 1B in progress out in the main ballroom.
I didn't see, sorry. I thought it was...
Marcetic now, ace-queen from under the gun.
With the big line here.
Opens to 2 big blinds. Been such a rough session for Matagi. Aquino's already folded. Matagi with a Jack-8. Think he's V-pipped one hand and one hand only of what I can recall this entire session. Inamis should be getting out the way with Jack-10 offsuit on the button. Lasowski will do the same in the small. Over to Brechelov, 4-3 offsuit. And as the chip leader in the tournament, and with just 13 players remaining in this field, fine to defend this, can get involved wider than anyone else as the big stack.
Yeah, and 4 in the window, 2 9s behind it. does flop best. Relatively dry board for Marcetic. Figures to have the best hand very often. Gonna go for a little bit of a perceived value bet / protection stab. 1.3.
1-7.
1-4, excuse me. Decision point on Breshilov.
I think we just play cool, Andrew. I think versus MP or LP, maybe then we can start doing some raising. But looks like he is going to go for the bump
I thought
it
he
up
might.
here.
I think it's one of those hands, Jay, that sort of, you know, we do have 2 pair. It can be tricky to play this down the streets. Maybe just try and target a bet fold type hand. I hear you, though, from under the gun. It's
the thing
a
about
little risky.
These spots at this stack depth, I find it so difficult to navigate turns once we're called. I struggle to know what to do on certain turn cards, whether to now play check, whether to block small, whether to bet big. I think it becomes difficult to know how to proceed after we do get met with a call. And here is Marcetic coming in with that call with position.
Here we go. Pot 13 million. Marcetic 16 million back. And what a turn that is for Breshilov. On the list of turns he wanted, very high up there. Improves to a full house.
Yeah, not only a good turn for Breshilov, though, also a good turn in theory for Marcetic.
Great
because
turn.
The main value that our opponent's representing on the flop is this 9x holding now. These have reduced drastically once the trip 9s are on the board.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Marcetic, of course, also going to have all of the overpairs, which in theory Breshilov won't have. I like this. 2.7, you know, try and get a hand like King, Queen of Diamonds, stuff like this. Queen, Jack of Diamonds. You know, King, Queen of Hearts type hands. Ace, Queen.
And I think Marcetic here with Ace, Queen probably going to call once more here, Andrew, just because this price, again, we still beat some diamond stuff.
Yeah, I think we have to.
Like, if our Ace and Queen are live, we've got the option to find 6 outs. Could also find a 9 as well, obviously, for the quads on the board. Just think this one may be too good on this turn to be folding now.
Oh, this is fun.
And he's going to come with call.
And here we go. Massive river in the context of this tournament incoming.
Regardless of river, though, do expect 100% check now from Breshilov here, Andrew. Just a hand that we're never getting another street from worse with. Our opponent still has all these pocket pairs that are ahead of us in his range. So I think it's one we just check and put our hands together and pray for the check back.
And he does check it over. Now, Marcetic does have showdown of sorts. You know, he may think that there are better hands to turn into a bluff. Hands like the King X that have floated flop and turn. But you're not going to love bluffing them, Jay, right, if they contain diamonds. But he is going to knuckle it. And Breshilov just having the time of his life on this feature. Marcetic devastated to see his opponent flip over that 4.
71 million, so just shy of 90 big blinds at this stage of the tournament. It is a stack and a half. And we throw it back again, Andrew. That's 6's hand. Ace, Queen suited.
Insane.
If the Ace, Queen suited calls like it's supposed to, he could be out the door. He's out in 16th, and now chip leader with 13 players left, playing for just shy of half a milli. $468,000.
Yeah, I like to call it sliding doors moments in poker tournaments. You know, 1 or 2 decisions either way from your opponents really can define where you finish up. And here we go, Matagi, being incredibly patient, finally finds something to run with.
No other option here. Have to go with this one, as Matagi could potentially leave ourselves a chip back as we are on a ladder, see if anything occurs on an outer table.
All in.
That is just going to go with the open shove.
Yeah, chips committed, 4.5 million of them from Motagi. Oh, wow, and Lasuski, well, his race is not run, Jay. Gonna be going with this one, you'd have to imagine. And deciding to ISO rather than call, sends in the chips.
I think ISO going to be fairly standard with this one for 15 of our stack. And Motagi sees the bad news. Going to need some help to keep his tournament dream alive.
And just like that, Lasuski, if you can hold here, going to be close to 20 mil. Vahid Motagi at risk. Can he get there? Does see the 9 of clubs. Unfortunately for him, followed by a king and a 6, no club. Looking for a 10 for that immediate get-out clause. Can't find it on the turn. 3 of hearts rolls off the deck. A 10 or a 10 only, or Vahid Motagi is out in 13th. Is the 6 of diamonds completing the board. We do lose him in 13th place. Fantastic run, Jay. Field of over 1,500 players. Gonna take home $27,000. We wish him well.
Yeah, kind of feel for him as well, because it's a huge spot coming
Just
into this
dealt
day.
out, right?
And just, dealt out, as you say, bottom of the barrel distribution, could not get dealt a hand, lost the flip, ace-queen versus tens, first 15 minutes of the day, couldn't get involved in a pot after that, and then just runs into the ace-jack there for his last 5.5 BBs. Such a brutal game. Like, you come in with high hopes and you just get dealt trash, and all you can do is fold.
And look at Lasuski. You gotta love him. Really has kept that sunny demeanor. I'm not sure how. The whole way through, I'd have been sitting there fuming at myself. But he is back. And he's gonna be a threat, Jay, right? If he gets those chips back.
Of course.
We know that he's aggressive. Oh.
Before the fold, you fold your card. Before.
Can I have ace queen?
Okay.
A little bit of a talking to dealt out there from our floorman Seb. I think one of the players revealed a bit of information.
I think it was a hand before. Aquino folded out a turn. He was second to act. He thought he was under the gun. And I think it could have been to do with that, just letting him know.
I know you don't have it.
Play and flow.
Gotcha.
So funny.
So easy to do, though. Like, we've all done it. Someone's played poker a lot. To fold out a turn, just not realise that the person on your right hasn't acted yet. And here he comes again. I'd be surprised to see him not open this one.
He's
Papito.
what is happening here?
Again, Hollywood. Give one more.
A little
Time
confusing. Using a time bank. Believe we have 12 left. No pay jumps active.
It does just seem like pretty clear open from cut-off. King 9 suited off a 24.
And the small blind call with
There must be something going on that we are not privy to. And he's gonna mix in a limp.
Okay.
And you know what? Don't hate it. Got a very aggressive player on his direct left. Perhaps doesn't want to find himself in another one of those 3-bet pot confrontations. He's probably going to get ISO'd. No. Okay. Breshalov deciding. Content to over limp.
Oh, good.
Perhaps recognizing that Lasuski spicy enough to limp shove sometimes, Jay, maybe part of the thought process.
Yeah, potentially that. And we've also got a nice hand that would bring like the small blind in with like 9-4 of hearts. The big blind would check with some hearts that we dominate as well. Always nice to keep some hands in that we can call up.
I've given up predicting Lasuski. Well, flops best, middle pair, king kicker, backdoor spades. Marsetic comes up completely empty. Not a lot working for Breshilov either.
Understand? Strategy. Use strategy.
Lasuski decides to probe. Shade over quarter pot. This one's going to get the job done. Well, the wheels are back on. The engine is being primed. I'll try and think of some more car-related puns for the next time he rakes a pot.
25%.
Credit to him, Jay. He's here to win it. Right? Lots of players are just not gonna find the sort of turbocharged, let's get after it strategy.
Like, he's the type of player that could have 100 million in an hour or just be out the door. He's that kind of guy.
We've got a few of them. So we are down to 12, guys. If you are just joining us, EAPT Grand Final. Final day. Myself, Jay, and Mr. James Dempsey will be covering the action all the way to crowning a champion later this evening. Hope you guys are enjoying. And if you're able, if you're watching, we would like to build and continue to build this channel on DTD Player and on YouTube. Give us a little like, click that button.
Subscribe.
Subscribe away. You know, we want to bring you more live coverage like this in the future. The best way for us to do that is to continue to grow the channel. So please, if you're able, flex that index finger. Well, speaking of flexing, we'll get back to this. Marsetic shoves the small, 11 million, 14 bigs, decides king 8, good enough. Oh, from the button.
He put the big blind on front of me. Because of this, I fold the hand. Yeah, no, but it's not my mistake.
Oh.
He put the big blind in front of me. Because of this, I fold my hand. You can see on the camera.
Yeah, but it's still your mistake, because you can see where the button is in theory.
Okay.
Yeah, it's less, but it's still...
So I think that Aquino may be on a penalty, Andrew, so that's why the king 8 has just sent it in there. Perhaps dead small blind, was that the case?
I'm not sure.
Excuse me, Steve.
You sure?
Either that or the big blind, I think, of Kolev might have been moved in front of Aquino. Strange one. Not entirely sure. We'll keep an eye on it. Marsetic, in any case, got it through.
7 million, huh? 7 million. 7 million.
What do you want from me? You want all in?
Now then, Marsetic, pocket kings, Jay, in the cutoff.
What do you do?
Beautiful hand to find. Gonna come in for the min. Yeah, I think Aquino, I believe the big blind just got placed in front of him and it made Marsetic jam because he thought he was blind on blind. And so Aquino a little frustrated because he thinks the button wouldn't, Marsetic wouldn't open jam unless he thought it was blind on blind. I think.
I thought it was going back to the other hand that was like 3-4 hands ago.
Oh, hard enough.
This one's getting through, or at least it should be.
Yeah, it's very unappetizing spot. I mean, he is so short.
Yeah, actually, yeah, 8 bigs.
It's not impossible to just look to realize here, but I don't mind this. You can still spin your stack up. Better spots, Idemir decides. Unfortunately for Marsetic, no action with a hand as strong as kings.
Approaching first break of the day, so maybe 2 more hands. That'll take us to a quick 15.
Yeah,
How we doing?
I will be taking my first respite of this beautiful day.
Is it going to be healthy, Andrew? Is it going to be gym, swim, or is it going to be off to the buffet, sit outside in the sun?
Have you ever seen in the Rocky movies where you get the old montage of him doing his training?
Yep. That's going to be you in the next 2 hours.
No, obviously not. I was just wondering if you'd seen Rocky.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
No, you know what? I'm being good. I've been behaving myself. I'll go and find myself some food, a little refreshment.
Good.
Little walk around, let you and James call the action for the next couple of hours.
Good afternoon to those in the YouTube streets. Foreign Products says, how much for first? $468,000 for this one. And Young S says, Jack 10 off, GTO shove. Talking about the 5BB shove from Lasowski in the big.
Right.
If you are enjoying the coverage on DTD Player, guys, and you are subscribed, there's a little bell next to the subscribe button. You can set notifications on, so every time we do go live on stream, you will be notified via your device, and you can just click the link and be straight with us.
All in pass, yeah.
Yes.
Jack 3 off you. All in?
Yeah, all in against this guy.
Well, based on the action we've seen so far, why wouldn't you?
4, 5.
There's still 12 remaining, guys. They are about to go on their first break of the day.
First card was 3. Second one, Jack.
So this is the last hand.
Last hand, yeah? Last hand.
And what a starter for the day we've had, Andrew.
Amazing.
What a table the first 2 hours. There's been so
stuff.
many talking points. Mentioned we could have a highlight reel for just this session.
Yeah, Breshilov, Aquino, Lasowski, all being deep in the mix.
15 minutes break in the grand final.
Fortunately for Idemir, not going to find a hand to go with pre-break. And here we go, Lasowski.
Play TV after?
King 10, more than strong enough to commit chips to this pot.
Yeah, probably just wants to complete here versus aggressive opponent, though, with the chip lead as well, having us covered. Does opt for complete. It seems like a beautiful one to be checking here as Brechilov.
Yeah, like this. Spicy opponent in the small. Gonna just take a look at 3. And that 3 is all Lasowski.
1 BB, hand done potentially. Maybe one we could check as well.
Yeah. Coming after it. And that should be that.
It does go for the 1 big blind stab. Lasowski was down to 5 milli, back to 24. What a roller coaster session for him. Up to 43, down to 5, back to 24.
Yep, as we take a quick look at those chip counts heading into the first break of the day. Breshilov, sensational feature table performance from him. 85 blinds, likely outright tournament chip leader, 70 million. Then we have Aquino, Lasowski, 2 real firecrackers, sitting around 30 bigs. Kolev and Marketic on the Midland stacks, and Idemir with work to do. So with that in mind, guys, first break of the day. Jay and James will be back in around about 15 minutes' time. Please join us then.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he's sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No call.
Here we go. Horst snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going. I don't know. That might
put you on tilt.
That might set me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music. Based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain. Yeah.
There you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm 1 step ahead of you, Demps. Speaking of being 1 step ahead, Melchizedek has been 1 step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have 1 move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow!
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
He might have
8-9.
flopped it.
Is that 8-9?
I think he might
Oh,
have
it's
flopped.
top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2 pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it, and that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
Always frustrating, of course, when you try and execute said limp. Don't get to C3.
9 plus.
Round 2, God's Danker. Pocket 6s. +1. Very likely to be in there with this one.
Yeah, man doesn't need 2 6s to enter a pot. So already a Jack-6 suited from this sort of seat. Of course, it was the 2 6s that he did the damage against earlier with his ace-9 offsuit when he came out with a rather creative turn at check raise bluff. With the lone ace of spades. Stoica finds the 10s. Here we go. Gonna get to rip this one in for 11 blinds. And one assumes, given the bounty nature of this, given that Guzdanka's had a little sand thrown in his face, that he may elect to just run. Burton wakes up with the hooks behind. Stoica, how cold is this?
My goodness.
And now Burton with a real decision point here, right? He gets to call here and allow Guzdanka to perhaps go bananas behind. Does he call here and just fold if Guzdanka goes bananas behind? Because, hey, like, I have to have a pretty strong hand here, cold calling 11 blinds.
Right.
Does he ever click it to sway Guzdanka? Or is the nature of the fact that the 3-bet is 2 11 blinds big enough already?
I think 50, right? We're 50 big blinds here, effective. Jack's probably strong enough to just rip it in.
Wow, okay.
I think it's very close, James. I think if we have 40 here, we wouldn't call and then fold to jam. I think
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sort of gone for the clicky.
Pass.
6 plus.
Melchizedek would have had a decision.
Plus.
Instead gets saved. Gabisa.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well, this is grim because he was loving the action until now with just that shallow stack in the big blind. And this may factor into this, right? You think, all right, because Danka's gone after this big blind. Because it's a shallow stack, we are playing a bounty.
Right.
So, Stoica probably plays his hand as the value range that it is. Because, hey, he's only got 11 blinds himself, doesn't have much fold equity. But Burton could be that little bit lighter with that in mind.
Yeah.
The fact that Guzdanka is raising here with a really high frequency.
And there's just so much money in the pot. I mean, we have 7 blinds, James. Of course, ace-queen figures to be in a lot worse shape than it is. We can see it's in fantastic shape against these 3 holdings.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at this and...
We only have 1 time bank, by the way, James, I think. So
Wow.
He's not got long to make this critical decision.
I think...
Might time out here.
Kind of cry fold this one.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Obviously, we can see that in this instance, he would have wanted to be in there. Guzdanka's showing, hey, look, I wasn't in with nothing. Stoica's going to get the very bad news.
It just feels like ace-queen wins this hand every time as well. There's just going to be no justice.
Yeah, well, if that's the discussion going on there, Burton kind of looking in Gabisa's direction.
What a spot for Burton. For a bounty and to get to around 40 million.
10's alive, hence the 27% equity. We see it there. There are 2 10s left in this deck as we head to the turn. He's happy with the ace queen so far. Wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, desperate to see another brick. Can Stoica find one of the remaining 10s?
No, he can't. Wow, what a collection of hands. Melchizedek had ace jack of diamonds in there. Gabisa had ace queen of clubs. We had 2 jacks, 2 10s, and 6s.
My head shape doesn't suit a cap, you see.
Like I say, Gabisa, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like the shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen, very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James, but he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and here we go, Dems.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek
again.
It's
a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rudsar here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rudsar that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand, maybe, we feel. Was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Flipping for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Rudsar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot. Late night finish last night at 4 AM. Come back today at midday and then play.
No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hand stamps, but is openable.
Welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party EAPT Grand Final, and it is the final day of that event. We are down to the final 12. I am, of course, James Dempsey, joined by Jayhwad. I say joined. I'm the one joining you.
Yes.
You've been taking the reins of this one thus far with Mr. Headley. We sent him off to get a much-deserved break, and, well, I come along to find we're down to 12, but that doesn't quite tell the whole story, because you've both been quite excited about a little hand we saw before the break.
Not just one hand, James. There has been probably 5 or 6 hands in the last session that could make their own highlight reel. It's been that good a session, and just hoping for more of the same. In the next couple of hours, leading us up to the final table. Blinds now 500k, 1 million. Top of the shop at this table, Adrian Strobel, Christopher Putz with 42 big blinds, Dmitry Levin, Sisman Bala, Almas Omarov, and Andrei Patachuk.
Yeah, Andrei Patachuk kind of gone the wrong way from where we saw him late last night. Was certainly in the ascendancy. Christopher Putz, obviously a player like Patachuk with a lot of pedigree. We are playing for a whopping $468,000 up top, which makes these kind of hands, just referencing the Queen 7 heroic bluffs, just all the more impressive, doesn't it?
It's just been crazy stuff that's been ongoing to kick off the day. I'd love to see more of the same, James, but it's hard to sort of beat the session we've just had with the antics we had from Aquina, the antics we had from Lewandowski. It was all going down on the table. These guys are coming to the feature. The lads we just watched gone to the outer, and 3 players away from that final table.
Yeah, we are at that critical stage in a poker tournament. I don't profess to be an expert in ICM, but I do understand that this is where ICM gets to its biggest, right, as we lead into that final table.
I think with ICM, it's not about understanding every single spot and the intricacies, but understanding the concept and knowing that it's there, and just recognizing when we have like one of these middling stacks, we need to play tighter. When we have the big stack, we can play wider, and just being aware of all stack sizes around the table, important.
And of course, at the other table,
yes,
as we get closer, when we, especially we're at 10 left, final table of 9, you really do want to be aware of how many chips are being played with at the other table. Here we go then, cards back in the air. Umarov, Bala, Putz, Strobel, Patachuk, Levine, the Warriors at this one. Patachuk just looks fresh all the time, kind of referencing last night how just young he looks, how unwithered, given his pedigree, his experience in the biggest of events.
Going to be an open from Levin with the King 7 suited from hijack, making it 2 million. We are 6-handed, 2 tables of 6.
Hey, Jay, would these players have got much rest last night? Your kind of mind's spinning a bit. You go to bed last night, you know you're back in pretty short order. Of course, everyone's staying on site.
Yep.
Not like they have to travel, but is it down to how you finished last night even? Like if you had a good end, you sleep well and...
I feel like in these spots, when you wake up and you see what you're playing for at the start of the day, if you are a bit tired, when you sat at the table, the adrenaline kicks in, and that's what gets you through, and the tiredness just seems to surpass. And I think when there's this amount of money up top, even if you have a bad night's sleep, once you're actually down there at the table, the adrenaline kicks in and off we go.
Maybe we dump that adrenaline upon busting or winning and have a really good sleep tonight. Certainly a game that favours the young man. These long poker events. Of course, we are on to day 3. The clock extending ever so slightly on day 3. Hour-long levels give us that little bit more play. We see here the average stack has dipped to just 26 blinds, but understandable given everything we just said about how ICM becomes such a big factor.
Let me see it right there from the cut-off. Jack 10 suited, 12 big blinds, going for fold. Like in terms of chips, one that's going to print, going with the all-in.
Yeah.
I think even with ICM at this stage, a hand that could have potentially gone for shove. They're going to take the tighter approach and leaves room for Strobel in the small to set Patachuk all in.
This is it. This is, as we like to call, collision equity. You fold here, you can trust Strobel's going to do this a lot from the small with a very wide range, and Patachuk's going to call off X% of the time. I don't know exactly what part of the range he calls with, and then Strobel runs that hand down a reasonable percent. So just by folding, you create a scenario where you could see Patachuk busted. Obviously, we're not on a direct pay jump, but that bit closer to the final table.
Yeah, this is actually really grim for Patachuk here, because I think like Jack 10 suited might find its way in, Queen Jack suited would definitely be a call for 8, even at this stage with ICM, but maybe this one just slightly too weak here. But Strobel with his stack should be shoving significantly wide here. Like, we'll have some 8-9 suited, some Jack 8 suited, some 9-7 suited, stuff that we can still dominate, and against like the Ace-X with 2 live cards, still going to have a nice 40%, but maybe this Jack 9 suited just a pip too low for Padachuk.
It's an interesting point. And of course, Padachuk feeling ICM pressure for sure, but less than those middling stacks,
yes,
right? Because he does expect to come, even if he makes the final table, maybe 9th a lot. So the increase in his payout, not as severe. But also, I guess, some things to consider in these huge field tournaments. Maybe a player like Padachuk, with the experience he has and his perceived edge, maybe would also find maybe just a slightly tighter fold there.
Yep, that's a great point to make. When you feel like you've been here before and you're experienced in these spots and you have a small edge on the field, do veer towards the tighter sides when we are calling off for our tournament life. Especially
if you're of the belief that maybe some players are going to get it in too liberally. Obviously, I wonder, you know, Bala folded the Jack 10 suited there, you pointed out, so that's not a case in point, but there may have been times where players are jamming too much here and would encourage us to fold slightly tighter. Christopher Puetz, 2 9s. Big hand for the big stack.
That's just a nice, easy open. Gonna make it 2 BBs.
Welcome to all of you streaming us here on the DTD Player YouTube channel. I know we are available on other channels, but myself and Jay have got a keen eye on the chat on that specific channel. So if you do want to throw us a question, please do head on over there.
Yeah, and Levin here probably just wants to let this one go 10-4 suited. In terms of chips, yes, can defend any suited 2, facing 2 BBs from the big, but with that ICM factor in there, 2 tables left, just lets it go. And raise and take for puts.
Almost good.
Yeah.
Another beautiful day here in the Mediterranean. And not just because it's day 1B of the MPP main event, but because the sun is shining, the wind has died down once more.
Yeah, it does look nice out there today.
It's beautiful.
Sea looks lovely.
I didn't get a chance to get in. I was kind of... Had a lunch outside. I went for a wander, had another coffee out by the sea, but no swim for me today just yet.
Probably going to see fold here from Balak. Can't do anything with this one from Gun.
Right. Jack 10 suited from the cutoff wasn't played, so it makes sense that this one be folded. But understandable, burning some time here. Just trying to play fewer hands on this table than the outer. Always going to be an advantage. See, the big stacks obviously less inclined to play those fewer hands, but the likes of Padachuk, Bala, makes sense for them to take a bit of time. Padachuk here with an ace on the button, and that shortest stack, Jay.
Yeah. Got to go this one for Padachuk. No questions asked. Ace on the button, 7.5 BBs. Clear as day jam.
Again, though, it makes sense, doesn't it, to burn his 30 seconds?
Yeah, of course.
Probably leave even some chips back. Maybe that's on a pure bubble would have left maybe a chip back just to be able to burn clock if he needs it. Although I still feel like if I'm trying to waste time, I might as well just go for the max and leave a chip back. And
to be fair, the best place to be when you are looking to waste time is the feature table. Things are done slightly slower, obviously, with the production. Flops are dealt slower, so we get to commentate on them. Hands are played slightly slower, so best place to be, the feature table, when
maybe a slight advantage,
you're looking for ladders, looking to burn that clock down.
He told me it was short.
Padachuk, one of our short stacks, but can't write this man off. 5.5 million in live earnings in his career.
Yeah, recent deep run here, just back in March in the Carmen series. A man who's become a reg here, as well as, of course, across the globe, playing in a lot of Merit events. And we referenced last night, if I recall, his very first live cash in his career, coming all the way back in 2010 at Merit. So not many people have been playing at Merit longer than this man. Although, it doesn't look like he was old enough.
He's doing something right to look like that at an age of probably like 33, 34 years of age.
Yeah, living clean.
And the puts just probably going to be raise and take here for him. These spots are actually really interesting, James, because if Bala had like 6, 7 BBs here, could plausibly defend because we get to play a lot of stop and goes, get to realise equity to river, but offer just shy of 10. I think just got to get out of the way. Same scenario, chips valuable at this point, hoping for some ladders, something to occur on outer. But we'll see. He may want to get involved. We're a 4.5 to 1 price.
Yeah, let's let it go. And yeah, I see what you're saying there. Obviously, it's kind of it's bad to call here and end up going broke if we flop a 4. But if we've got 5 or 6 blinds, calling going broke with a 4,
not as bad.
Is okay, isn't it? I mean, it's never okay. We don't want to go broke. It's the complete opposite objective of what we're trying to do here today. Reminder, this is the EAPT. 1,500 plus players have been whittled down to just 12. But 12 does not go into 9. We are 3 away from setting that final table. Of course, if you do have a routing interest on the outer table, maybe you're watching the first 2 hours of the stream and you want to see how those guys are getting on, we do have updates out on Poker News. We'll be giving you information on that outer table, as well as, of course, the full payouts if you're interested in seeing them.
Yeah, nice is from Amaro, finding it for 8BB, suited king on the button, just the blinds to get through, looking to pick up blinds and ante, and we'll do exactly that.
You love that when puts it just casually flicks up the first card. Didn't seem that enthused. I'm guessing it was the deuce you looked at first. If you look at the first one, it's the king. You start to get a bit squeezy for the 8 blinds. There's a lot of outs for the call.
Just catching up in the YouTube street, Sam Hodge says, the redhead off the main table, Dan, my prediction is him to come first. Forgot his name, sorry, that was Lewalski, the Polish man that was, sorry, not Polish, was you? I forgot the nationality, but that was the Queen 7 off 4-bet bluff man. He actually found 2 4-bet bluffs in the space of 15 minutes last session, but not a bad shout for someone to win this one. We did say he could have 100 million or be out in the next half hour the way he was playing.
There you go. Artyom Lewalski, I believe, from Belarus.
Belarus, that's the one.
Neighbouring. Bala, ace-9. Yeah. Wink at the dealer. Say thank you very much for this.
It's always great when you look down and you've just got a nice spot where you know what to do, always pretty clear. It's like when you get something that's close and it's right on the line, can be annoying.
Yeah. It's obviously a nice one in the sense that I'm sure he's just wanting to get folds here.
Of course,
because of the ICM scenario. Well, we'll come back to them because Crystal Putz is not going to be folding. Surely ace-jack in the small. Of course, the thorn in his side is the other big stack to his left, wielding a not dissimilar stack to him, which I guess leans him with ace-jack into kind of just a cool scenario, isn't it? You can feel fairly confident the man behind is going to play pretty honest here, because it is a 9 big blind jam. He's not calling particularly wide here from the small. And he can trap, right? If he has aces, kings, you just play ranges cool.
Yeah, maybe we just play cool entire range for that reason here with what we want to continue with as puts. And he's going to do exactly that. Over to Strobel, who will be getting out of here.
He's at 9.1, right?
Here we go then. Bala at risk with the inferior hand. A little unfortunate to run into this, but we've seen bigger hands outdrawn than ace-jack v ace-9 for 20 mil. Flop is clean. No backdoor equity, bar the running double pair up on board for a chop. So Bala is in dire need here Two of the 9 still live in the deck. One pull. Or he will finish in 12 for $35,000. And that is exactly his fate. Taps of the table. Simon Bala, GG's, my man.
Yeah, not much Simon can do there. Got to get it in with ace-9 for that stack size. Unfortunately, just running into the better hand behind in the blind. Still a nice payday, $35,000.
Fantastic. 17.5 buy-ins every time you play a game and you win 17.5 buy-ins. You have to be objectively happy. Of course, in the moment, you've made day 3, 12 left. But like you say, it was a no-brainer. You kind of, well, I got dealt ace-9. Yep. I got dealt out of the tournament. I didn't make a big mistake.
I think that's the most important thing about this game is try not to look at the result, try and look at how you've played the hand and trying to play every hand as best you possibly can in any given situation. Try not to think about the result too much. It's hard to do, though, as a poker player. It's so hard to do.
Speeding. Watch out, watch out.
Here we go, then. 11 remain. 2 away from that FT. Everyone's equity in this tournament just moved up a smidge.
So over to puts out the way and gonna probably just be a jam here for Strobel with Padachuk sitting short.
Yeah, we saw it the orbit before. And we see it again. This time Padachuk with a much easier fold in the 6-3-0. I see Grand Casino in the chat cheering on Puertz and Strobel. Sam Hodge pointing out it's a very young-looking field. It really is.
It is.
Exactly what I was saying.
I think this table though, the outer table, we got a few older gentlemen on there.
I mean, dare I say it, Jay, you start to look a bit senior in this lineup.
Yeah,
on this table.
I would. It's actually really interesting, the contrast. I know you weren't with us the first couple of hours of the 2 tables, though. Like this table, the outer table we saw first session, it was just fireworks.
Do we have, is that Martic?
It is Martic.
Leaving the table, handshakes from the rail. So he looks to me as if he's just finished in 11th place, getting his ticket. A man who had some moves last night when you and I were in the booth together.
He did.
Made an incredible bluff, making Padachuk fold aces and Boris fold king queen. Yeah. Kolev king queen on that king queen high board. It was like
mono, wasn't it?
I don't think he was running that bluff if he knew the holdings up against, because they kind of had the best hands they could ever fold, and they don't necessarily have to fold them. But it was a saucy one. So then, 10 left. Final table bubble is upon us.
You know that microphone is on, right? Okay, actually, I really don't care.
Hot mics.
Yeah, so just going to give Levin a walk there, Padachuk.
I don't think there's a...
But complete contrast to first session, James. Like the outer table now, what was going on first session compared to this table, it's just polar opposite, honestly. Not really going to any flops here, raising takes, going multi-way last session, 3 bets, 4 bets thrown in.
I was going to say, obviously, we see the average stack is about to, is up to 31 million, I guess, with that bust stat, right, with 10 players left. So this table may be a little shorter, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
We've seen the 2 big stacks here, just a little over 40 mil, not particularly significantly above average. I think Padachuk just, there's a part of me, of course, Puertz having just eliminated Bala has 56 million, but still less than double average, which is, there's going to be bigger stacks on the other table at this stage of a tournament. You're going to have some monsters out there. Padachuk, Queen 10 of clubs on the button. On this FT bubble, and I saw him inquiring as to, hey, are we hand for hand now with the other table? And I think he got the answer, no, we're not. We're not going hand for hand on this farm table bubble, which is, you know, entirely plausible. Some places will, some places won't. And what you mentioned earlier, you know, he's hyper aware of this, taking the maximum amount of time, and also being on this feature table, it does play that fraction slower, so maybe it's his advantage as a short stack.
Yeah, and just this shows experience as well, James, just leaving that half a milli behind, just recognising situation. If something occurs on outer with no hand for hand, we can get our tank on, use some banks potentially out up.
Yeah, $10,000 the jump, 5 buy-ins between 10th and 9th, exactly that. Obviously never folding that hand, but... And you do get fresh time banks at the final table here at Merit, so you get additional, I believe. I don't think it's like it's a top-up. So if you've got lots, you get more. If you have none, you get some.
Okay.
So certainly a good time to use some there, potentially, if that situation had arisen and you took action.
Okay.
So Strobel under the gun here. With the ace-10, we are 5-handed, so effective hijack. Should see open.
Open he does. 2 blinds. Jay, are you a bucket hat man?
I'm not a bucket hat man. I've never worn a bucket hat. I wear hats, but they're always caps. I have a collection of caps, but never a bucket hat.
So you're more Padachuk than you are Levine. Levine, of course, made a great call at the end of play last night for his tournament life on the river with just top pair on a 3-heart board. Thriving since then, up to 37 million. And it looks like he himself kind of recognizing that, hey, look, I've only got a little bit above average. I've got some tough players on this table with big stacks. Maybe I want to burn some time as well and just get to that FT, get a fresh seat draw.
Always say the clock is your friend at this stage of the tournament. It makes you EV from tanking, although it's minute. It actually does, just from taking that little bit of extra time. And it seems like everyone has caught on because Umarov getting his tank on as well with his 8 big blind stack.
This is the spot where, you know, I wouldn't say you need to go hand for hand, but FT. But if both tables were kind of cottoned on and doing this, then I think this is a spot where it'd be nice if. And it may well be the case that the tournament directors will be like, hey, let's just go hand for hand. You guys will get more play then. It will benefit everyone if we just play more hands and there is no incentive to tank.
Interesting one for puts here with the ace king. Always going to be 3-betting here. Just comes down to size. Probably around 7 milli here. Probably go for the 3.5x.
Still, obviously, a little scary, isn't it? The prospect of potentially getting 45 million if you're 55 million in play here, but ace king so much hand, isn't it?
5-handed as well. It's just one of them. Well, he goes for 9 million, goes for the 4.5x here.
I think it's respecting that Strobel has opened, albeit short-handed from the first seat. Just want to size up a little bit more, dissuade some peels. Doesn't want to play those post-flop pots. We just mentioned it's so much better for him if he just takes this down here. Oh, is this? Pardon me, of course, Strobel was the opener. I suddenly realised his interest has peaked, but of course we can see ace-10. Not the kind of hand that's want to go here, but you don't want to second guess too much. You saw some stuff, I'm sure, a minute ago where you thought Queen-7 was about to hit the pin. And
it's a nice takedown from puts, 4.5x, gets it done. The thing is, at this stage of the tournament, like, that's the size we'd choose, like, day one from out of position. But with the ICM implications, everything tends to be scaled down. So if we'd usually 3-bet 4x, we now go 3.5x. We usually c-bet third, we now c-bet quarter. Usually c-bet half, we go 40%. It's just at this stage of the tournament, everything tends to be scaled down. As we got a quick glimpse of the outer table there.
Little hand going on down the streets there, so they are battling on the outer. As you suggested, maybe that theme would continue.
Yeah, interesting one for Levine. Maybe slightly too wide to be opening. Is going to get after it.
Ooh, poor timing, because Umarov has woken up with a dream scenario, albeit he probably wishes he had more than 8.5 blinds, because he knows he is going to be at risk a lot here, 3-bet jamming that stack. There aren't many hands that fall to 8.5, but Queen-7 May well be one of those. Let's see.
Great. 8 million.
Nice. Leaving back some chips again. Just clock management.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the open now for Levine. Just seeing the stacks behind, we're raising into an 8 big blind stack that can reshove. We're raising into 2 covering stacks that can attack us. So maybe slightly too loose here. And Umarov in with the punishment and can't be calling this off, even getting this close to 2-to-1 price.
Yeah, getting...
Well, over 2-to-1.
Yeah, getting 2-to-1, but like you mentioned, obviously, chips non-linear. Happy for that result. Umarov picking up 4.5 million chips without risk. 50% increase to his stack. Here's a question for you lads. What do you think about tanking for a long time? At what time do you call the floor? Well, the problem is, with shot clocks in play, players have 30 seconds, and then they have time banks that are theirs to use as they say fit. So you don't really get to call the clock at this point when the shot clocks are in play.
Is that even a thing, like a shot clock tournament? Anyone ever got the clock called off?
No,
you can't.
You can't. That's the thing. It kind of negates the need for it. I was actually having this conversation this morning about shot clocks. I personally am not a fan of them, but they are kind of, in my mind, a necessary evil, if you will. I think evil may be a strong word, but they do reduce things. Because you see in tournaments without them, sometimes you'll see just egregious tanking. Yeah. And then, obviously, in those situations, you can call the... I've been in a big stack in a tournament before where people are doing that. I understand what they're doing. I say to them, look, I get it. I will be doing the same thing in your seat, but I am going to call the floor on you. And in non-shot clock tournaments, the floor will have the discretion to maybe give a player automatic 10-second countdowns because they've wasted too much time. It's part of the game.
Had a situation. See if Patrick defends this. Come back to that. 6-7 off. Once again, maybe 8, slightly too many. We got like 6. Could be in there and does choose to go. Yeah. But I had a situation last year in Vegas playing a PLO comp. We're on the bubble, quite a decent min cash. It's quite a decent min cash. Player on the table over to me. He, first of all, the floor come over, gave him 30 seconds. Then they gave him 15 seconds. Eventually, he was on a 10-second clock to make each decision just with the floor standing behind him. Yeah. But was just taking the outright proverbial, like just sitting there waiting for someone to call the clock. But I think if players are doing it within reason, it's fine because everyone does it.
I've had that situation, yeah. Again, I kind of to Vegas in that sense where I've been, people start tanking and I've gone, look, I'm not going to call the clock, just don't take the piss, as it were. Like, you take your 20 seconds, whatever, but if you start going over 30 seconds, I'm just going to call the floor on you. And then they're like, okay, well, they don't want the floor called them because they know that will happen. I said, the floor will just put you on a 10-second clock automatically every hand. You won't enjoy that. And people play ball. But I get it. We've also been the short stack where we're just taking as long as possible. Oh, is it on me? Like, what's the action?
Oh, this is going to be interesting because Padachuk here has got a hand that probably wants to be jamming. It's just annoying because with 7.5 BBs, fold equity sort of diminished here, so likely to be getting a call. Yeah,
obviously he'd be raising 6 million more, given a great price. But against a super wide range, or the widest range you'd imagine, against a button open, and Strobel with ace-9, of course. He won't even love this ace-9, because Petacek is supposed to just have it, but it's ace-9. What are we supposed to do? Does move it in. Andrei Petacek now on his feet, checking out the other table, has left that million chip back. Let's see how many time banks he has. Or maybe he's seen they're not playing a hand over there. They're between hands, in which case deciding just to get it in right now. Here we go. He is at risk, but in great shape for the pre-FT double. 18 million chips. Await the victor. If Strobel were to spike, would carry 50 million to that final table. Jack 5 deuce flop, though. Not in his favor. Petacek just stoic. He's seen it all before. Man with, as you mentioned, $5.5 million in live earnings. Not going to be phased here. Turn is safe. Strobel. A minor wound, if he were to miss this river. That's what he's going to do. Still has 32 million. Average stack here with 10 left. This is where Petachuk like counts his chips out really slowly.
Yeah, knock him over. Oops, sorry.
I was nervous when the dealer says the amount. Go, no, I don't think that's right. Can you count it again? All the tricks.
Yeah, but dangerous man now with 18 bigs now gives him room to play some opens rather than just going for the open shove.
8 million.
And one of the most decorated players left in the field.
And Jay, we have a mutual friend in the chat, someone I know you'll be very familiar with in the form of Katie Swift, saying, good afternoon, lads. Great to hear us in the booth. And that's her grind sorted today. Playing online with the stream up. Thank you very much for joining us. And good luck to all of you who are getting a little online session in today. It was nice. I think it's nice to have a little stream up when you're playing, Jay.
Yeah, it is. Katie's always there watching the streams while she's grinding online. Afternoon to you, Swifty.
But that kind of worked in his favor at the dynamic at this table because it has knocked Strobel down a little bit. He was raising ace-5 suited anyway, but I guess he could open a couple more hands now. But he has considerably more than Strobel. And what Levine in the small being the other sort of menacing stack, as it were. Petachuk with 18 blinds, far fewer rejams than he would have had before. And will be an easy pickup for the table chip leader. 468,000 awaits the winner. 45,000 if you make the final. We're currently guaranteed 35k. It is high stakes laddering take placing here at Merit. Top 5 entering the 6-figure club. 6th missing out on that mark, only marginally. Strobel now with the Ducks. Oh. Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but nothing happened. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Petachuk here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but you're never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam that hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited, these suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here. And it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Petachuk has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
Let's see. He's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called. Puts. Putting Petachuk to the test. And... Oh.
What happened if 2 players bust in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, Jay, but he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pot. Padachuk just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited ballways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. No, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Padachuk. But needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Yeah, improved.
I take it.
Give me 10.
There it is. Clean run out. Padachuk continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there, James.
Yeah.
Because if we open shove, puts has got an easy fold, we get this opportunity for our opponent to stick it in light up, apply pressure with their big stack. And now Padachuk, look at this. He had 8 big blinds, 7.5 BBs less than 10 minutes ago. And he's just gone double-double on the FT bubble.
Now, I'm not angling for a piece, Andre, but I came in yesterday. He only had like 10 blinds. Quickly spun it up to a big stack. I then left the booth, loses all his chips. I come back, he's got 10 bigs, spins it up again.
Okay, I'll
just
see what
saying,
you're going with.
If you want to throw a little piece my way to make sure I'm always in here, available. Voice for hire. So, we continue. 10-handed, but one of the most dangerous men in the field now has a dangerous stack.
No one's going to like to see that double up at the table.
Thirty-one. 42 free.
Levine and Padachuk just discussing the other table. Maybe the stack's out there. And Padachuk now with 2 8s under the gun. He's caught heat.
Going to get amongst it again. Opens to 2 milli.
Umarov ace-8 offsuit. One assumes a little too light to put up a fight. Again, we don't know the stacks on the other table. He may have to play really tight here, right? If someone out there has 2 or 3 blinds. Yep. And we did see he was away from the table a moment ago, so he certainly was surveying the landscape.
Exactly what you should be doing.
Here we go. That is that outer table.
And is
well,
it?
hang on. I only see
Kulev.
We are done. That's it. 9 players.
Yeah, we hear them discussing. We are done. 9 players. I'm not sure if it was Kulev out because the players have vacated the seats there. But that is it. We have reached the final table, and Andre Padachuk, the man in frame, has had an incredible spin-up in the last 15 or 20 minutes and is going to bring a big stack to that final table. Christopher Pertz going to do the same. Strobel also over average. Well, maybe bang on average, of course, now with the elimination. There we go. Average stack for the final table, 34,700. So you can see 4 of them here, you would say around average stack. Umarov bringing a short stack. So we are going to take a break as we set this final table, redraw, intros to be done. I am being told that in real time, the final table has not yet commenced. We are on a 1-hour delay, guys. So if you are watching, go take at least an hour, set an alarm, pop back, keep an eye on the stream at that point. I'm sure it won't be much more than an hour till we get action back underway here at Merrick.
It was just 1 hand.
We have seen sort of 20 big blinds shy of.
late night finish last night at 4 AM. Come back today at midday.
I don't understand what they're doing that table.
No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hands, Demps, but is openable. We have seen these sort of 20 big blind stacks shy away from these sort of weak mid-range ace-X. Problematic that you are raising into the chip leader's big blind, right? Something to consider.
They put 2 here, actually.
Yeah, let's get out of the way.
First and second. Oh, one.
We were 3 tables back now.
Another big hand in the small blind.
Yeah.
Now, can God's Danker find the trickiness? I would like to see limp here a lot, Demps. I think the big blind we've seen, he's going to attack very aggressively. Whether God's Danker agrees with my appraisal,
he does.
It would appear that he does. Oh, wow. My goodness.
Wow, 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 wow. They needed far less hand than this to get these in. But as it is, surely we're going to see a big showdown here as Burton going to raise up over this limp, and God's Danker with the true value in pocket jacks as a limp raise hand, one suspects. Is there any way he does anything like clicky?
I like click. I like click for sure. This is one of these, you know, where Burton is going to isolate lots of trash Demps, right? And lots of hands, you know, that are strong and that could... Oh, he's gone very big.
He's gone big, yeah.
5.5x. Wow. Okay, probably no clicking now. Don't think we're going to click over this size too often.
Oh, and a snap, and we have the biggest pot we've seen thus far. 44 million chips in the middle. In the most classic of scenarios, Ace-King versus the 2 jacks. Obviously, we're cheating a little bit today, Andrew. We see the percentages down to just 41 for Burton by virtue of some of the folded cards. So God's Danker in great shape here to double up and basically switch stacks. Here we go.
Does not want to make a set, Demps. Blank 3 of clubs turn. Does cancel those jacks as outs for Burton. Looking for an ace or a king.
Not to be. The 10 pairing the river. We'll see God's Danker retake the chip lead here at our feature table. Good afternoon. But you're probably not joining us from LA, so maybe they are.
I would.
Those in Vegas.
Mediterranean poker party, mate.
Get in the mix.
There we are, still 7-handed here. Opening event of the 2024 MPP. 1K Luxon Pay Mystery Bounty final table. And here we go. First look at a real hand in a while. Pocket Queens for Savenkov. UTG1.
2-5.
They come in for the raise to 2.5. And here we go. Another potential spot. That was very fast, Demps. Skutladze makes the call with ace-jack off, and here we go. Ebbe on the button. Pocket tens. Potential disaster, Demps, depending on how quickly he plays this hand. 35 bigs.
Yeah, it feels... I could see him going 2 ways.
Yeah, and here we go. I was going to say, it feels like a spot that we could even potentially jam, not so much at finals.
Yeah.
You know, in normal tournament poker.
We have to be concerned still. I'm surprised it's gone quite this size. I might have gone smaller because we kind of like...
Yeah, this is
you want to hear, you can ask a question of Savenkov for far fewer chips than this.
Agreed.
And then maybe you still, like, maybe get Skutladze to do something crazy with 8s or 9s. I don't know. I think I'd rather just see this be like a 7.5, 8, but we're nitpicking here.
Yeah. Does land on, I think, shade over 8 blinds.
Yeah, once Shadladze's peeled, it feels like a mandatory 3-bet, right? I think before that, you could even argue, just because of the chip situation the way it is, that maybe you just flat call 10s on the button against a +1 open. Yeah. Bear in mind, though, of course, it was Savenkov who opened, was it not, before, when Ebby found the 3-bet with 6-7 suited. So it's kind of like, he has 3-bet him already once in this spot. A little different this time around, of course. And now the interesting spot, I guess, for Savenkov. Does he just, I guess with queens, have to run it right?
I think we're just all in, Demps. I think we're just all in.
I mean, so often here you're rolling against ace-king or something and playing a monstrous flip with 7 left, which is not what you want to do, but at the end of the day...
Does it burn through another time bank? Yeah, when you get called here, typically you're either dead or flipping.
I love this cap.
This is going to be grim for Ebby. If Savenkov does put it in, and there he goes, sends the chips in.
Yeah, I mean, Ebby just hating life. You kind of made a value/protect 3-bet with these 2 10s. You weren't bluffing, but you kind of have to fold, and that always feels a little bit grim. And you know, with that previous action, an orbit or so before where you've 3-bet him, kind of feels like, well, I've actually got it this time, but I guess I still have to actually fold.
Yeah, optimistic here, I think. To think that Savenkov will shove with a worse hand that isn't ace-king. Right? Like ace-queen, is it really ripping it in? Sometimes you have to tap the table and say nice hand if they do find that jam.
If somehow this is like, if it is like the once every so often ace-5 suited, there we go, the solver bait as they like to call it, then so be it. You've got me. You've outplayed me. It happens.
Faintly grim spot indeed for Ebby. Yeah, it does make the right decision. Well played hand by all.
What a huge pickup for Savenkov.
Yeah.
Seven Andrew, beaming this to you from the Merrick complex. It's such a complex. There are so many tunnels and corridors and whatnot, but me and Andrew are actually in a separate building, although the same building, given we traverse underground between them. But we are in the Royal.
I still have no idea.
This is in the Royal Diamond. The tournament's in the Royal Diamond. We're in the Royal,
right?
Which is the original offensive. In the soon-to-be-opened Onyx setup. I mean, this commentary booth is, well, unused until today. We have broken her in.
Yeah.
And it's nice in here. Has to be said, we've got some fantastic setup in here. Nice little info screen. We've got our own little tournament clock in here.
It kind of reminds me of a panic room, James. I'm going to lie. That doesn't reflect on my personal circumstance, just to be clear.
I mean, the air conditioning.
It's like a padded room. If they lock this door from the outside, we may never get out.
I think we can climb out through the air conditioning ducts. Looking out.
I can't get up there.
Well, that's true.
You may be able to. I'm under it. Forget. Did you not see my vertical leap at the basketball today?
I'll come back for you.
Okay, I'm sure you would. Ebby. I'm kind of loving how Ebby is just sort of saying, you know what, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
You know, like pocket fives here, middling stack under the gun. I think normal theory, we probably let this one go with 2 big stacks behind us. Not a bit of it. As does God's Danker. Defends the 7-4 suited. And here we go. 8-7-7. God's Danker flops, trips.
He's back. God's Danker finds it.
This could be trouble, James, right, for Ebby.
It could be.
I mean, there's a lot of draws.
Right, and I mean, it's a good-looking flop. Oh, but he likes to check it back, recognizing that this isn't really his texture, even though he has a kind of hand that wants to bet some of protection. God's Danker improving as if he needed it to a boat, whilst Ebby picks up that inside straight draw. Now, does Guzdanka
Yeah,
find the bet? He does. With so many draws on board, I like this. Fast play. Ebby going to have either a hand that just folds, or a lot of hands are going to want to call at least one, and potentially two on brick rivers. Here we go. The call is made. 2.5 more. Finds the middle. We've got 13 million chip pot heading to a brick river. That is about as good as it gets for Guzdanka. He's thinking, hey, I'm up against a lot of ace highs here, and maybe some of these pocket pairs, even some over pairs that want to check back on this flop for deception.
Absolutely. How big will he go, James? Pretty big.
Yeah, about half pot.
Yeah, quite like this. You know, we can get some hero calls. Hasn't gone too greedy. Very easy here to really bloat this river.
It's kind of fun because he does get to have a lot of those bluffs. Like a lot of gut shots, open-ended, missed heart draws.
I mean, I think as played, Demps, we have a pretty clean bluff catch. Don't hold a 9 or a 10 or a jack. Don't hold a heart.
Right.
We have gotten to this river, you know, with a pretty, like, we're relatively high up our check back range, right? Check back, call turn, get to the river with a pair. It's going to be very difficult to fold here for the price. Doesn't feel great. Yeah. There are so many misdraws that we do unblock all of them.
Very tough spot for him. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a call, and I wouldn't fault it either.
I think you'll call here.
I think we can fold now, obviously, the missed hearts we might have had, and like the ace highs can fold. But yeah, especially if we're like c-betting like the 9s plus at a really high frequency, then suddenly what are the weak hands we have? Like maybe we have some 8x that checks back. Yeah, he has made the call, and like I say, I don't hate it at all. Get shown the boat. A little overkill. Cards find the muck. Here we go. Guzdanka joins the big boys with 45 million in chips.
But yeah, of course, 3-bet, never going to be a bad thing.
Here we go, Burton with a big one.
All of a sudden, Ebby did make that magnificent raise fold, but we are left with 6 BBs. Generalov. It's so tough because even now you don't really get to defend and just try and flop a piece because you have Gabdulin and Ebby that have basically the same stack as you, right? So like 2 million here is so valuable to your chip stack.
Yeah.
I think he may fold this Demps based on what we've seen from him so far, and it'd be hard to fault it.
Yeah, I like the fold here. Feels grim, but
I mean, the problem with these spots also is that there are actually reverse implied here against a player like Burton. Like, he's going to open Queen 8 suited, right? He's going to open King 7 off. You know, hands, you know, that we have a hand that you normally expect to be very live against, you know, normal ranges, so to speak. But Burton is not afraid. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him just to open the 8-9 suited here, Demps, right? All this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
So it's not like when we flop a piece that it's always clean.
Yeah.
And Gabdulin's going to be in the big blind next hand, right? It's going to chop him down. Is this a prudent use of your time banks? It's going to defend, though. We're working with 2/3 pot back. Would be a nice time to flop something.
There we go.
And he does.
Now, given that the ICM situation, is this a spot where...
I think we donk shove this one for sure.
We just shove or do we check?
Yeah.
I like that, just given the ICM.
I don't think Burton can fold here either.
Snaps
Just
it off.
got to flick it in. Just like that, Generalov 75% favorite here to find that double.
Wow, and how patient has this man been?
Yeah, unreal. Very clean turn.
Just got a fade 6. Diamond would be a good card. He's not wrong. Diamond it is. Double up. Generalov suddenly in the mix. 27 million chips.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia, the Netherlands, Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran, Ukraine, Austria,
Serbia,
Russia,
Germany, Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece, Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA,
Lithuania.
Clock ticks towards the 2.5 million big blind level demps. We can't make it that far, surely.
Oh, we're getting to
We
2.5
actually
million.
might now.
Oh, with 7?
I mean, with 7.
Oh, no. I'm sticking my neck out on the line. I said, we can't do it. I said we probably, I think I gave a caveat. I think I was like, very unlikely on the 1-1-2. There's no way we do another level with 7 players.
I mean,
I suggested to you earlier, I think that, you know, once we get to the 2.5 million big blind level, that's kind of like where you can see the tournament finishing. You know, between this level, that level, the 3 million big blind level, that's about where you could see it ending. There's still 7 players left. I mean, what is going on? Got Zanka.
Absolutely crazy.
Ace 10. He's going to pop it up from under the gun. They keep giving him an ace every hand. It's a good situation to have.
Sure
Sometimes they give him 2. Oh, Gabdulin now with 2 jacks. Here we go. Just got the double up. Now gets a 3-bet jam spot. He's going to be very happy to take.
Yeah, these jacks going to look like aces. It's been that card dead. Very nice spot to find.
Yeah, I mean, 30.5 blind, they are aces. I like this little difference to the one we saw before where we saw a snap 3-bit jam. He does burn the time bank, even though he knows full well he will be jamming. There is no other course of action here.
14 million.
Okay, the committal. It's the same thing.
Just in case we find a jam behind.
Yeah, you get a rejam behind and then the original razor sticks it in and same thing.
Oh!
Well, here we go. We are going to find the jam behind.
Wow.
Cervenkov being dealt the goods. 2 queens up against the 2 jacks of Gabdulin, the man he just doubled up, looking for instant redemption. Wow. Here we go. Going to do some posturing as well, of course, himself. And he is going to raise it up again himself, clicking it, making it 24. We've got some cutesy stuff going on here. But of course, Kodstanka now could only ever put this in with the absolute top of top. And that's not what he has.
Very unlucky here for Gabdulin.
Well, let's see.
Insanely though, Demps, if he wins this pot, finds a jack, he's going to take the chip lead
There is just one jack remaining. You see that reflected in the stats here. Down to just 13%.
Stand-up equity has been activated.
Yeah, this is a good time to do that, I think. In this long seven-handed battle, we see a King 8-6 board. Clubs, no use to Gabdulan as both hold one. We are in the Mediterranean. He needs to find that fish hook. Deuce of hearts. Five of spades on the end, taps the table. Eventually, something had to crack. In this case, it was our man, Damir Gabdulan, out in seventh, winning 14,300.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Welcome back, guys, to the Merit Royal Diamond here for the Mediterranean Poker Party. Although poker taking a back seat for the moment. We're having a little reprieve. We are going for another round of the Merit Poker Olympics, where today's task is, of course, the great game of chess.
Looking forward to it, Dem. It's going to be a lot less strain on us than the basketball. I'm still recovering. To be honest, I'm still sweating from it. This one, going to be a bit more relaxed. The rules are simple. You have to attack your opponent, capture his king, and then we're going to find out who the true king of poker commentary is, Dems.
Well, speaking of rules, of course, a bit like the poker, we want to speed this thing in through a little bit, so we are going to put a shot clock on this one. We've got 10 seconds per move, which, given the size of the board, maybe there is a little bit of sweating to come. But first, we must find out who draws white. Of course, a little advantage in chess to go first. Position the opposite to poker.
Okay.
So, Andrew.
All right.
I'm going to shuffle this bad boy behind my back.
All right.
You choose which hand white's in, you get to go first.
Okay. This one.
Ah, unlucky it's here.
Terrible, but we love it.
Right then, son. You ready to get taught a lesson?
Let's
All
go.
Right. Well, I'm running out of time already, so
all right, come on then.
I'm just going to get this thing moving.
Is that it?
That's it. You intimidated?
I'm going bold.
Oh.
In for a penny, in for a pound, son. There we go.
I'm sending Queenie out to do a bit of work early doors.
Really?
I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Go on. What's that? That can't be a strategy, a viable strategy.
I'm playing aggressive.
I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's going to be good morale. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, all right.
Putting it right on you.
Get out. Get in the mud.
Wow. Yeah. Well, if you want it like that, you can have it like that.
Oh my God, look at this. You've been studying.
Have that, you pish.
Get away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oofed. Oofed. Let's get you out of harm's way. Hurry up. Come on. Time. What the hell did I do? Seriously. Someone text me or something. Like, properly struggling. Right. Oh, I'm absolutely dead. Wait, I might be stone dead. Oh, wait, I gotta get rid of that. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can. Because that'll take you. Get it round you. Oh, it's okay, I'm back.
Get it around you.
It's all right, I'm back. I'm heavily in the mud. Unlucky horsey. You're off the pasture. You're going to the glue factory. There's nothing for you. There's nothing left for you in this world.
There's nothing for you in this world.
There's nothing left for you. You're finished.
Come back here, my love.
Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Let's get the first check of the game.
Oh no, that means I'm absolutely humped. Okay, you're gonna have to go there. Otherwise I was dead. Right? Right?
Yeah. Check.
I mean, I'm absolutely shockingly bad.
If we're being honest, it's better
laugh.
than the basketball.
God, it's quite complicated, isn't it?
Christ, this one's heavy. He's a heavy horse. Not betting on him to win anything. Oh, we can go aggro.
Yeah, I'm going aggro, fuck it. Because if you want to take it, then I'll just take you.
I was hoping you weren't going to be aggro.
Your race is run. See you later. All right, see you later. And then I have no choice but to dispense of the second queen.
Now we've got an open game.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, sweet princess. Look at him. Look, Pan. He looks stressed.
Come on.
You
know, poker, you pop a set, you look a bit nervous. Oh, a check. That's what's going on here.
Why have you done that?
Because I'm just aggressive. There's no logic to this.
Why would you do that?
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, that's okay. Oh no, that's not really great. Protect the king. Okay. Well, it's just.
We're trading pieces.
Yeah, we're going to be a draw.
This is a very aggressive game, it has to be said.
I foresaw this move.
My heavy horse.
I foresaw this move.
It's very heavy, that horse.
In fact, I did not foresee that exact move. Well done. I'm officially back. Oh no.
It was a failed move.
Okay.
You must retreat.
Brilliant. All right then.
The poor bastard. But there's always a plan B.
That's interesting. Nay bother, pal. We'll see you later.
Nay bother, pal.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean...
Go to horsey heaven.
Oof. Oh, shit.
He just remembered the rules of the game.
Hey, listen, I'm kind of enjoying myself now. I'm in the mixer. Now, let's get you to safety, old chap. That's not good at all.
4 moves, 5 moves, maybe. He's a really good 6. Oh. Oh.
I saw you chirping to the camera. 4 moves or 5 moves, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it might be 4. All right then, nothing to be done.
Nothing to be done but take that, little fella.
Get out. The moment is upon us.
We're getting this game. If I get him to the back line, becomes the queen.
What?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. You get a pawn to the
You're
back line.
You're at it.
So just, you know.
At it, man. Let's get after it then.
Good move, good move.
Thank you. I do know what to do. Big genius move coming.
Oh, hang on. Check.
But can't I just take it?
Well, you could if that was.
Ah, I would have saw it. Don't worry. Very sharky indeed.
We're now in the final throws.
Oh shit! Right, if I go there, you go there, and I'm dead.
Very final throws.
No, I wouldn't be dead.
No, you wouldn't be dead just yet. You just get closer to death.
Yeah, I'm feeling threatened. I think I have to go there.
Oh. All right, we can still do this.
All right, it's all speed now. It's all systems go. Oh no!
That was an
interesting
decision.
A huge misstep. It must be said, it was a big misstep.
I've got you here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it feels like you've got me.
Check.
You can go diagonal. Full steam ahead, mate.
You can.
No guts, no glory.
Check.
No guts, no glory, mate. No.
The King of Scotland. His days are numbered.
They are.
I could just get this. No, I'm going to keep messing with you. Check.
Oh, brilliant. Well, whatever.
Pish off.
Oh, I'm dead.
Now we've got him pinned in there.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You can keep going back and forth. We're just marching to certain victory here.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, a noble king would recognise, you know, time's up.
It is up.
And take his own life.
It is up.
I'll see if I can do this without. I'll just get a queen. Where's Queenie? Come on in here, love.
That's not how it works, surely.
Come on in here, love.
All right.
Back you come.
Well done, James.
So, winner.
I'm not having that. I've got my pride.
Good game, my friend.
GG's. I did well for the first half.
You did very well. You did a lot better than I expected him to do. It took a little bit longer than we expected to do as well. You can't see the whole crew behind here in their black jeans and black t-shirts. They're sweating a little bit. Nearly as much as this man. You've gone it's as red as he was at the basketball.
I'm not made for the sun. It's the Mediterranean. It's beautiful. Well done, James. 2-0. I'll get you next time.
Yeah, time for some more poker, shall we?
Let's go.
We are back here at the Mediterranean Poker Party, EAPT Grand Final, and it is now time for the final table of that very event. 1,500 plus entries have been whittled down to 9, and that's how things stand. Uberton Aquino, top of the counts, 66 million chips, equates to 66 bigs. Breshelov from that outer table before the break, also up there, second in chips. The biggest stack coming from our previous feature table, of course, Christopher Puertz. And then the very much in form Andrei Petachuk. Nice little spin up for him with those final 2 tables. Shortest stacked by a distance is Boris Kolev. Almas Umarov also in there on a short stack with 10 bigs. But look at that jump up to Strobel in 7th with 30 bigs. Thus, it would appear to me that we have a long war of attrition to go. Kolev kind of handcuffing a lot of these players, just Breshelov and Aquino, with the ability to get jiggy. It will, of course, come down to seat draw being so important here. And it looks like Aquino has drawn seat 5 with Breshelov in seat 9. Petachuk, he finds himself in 7, Puertz in 3. So the biggest stacks are all kind of spread out a little bit as we are just getting things ready, moments away from our final table intros. With everyone's favorite, Viltatas Muboltas, ready to call in the gladiators. 468,000 awaits the winner. 45,000 now guaranteed, having made the final table of 9. This was, remember, just a 2K buy-in. Monstrous prize pool.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we witness the history as the very first time in Cyprus. We have the tournament, which is a buy-in of 2,200 or less, and it surpasses the 3 million mark. EAPT Grand Final. And we down to final 9. One of those remaining ones, he will get 468,000 US dollars. And it's time to meet them all. Sitting in the first seat with 10.4 million in front of him, it's Almas Umarov. Sitting in second seat, comfortably more than average, with 34.6 in front of him, it's Dmitry Levin. There are some players you are pretty uncomfortable to have on the table, no matter is it online or live circuit. So this is one of them, 40.8 million, In chips, it's Christopher Put. Just a couple chips shy of an average with 30 million. It's one more Austrian sitting back to back with his fella. It's Adrian Strobel. Sigyn in the middle. What a long journey he had as he came here from Brazil, from overseas. And now he is commanding chip leader of this final table. 65.8 million in chips is Christian Aquina. Seat number 6, and comfortably an average at 32 million. Let's meet Tom Losowski. Seat number 7, and 4th in chips. It's Russian poker giant from live and online. It's Andrei Patichuk. The shortest on this final table, but he knows how to manage those situations. Bulgarian with 6.2 in front of him. It's Boris Kolev. And last but not least, because he's second in chips with 55.2, it's Yuri Brehalov. So guys, I'm pretty happy that you're making the history here in Cyprus. And dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
Well, there we go. Our final table is set. Blinds will continue. 500k, 1 million, meaning average stack of just under 35 big blinds. But again, we saw those chip counts just before the off. A 6 million stack, a 10 million stack, the next shortest being 30. This one is very tightly bunched. In a war of attrition is what we have on our menu today. And as we are just about to get the final table back underway, I will bring in Mr. Jay Harwood again. As, yeah, this looks like it could be a fun one.
It could be what we've seen already today. Some of the players we've got in the mix, I think we could see some fireworks, and looking forward to it. Obviously some big names in there. We've got Kulev, we've got Padacek, both looking to take this down. But we're set, we're ready, and looking forward to this one, James.
Yeah. Again, for those of you who just joined us after those intros, I mentioned it just now. You have Umarov in seat 1 with 10 million, 10 bigs. Kolev in seat 8 with 6 bigs. The next shortest stack is Adrian Strobel with 30 big blinds in seat 4. So, a real pressure cooker.
Yep. Real opportunity for some of these bigger stacks to attack and chip up nicely.
Yeah, he could really step out here.
Losowski, 32 million. He was down to less than 5 mil the first session of the day. He span it back up.
Padacek, the man who was spinning before we kicked off that FT,
dvojka, trojka a 5.
So first hand of the final table is a walk from the small. Aquino takes it. And this was the man, James. You weren't here. First session of the day, the Brazilian.
And this is the man that, obviously, when we went to the final table, you looked at the other table, didn't see him sat there, and I think you were like, oh, wow, is he out? But we see here, not out, certainly not out. He is the one absolutely thriving, bringing the chip lead to our final table. And yeah, I'm excited to see some of this stuff.
So one of our shorties, and we're off out the way with Queen 10 offsuit.
We've got a fast beat for the start of the final table, trying to get these guys not thinking about ICM, thinking about going for it. Brazilians usually go for it. Aquino in at the small 8-6 off. Lisowski behind him. One of those average stacks.
Yeah, and potential here for Aquino to raise up quite a lot of hands, James, just because Lisowski does have one of these stacks that is under a lot of pressure, high risk premium. But this is the guy that just doesn't care. We saw it first session, was clicking buttons left, right, center, and just goes for it here with the 4-3 offsuit.
And this is so out of line with Kolev on 6 blinds and a, what, $18,000 pay jump between 9th and 8th.
The man is crazy. We saw it first session, and he's going to continue.
Oh! Have that!
Oh my word!
Roberto Aquino just limp jams 30 effective with 8-6 offsuit.
Have some of that.
ICM be damned. This is going to be a fun one.
And Mr. Headley called it early, first 15 minutes into the day. Aquino was getting after it, and he said this guy's going to come top 3. So great shout from Andy Headley. He's chip leading at the moment, and do expect to see aggression throughout this FT from him.
Incredible stuff. Right away. I build this one as a slow burner. I thought we were going to see a couple of hours of not much happening, bar Kolev maybe busting or doubling, the same of Umarov. And then I thought, as the stacks moved around slowly, we would get some separation, then perhaps some movement. But no, I was completely wrong, as I always am at Merit. We're just straight into it. Strobel is king in the cutoff. He wants some of that action, perhaps. Although, you know, busting out 9th would be pretty disastrous when you're coming in with this stack. But this hand forces him to risk it. And, well, Aquino, 6-5 suited. Given what I've seen already, I'd imagine he's thinking about it.
Yeah, an FT slightly too loose, does just let this one go, and leaves room for Lisowski to get out of the way, and looks like going to be a raise and take here for Strobel. Nothing Padachuk can do.
Here's a little stat for you whilst we're on break. I was over in the tournament room. With the exception of the man in seat 1, Almas Umarov, the other 8 players have all won a package here to the MPP.
That's a crazy stat.
8 of them have made the final table. Insane.
That is insane. That doesn't even sound right. It's like it can't be right that we've got 8 package winners on the final table.
There were, I believe, 200 to 300 package winners in the MPP. Now, of course, we reference 1,500 plus entries. We know there's a reasonably high re-entry factor in this event. Maybe 600 uniques, but still, to get 8 out of 9 when the, you know, less than half the field were package winners is incredible.
I've never heard a stat like that, to be fair.
Now, of course, the likes Kolev, Padachuk, they're package winners, but they're not your $10 satellite winners. That's take it with a pinch of salt. Putt's the same, of course, as well.
Oh, look at this here from Levine going for the limp with the ace-king.
Ooh, hello. Is this... I'm surprised because I believe it's... Is it not Kolev in the big off the shortest stack? Aren't we most incentivized to attack that big blind?
Yeah, I agree with you here, James. I think we just want to open this one as Levine. He probably has some ideas why he wants the limp here.
Is it?
But
is it possible? I mean, I didn't see the chips myself. Is it possible we have a graphical error? Seems unlikely he would limp.
Well, we are about to find out because Kolev does get to check his 8-3 suited.
Was a limp. All right, change of strategy. Is Levine just desperately trying to induce someone to ISO him from behind? Well, he finds the king deuce board. Jin with that hand.
I'd love to see check here from Levine. Just looking at like ranges from the big blind, it's a situation equity. We're either well in front or well behind versus a deuce.
Yeah.
So it seems like a nice check spot here for Levine.
Can he even, you know, just as an exploit, check a second time here?
I think so. I think so.
Then maybe he can get Kolev to cry cool and still have chips behind. I mean, I guess we wouldn't fault him for putting in like a one blind bet here.
Big fan of this check on the flop here, though. Once we get here, just recognizing situation, how equities will run.
No, Kolev got to see all the way to the turn with that 8-3 suited. All right, chat getting fired up on the DTD Player YouTube channel. I know you guys are watching us on a multitude of channels, but that is where mine and Jay's eyes are drawn to. So if you do want any questions or shout-outs for your favorite players, who you're rooting for, etc., please do pop in and say hello. Peter Fish, rooting on Puts, as I'm sure will be many. A very popular player. Sam asking about the value of the chips. Those reds will be 100Ks. The greens, 500Ks. And I believe the oranges are 1 million. They're the ones who've just come into play.
Interesting one for Lazowski here. Love the fold from him. I thought he was going to open from what we saw the first session, but just recognizing situation, final tables. We want some hands with removal.
Petachuk striking out from the button. Brashalov in the big 8-4-0. Pretty ugly looking hand against a very capable player on the button.
Yeah, do need to let this one go. Can defend significantly wide up, second in chips as the covering stacks of Petachuk, but going to have to just let these garbage holdings go into the muck.
Now, obviously, I was looking through chip stacks at the moment that we saw that limp a moment ago from Dimitri Levine. But Sam Hodge in the chat says, obviously we missed it, which is a bit embarrassing as things we're both sat in here in front of big monitors. But that he went to raise, but he put in 1.2, obviously just a mind melt maybe, for some reason thought the big blind was 600K. It happens sometimes. Yep. And so was obviously forced to just call. That explains it a lot more, because we were both very surprised to see that limp, especially with the holding.
Yeah, thanks for the...
You are perhaps going to have a limp range sometimes off that chip stack with... you're shaking your head, but there are arguments, there are reasons. Yeah. But Ace-King's certainly not going to be part of it.
Yeah, I think once we get like around the 20 BBs, we can start incorporating that limp strategy. But off of 35 from EP, I just don't think we're going to have any limps there, James. But as Sam's picked up, it was a mistake. It was meant to be an open. So it makes a lot more sense.
Petachuk. Do you think he likes this situation? He sees Aquino sort of upstream. He gets to sit here. He's going to pick his man up. Look at this, Kolev with 3.7 blinds on the button. Finds jacks, but he is desperately unlucky that Aquino is flipping against him.
Yeah, the old fake flip.
And interesting that Aquino has gone for the 2.5x, just pressurizing Umarov sub 10 in the big blind. I like that because we see, don't we, the big blind kind of just gets the call a lot more. And he wants to dissuade him with Kolev having just 3 blinds as well. Here we go then. A race. Kolev at risk.
Everybody wants to double off, huh? I see it. Hit.
All 8 rooting against him.
Ooh, Jack 10 would be fun.
Well, for now, he is safe. 8-6-4, a good one for him.
Yeah, no runners available for Aquino other than the running chop, so...
And Kolev can find some nice turns. A spade would be just delightful. He'll take the 8. Just got to fade king or a queen. 5 of them alive. Double up it is. All right. He's got a rail. There they are. Jay, do you always find you have a lot of friends when you make it to a final table? People you haven't seen in a while?
Yeah.
They come say hello?
Sometimes, yeah. It's always nice when you've got that support behind you, though, rooting for you as well. Just that positive energy sometimes that others may not have if people aren't supporting them in the live setting.
I'm going to start tournament. Nikolai, Mustafa, Fausto, Daniel, Hassan, Vlado, and Leo.
I hear in the background there an illustrious list of names being called out because we are getting a little impromptu one-day 15K high roller underway. I hear Mustafa Kani, Danny Tang.
I've seen
among those being called.
Domnichka there as well. I've seen him.
Tom, yeah, fresh off a monstrous online
huge
score, right?
Yeah, ship the venom.
Yeah.
And Patacek here going to have a nice easy open. Queen Jack suited.
7 raise, 2 winners. 8 pass. 9 pass.
And we're off now. The shortest, although marginally so. But given the position of the button now, it will be equalized once things get round to Kolev. But we shouldn't read too much into it. They're playing some sort of waiting game, but if they go to a good hand, they kind of go with it. Because if they outlast the other person, sure, they'd add up 18K, but they'd still be a third of the next biggest stack. So there is still a reason to kind of throw caution to the wind. It's more those 30 million stacks, isn't it, that feel the pinch. Busting with 2 shorties in there is not ideal.
Yeah, there's some situations that you just can't avoid, that you still need to get it in, even with 30 bigs, but they're the rarity, the callers that happen. The main way to proceed is just try and play a pip tighter, a few pips tighter, not really get involved with the big stacks, especially out of position.
Lisowski, not a subscriber to the theory. We saw that raise with the 3-4 offsuit, very start of the final against the big stacks limp from the small, who found the limp jam with 6-8 offsuit. It is MPO, not GTO. Here we go.
Here we go.
Kolev with another jam spot over the Patacek open.
A nice clear all in here for him.
Okay, he is going to go for the non-all-in most of the stack. If some bizarre scenario happens behind where we see a multitude of all-ins, then we can pitch that, keep off 4.5 million, and potentially get some ladders. But 99% of the time, we're going to end up with the cards on their backs, aren't we?
For the time that unique scenario occurs, and Patacek out of the way as he should be with the ace-10.
And we saw that in like the biggest spot you could imagine at the World Series last year. I think what was the biggest spot? Was it the 250K? I think it is. And I wish I hadn't started the story now because the name has completely escaped me. Who did this? It's Chris Brewer, of course, who put in like half his stack with, I believe it was jacks, and it kicked off behind, ended up folding, would have lost the queens, and then spun up the stack to victory.
Wow.
Which is like...
I remember Brewer winning it, but I've never heard that story before,
yeah.
so that is interesting.
Yeah, like it's such a rare thing, but I mean, he did it in the biggest spot you could imagine.
But it's great awareness, it shows experience, it shows that players have been here before, recognising the logic of why we would do this. And Kolev, with over 3 million in earnings, WSOP bracelet to his name as well, so been here before. And look at this, James. Jack's next hand. And love this from him, does come with open. Too many BBs at this stage to be open jamming. We want some value from big blind defend range. We want someone behind to be in their light.
Yeah, Kolev with, in fact, 2 bracelets, having won the 5K in Vegas back in 2021, and then a 3K 6 max in the Bahamas at the back end of last year. And anytime you win a big 6 max event, that kind of alerts people that you're a serious player.
Yeah, 6 max, very difficult one to get through, because all the beasts play that event as well, James. It's an event that everyone wants to play. It's like one of those that if you win that, you know you've won.
Yeah.
Proper battle. You can't hide in a 6 max setting. You need to be out at...
Yeah, that was always the one in Vegas. It was like the 10K 6 max was like the... If you won that, you were kind of the business. Everyone knew that was the sort of... In the way that the mixed game players have their championships, it was almost like the 10K 6 max was the No Limit Hold'em players kind of nod that you're the best or you're elite. Every year that final table is stacked. I only like playing 6 max tournaments because I get more leg room.
It is nice when you're sat there, you can lean back, you can stretch your legs, no one bumping elbows with.
It's the business class equivalent of tournaments.
I'm not sure about this one here, James, from Levine. It seems too loose into 2 big stacks behind, and the chip leader in the big blind, who is prone for getting after it, does seem a bit dicey, the Jack 10 offsuit.
And we did see this from him just before the final table, right? We saw, was it the Queen 7, I think it was, kind of open and a little loosey, but more than one way to skin the cat. And he's got a little bit of trouble here, having found second pair on the King 10 deuce against the big blind, big stack defend. Action, one imagines, will check in flow. It does. And somewhat of a decision point for Levine?
Yeah, I think it's a nice one to just play check here with our middle pair. Like, we want to really keep this pot small, don't want to blow the pot against Aquino, who is capable of putting in some check raises as a bluff, still can have some better 10x, some king x of his own, but is going to go for the 40% sizing.
It's kind of the spot, isn't it? When we got 31 million and there were 2 10 million chip stacks, there aren't many hands we want to do the betting with, are there? And look at this. Aquino, has he check raised with this king tray? Wow, what awareness.
And this is the big problem. When we are met with this, yes, it's probably only going to be at a small frequency. Now becomes difficult to navigate this spot because we're sitting comfortably. We've got 30 bigs. Our stack's worth a heap of equity within the prize pool. And now we're about to tangle against the chip leader in a pot that is reaching almost 20 million now, 16 in the middle.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about Aquino, and I guess already the action the players have seen, his reputation, that, wow, he just rifles it in instantly for nearly double pot effective.
Yeah, it's like 180% here. It's a huge down from Aquino, and it's one that we can't really get called by worse here, James, can we? Ace 10's not calling, queens and jacks aren't calling. So it's a situation when we do get called here, we're going to have to find a 3, maybe a king, can be drawing dead.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it with this holding, other than the fact that, of course, he is going to put some better kings in the blender. Maybe just deciding, hey, look, my opponent has a lot of hands that won't call a second barrel and has some draws that I want to deny. I'm trying to get my mind in his full process and maybe making some kings fold. But yeah, certainly a bullshit play.
Yep.
But this is exactly what you told me I'd see from Aquino. Yep. Some out-of-the-box over-aggression. We saw the limp jam with 6-8. This one makes much more sense than that. And he may even, I don't know, maybe there's some world where these guys have seen enough and call them off if they've got like queens or jacks there. Like, hey, this guy's just got a draw. I've seen a brick turn.
Maybe that's what's going through his head.
You're not expecting a lone king to overbet jam turn, so you you remove the one pair holdings there.
You do. If you're thinking about the hand from that perspective, you don't expect king, queen, king, jack ever to jam. So
I love Kolob there, kind of just breathing out quite heavily when he saw that hand go down. Obviously, as one of the short stacks, you're loving just seeing this big stack wheeled. Here we go. You're pulling a face. You're looking at ace-8 with 8.
It might have to go. It's very close here. Yeah, he goes for it here. Umarov from +3. I think this one's a fine line here, ace-8 off, because in free hands, we're going to be in the blinds. Going to be posting a third of our stack, so...
Especially, I guess, more so with Kolob having just increased his stack, getting a jam through. Interesting that he has left some back, but can't imagine, even if it does kick off behind, he ever folds with 1.9 behind. But yeah, maybe there's a world. You know, the old 4 all-ins behind. Can happen. I mean, Jay, you've done a lot of final tables. You must have seen many multiple all-in and potential for players to survive in these kind of spots.
It's rare it happens. It does happen minute amount of the time, but when there's some action behind, you can leave yourself with a few big blinds. Go for the ladder, and here we go.
Yeah, Lasowski finds 2 8s, certainly enough hand to run this. Oh, he quickly makes the point to get the last 1.9 in, and he'll be delighted to see this. Umarov holding an 8, making Lasowski a 70% favorite. Doesn't allow himself to show too much excitement, but he is happy. Oh, there we go. Okay, the eyes widening somewhat. A big spot for him, because if he were to lose this, we'll be down to just 18 million in chips and kind of tied second last. Our tables, they move so quickly. Dynamics constantly shifting.
Oh.
Ace on the flop, and the face says it all from Lasowski, reduced, of course, to just that one out. And in fact, our graphics showing 100%, which means we must know the case 8 was folded.
And not much we can do as Lasowski get it in so good. 70% favourite. Can't really fault Umarov for the shove there. I think ace-8 fairly close, but may just find its way in there. And does get a much-needed double. So that's going to change things, James, because our 2 shorties coming in have both now doubled up. And
yeah, well, we've almost got a case of, like I say, 3 shorties now in the teens in terms of blinds. Although, as I glance, that's the word, our tournament clock, I see we are just 1 minute away from kicking things up. It looks like we'll have time for one more hand at this 500k 1 million big blind level, but then things will move on to the 600k 1.2, and instantly the pinch will be that little bit harder on, well, not just the short stacks, all the stacks, but especially those short stacks. Here is one of them, under the gun. Kolob, yeah, look, 17 million. So we got 2 18 million stacks and a 17 million stack. They're the bottom 3.
All right, makes it 2 million here with the king-queen suited. Seems nice.
Now, Strobel taking a moment here. One only assumes this is to get the blinds up on a particular player. Yeah, it'll be Kolob under the gun.
Exactly that.
Just the tiny little trickery we see these days in tournaments is amazing.
There's some dark arts in this game, yeah. Little things that the experienced players recognise.
Incredible stuff. As I say, the sound of some heels approaching means a dealer push, and thus a level change. Here we go, 600 1.2. Still loads of play here as we take a look at our leaderboard. Kolev, Umarov, Lasowski reduce, like I say, 2 mid-teens in terms of blinds with that level increase. Levine and Strobel not miles ahead of those two, but it is, of course, Aquino, the keenest to play hands right now with his 62 blinds. And not quite a runaway chip lead, but hey, Jay, in a couple of hands, it really could be. And the way he plays, it doesn't have to be a big hand.
Important for Aquino to recognise who he can go after as well. Stack sizes like Levine, Strobel, Puss, Padachuk, all these guys just in the cage, really. And important to understand what opponents we do want to attack with our big stack on the final table.
Breslov in kind of a nice spot here, sat across the table from the big stack. Just keeping his powder dry for now. And you've got to be happy as well, I guess, when you are someone like Breslov. When the chip leader is as willing to go hard, it does work in your favor because he's potentially going to generate some ladders for you.
So Strobel opens to 2 BBs, blinds now up, and here we go. Let's see if he's going to take it here, because this is the perfect spot, the perfect player choice, a lovely combo, but he doesn't take it and just lets it go.
Settling down somewhat. Oh, interesting one here for Lasowski. One of those 3 short stacks. It's kind of 14 blinds and Queen Jack suited. Jay, it's one of those I feel like you'd say for chips, we kind of enjoy it, but
yeah, we
very
do for
hard.
chips for sure, but it's difficult.
We've seen he set at his stall early with the raise with 3-4 off from the big. You said, obviously, in earlier action, propensity to go after it, but is now perhaps maybe a little shy. He's had an unfortunate start to the final table. We saw him just lose 8v ace-8 for a ladder, and of course would have had back above average chips had he held. Kolev. Okay, 2 5s. This may be clearer spot, closing the action.
Yeah, I think so. Strobel opening from late position. We have a pocket pair. We have 15. We are the short stack risk premium at the lowest. And going to be getting this one through.
Yeah, fantastic timing, of course. It's a real race in the form of ace-2 suited, a reasonable one. Not out of line, but one of those that can't stand the heat. Kolev again, just fading the snap. Of course, there are still some hands that might tank call that he has to worry about. The sort of 7s, 8s, maybe, type holdings.
I'm going to ask for a count, Strobel, but always folding, in my opinion, with the ace-2 suited. But nice play from Kolev. Seems like this man's very clued up of how to proceed at final tables. Taking some nice reshove spots.
Yeah. Great start to the FT for Kolev. Came in with just 6 million in chips. Was the shortest. Now up to 20 mil and another orbit till he has to post the big blind. Danger man in this field for sure. So certainly on somewhat of a heater lately, having taken down that second bracelet just at the back end of last year. Looks like popped out to EAPT Paris in the interim, where he did cash the main event, cash the 10K high roller as well.
All right, players, we're going to start.
Now brings himself out to the MPP. One of the 8 qualifiers to have made this final table. This man, the only one who didn't qualify, but he's overqualified to play this hand. The butchers from the gun. I like that, Jay. I'm going to steal the gun from you. I know you know you are. You're a modern man in the poker world.
Just the gun.
Andrew mentioned it last night. I like it, the gun.
Whoa. Potential here for Levine. Ace-5 suited. We'd have to just make this like 4 BBs here, though, like 5.2 million, something like that. I'm not going to take it that often, but maybe in there at a small frequency. Ooh. And he's reaching. I
think exactly where you say he's got to go on for the 5.5 mil.
Yeah, don't want to be going no more than like 2.4x here. So the fact that he's chose this size seems nice from Levine, but...
It just screams strength, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, there are some hands Umrad's going to open with, and hate to see this bet. Kings, not one of them. Maybe casually reach down to the deal as well there and grab the all-in triangle himself. Levine. Ah, you tried. Credit to him. Had the kind of hand you can do it with. Look at this. Umarov now way out of the doldrums. Came in second shortest. Obviously, just got a little lucky with the ace-8. But now up to 26 million. Finding a 4-bet. Picking up the chips.
Levine pulled back towards the pack, just 22 bigs for him now after coming into the FT with north of 30, so it's actually less than 22, sorry, what, 1.2 milli now, BB.
Yeah, so I'm surprised just how quickly the chips have moved around this table, albeit without bust out. Gorgeous setup here in the Merit Royal Diamond Ballroom for this EAPT Grand Final, a fitting venue for such a tour.
Jack 10 suited, one that should find its way into the opening range for puts, even from +1.
I'm too nitty. I'm singles action. I'm just staying out the way.
Like, we'd fold 10-9 suited, we fold Jack 9 suited, but I think Jack 10's just slightly too good, even as one of these stacks with high risk premium on the final table. Still need these candidates in there.
Kreshilov yet to move a chip on this final table, but we'll be happy to see the amount of times bets are flying in around him with that second largest stack. We'll be keen to find some ladders before he commits too many of his chips. And there you go. You and Christopher win the pot. Me, I would have lost.
Such a great shot there. Can't say it enough this week. Credit to the production. This set is unbelievable. Just the view.
Stunning stuff. Padachuk in the hijack. Looks like he is going to try and sneak one through here with the 7-8 suited. Again, the most active players are the ones upstream. They've made way. But here we go. A man I mentioned hadn't really had a chance to enter a pot yet, Breshilov. Let's see if he wants to do anything here with this Queen-Jack offsuit against the hijack open.
3-bet or fold, James. Decent hand to use versus hijack as the covering stack. Queen-Jack offsuit. And it looks like he's going for chips, so this should be a 3-bet. Shouldn't be flat in this one.
And he has decided to go for the 3x. Really make it hard for Padachuk, I guess, to peel. Having opened off 30 bigs with 9 left on this final table. And Breshilov's going to have some credit. Like I say, he hasn't had a chance to VPIP just yet.
Very nice from Breshilov there. Nice.
Obviously, Padachuk, the 7-8 suited would not go nowhere, but I wonder where the line was for him to re-engage in this pot.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. Personally, James, I probably wouldn't have opened 7-8 suited here.
I saw you shaking your head when you went for it.
Yeah, one reshove stack behind, couple of stacks that have us covered. But we know he's been here many a time before, and if he thinks the table aren't going to be attacking his opens enough, then why not get after it?
Yeah, maybe sitting there thinking, hey, Breshilov might not take all the spots. But we saw he did there.
I was very impressed with Breslau first session of the day because first half hour he was short, didn't really do much, was just playing tight like he's supposed to. He got his double up and then he got some chips and he just went through the gears.
Oh, okay.
Yep, started playing more pots, putting some light 3-bets in, putting in some check raises from the big, and was really impressed with that. Just someone recognising how strategy needs to change dependent on stack size.
Well, interestingly, of course, when I came in, we'd switched the table and we were on the table with Pedachuk, so he wasn't privy to all that going on. Obviously, at some point they played together coming down to this stage of the tournament, but he maybe just saw his man with sort of middling into short stacks, didn't get to do much. Maybe is of the opinion that, having watched him play an orbit at this final, not getting involved.
Yeah.
It's always you've got to be careful making assumptions after just an orbit or so's play, because players can be either card rich or card dead. Sometimes you think, wow, this guy's a lunatic playing every hand, but they could be hit by a deck. Levine from the small, just deciding to run it with this King-Jack suited.
Aaron, just shy of 20 BBs.
Just obviously not wanting to raise, call off, of course. Limping and then maybe having to limp jam. Or if he limps and gets jammed on, kind of has to fold, I guess, with the ICM the way it is. So just
going for the open shaft, the Aaron should be working. That's a situation here for puts, even if like we're in front against a Queen Jack, a Jack 10 suited, a pocket pair. Yeah, we got 40% versus the Ace-X, has no interaction with the King or a 9, but don't think we're going to call off King 9 suited here for half our stack.
Yeah, I'm with you. It would be a little optimistic. Wow, he does make the call. Here we go.
Wow.
Jay bolt upright in his chair, seeing this call from Putz. ICM be damned. 40 million chip pot, Levine, with the commanding lead in the hand. Heart in the window, 2 clubs behind.
Sweaty.
It went from good to bad quickly.
Yeah, sweaty window card, but nice to be followed by those 2 clubs.
Well, here we go. There is that heart draw. That or a 9 will do it. Everything else sends this one to Levine.
I'm fairly confident.
Well, he was confident. A red card rolled out.
And an upside down 9 rolled out as well.
Yeah,
so
there we go, yeah.
I'm really surprised to see that from Putz there, James. He played terrifically, in my opinion, yesterday. He seemed like a guy that's very clued up. Been around the final tables many a time, but I just think King 9 suited there. Yes, we can have the best hand, but difficult to have our opponent in a dominated spot. Never really going to have like more than 70% equity if we call. It's just...
Is this a situation where he thinks his opponent is either going to raise and juice or limp with like the biggest hands? It takes them out of the jam range.
Yeah, could be a thing.
And maybe doesn't expect even a hand like King Jack suited to be in there. I think if he gave him King Jack suited as part of the range, probably doesn't want to be calling.
Could be the case.
I'm trying to work my way into the mind.
And the Poker Tourist joins us in the chat. How are we doing, a CFO? Tuning in for today's final table.
Yeah, welcome one and all. If you are just tuning in, myself and Jay bringing coverage of what has already been a very exciting final table here in the EAPT Grand Final. We're over 1,500 entries in this tournament. We have got down to 9.
Aaron Aquino, the only man at the table that gets to open a hand like this from under the gun. Perfectly fine 10-9 suited.
Yeah.
And Lasowski here.
And not only does he get to open it,
yeah,
but Aquino is like he's a tough one to play back against because you know he can just say, be damned.
And that's why I'd just fold here as Lasowski. It's going to work for him off of 17 mil, but like if Aquino's got like a king-queen, an ace-x suited, he's the type of player that can just jam.
Yeah.
So I might have just gone for fold here as Lasowski, but timing's very nice because now Kolev's going to have to fold here with ace-queen.
Right.
Aquino will do the same, you expect. But it's going to work on this occasion, James, but I think over the long run here, we don't really want to go after this player. It's a nice candidate to choose versus Gunn as a 3-bet bluff, but he's just a bit of a firecracker, as Andy Headley called him.
He's pulling the
and
chips
there we go.
to have a little peek.
And here we go. This is the thing. He's in with a 10-9 suited and
likes the price. And Lasowski's like, how do I keep getting myself in these spots? Well, 6-7-7 board. Aquino with a gut shot, 2 overs. Backdoor diamonds will surely be going nowhere.
It's just the stack size in question. 11 milli effective, 15 in the middle. So we've got literally just over 2/3 SPR.
Now, obviously, these are really bizarre situations, but there's... Okay, Aquino does check. I was wondering if do with the air have a stop and go. It kind of doesn't make sense, I guess. But from Lasowski's point of view now, Aquino, I guess, is supposed to have some, like, king-jack suited type holdings, king-queen suited, so he is just going to check this ace-10 back, and wow, finds a really bad card given everything I just said in the form of that king, although with a spade, he holds the 10 of spades. Some hope, perhaps, as this one progresses.
Yeah, and difficult one to do anything here as Aquino, because ace-king going to be in there for Lasowski, pure. And
does ace-king, like, come with that kind of clicky sizing pre, or is that one that would...
Yeah, we want maybe ace-king suited then, James. Maybe we don't give it the full 16 combos, or with a king on board, just 12. Whoa, he doesn't care, this man.
I love this. Yeah, I've just been thinking, hey, if he had ace-king, I think he just jams.
Okay.
It looks more nutted than ace-king, if that makes sense. It looks like it's the kings, aces, all these bluffs. Aquino's just a warrior. Look at this, Jay. He wins another one. He has no business with. He even has a little glance at his opponent, like, come on, kid.
It's been a feature of him at the feature table. He wins pots that no one else would win. He's involved in situations where people would just fold pre, and then he's just chipping up. And Lasowski there loses a decent proportion of his stack, 30% of his stack gone. And maybe not the opponent choice that we want to pick pre-flop to go after.
Lasowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Hennemob database, Aquino. The first of which, coming back in March, was 3rd place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The 2 compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into ace-king here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table. And unfortunately, just ending up running into that top end of range here. But still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. He turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar one in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks. A little countdown here will confirm that it is. Oh, pardon me, yeah, of course, not done just yet. I've had the stacks the wrong way around in my mind, excuse me. Puit's the one doubling up. There is no ladder just yet, but Strobel down to just 4.5 million in chips. Payouts in this one are whopping, especially when you consider the buy-in at just $2,000. 45k is the min cash. We are on an 18k pay jump, 8th, therefore getting 63. Prizes climbing all the way up. Top 5 will get 6 figures. With second, a cool 327,000 in the first prize, $468,000. And of course, that lovely little trophy we've seen a lot of in the foreground of a number of our wide shots in EAPT Grand Final. EAPT Tour, of course, has gone through a big rebrand lately. Has been running for over a decade. And it's certainly changed direction somewhat. It's 7 European destinations in this season 1, or revamped season 1, I should say, and it's in its new life. They found themselves in Malta, Madrid, Bratislava, Bucharest, Barcelona, Milan, and Rozvadov. And here we are for the grand final with the next event already on the docket. Back at dusk till dawn, where, of course, we are streaming from the home channel. And that event taking place, well, in just a few days, kicking off on the 17th of May. There is a main event day 1 satellite. In fact, even I believe a main event online day 1, if I'm reading this correctly. £500 buy-in, £500,000 guarantee. For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as usual, these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Brochelov opens to 2.4, and wow, puts.
How's your timing?
With the ace-king here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting second and third in chips. Wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like ace-king, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So, yeah, another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. But yeah, he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Brochelov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On that decision point for Chris in the pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Looked to be around I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, right, he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Breslov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially? Yeah,
it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace king ever going to let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against this extremely competent opponent. And here we go, the 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, and huge pot going to go puts his way here. Breslov just has to fold now, and that's a big, big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61 million, clear second stack. Wow. Incredibly still nine-handed, but that kind of hides the action we've had at this final table. And breathe.
And breathe. The thing is, James, I always say, like, tournaments is like the Cadillac of poker, because you're a cash game player, you're basically playing deep, you play the same strat day in, day out, nothing ever changes. However, in a tournament, things are changing every single hand. Suddenly you're playing this range, next hand you're playing that range. And I take my hat off to the guys that just grind tournaments and play MTTs for a living, because you have to put so much work in, so many intricacies at this part of the tournament, and one mistake can cost you tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah. Here we go, Strobel, the micro stack, just sub 4 bigs, Queen 9-0 in the cutoff. He's going to let it go. Keno, just a license to print on the button here, isn't it, with a 4 big blind stack in the field. Oh, wow.
So shocked.
That is very surprising to me.
Like, the way the stacks are set, any King X, any Ace X on the bottom there would be good for him.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen of him, I was kind of expecting to see a lot of almost any 2. I wouldn't advocate any 2, but that player, well, instead Lasowski gets to run one through.
It's like he's got a switch, like some hands he'll play tight and then something just gets switched and now he just gets aggressive. It's intriguing. Love to know what's going on in his head.
My good friend, I often use this quote on streams. Tyler Patterson has a saying, you're in the World Series, you're playing all the time, you see crazy hands. And he reminds me all the time. It's not every hand, it's any hand. You never quite know.
Yeah.
Right? People just decide, this is the hand I'm going for it. It's not necessarily decided by the card distribution. Just, hey, I've folded 12 in a row. I'm not folding the 13th.
This is my hand. I'm playing this one no matter what.
And it makes it tough. Someone's range changes that rapidly. Oh, here we go. Umarov with his favorite hand again. The Butchers from +1. Last time managed to get a 4-bet through. He's one of those who's obviously came in short, watching all this action and is wondering how he hasn't laddered up yet. Action is going to make us round to Kolev in the big blind, who, well, has one that surely doesn't want to defend against +1.
Yeah. Gonna have to let this one go as Kolev. 6% equity pre.
Yeah,
heads up.
Yeah.
That's the old poker trivia question. You probably know it. What's the worst shape you can be in pre-flop? What are the 2 hands?
Yeah, it's the king deuce off against kings, isn't it?
Spot on.
We'd assume, obviously, if you've been really pernickety, the deuce that's covered by one of the suits would be the thing, but yeah, he was almost in it there. The other one I like is, what's the weakest hand that can be the nuts on the river?
The weakest hand that can be the nuts on the river?
Yeah, so you get to choose any board, and then what's the weakest hand that can still be the nuts?
I'm going to have a think.
There we go.
Have a think.
You in the chat can have a go at that one as well if you know the answer. Jay, I'm sure won't cheat and look at your answers. The weakest hand that can still be the nuts in Hold'em.
Queens? It's top set queens?
Top set queens it is. Well done. Didn't take you long. It always gives me a smile if I ever find myself in a situation where I've got set queens and I've got the nuts. I'm like, oh, there we go, I've got it. The worst nuts.
Should be an all-in here from Lazowski for his 9 BBs. And Padachuk here on the button with ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, for just under 10. Again, one of these situations we always say Chippy V loving life, but does have to show some concern for the players behind.
I think ace-jack's probably in there, ace-10 off maybe. We just lean towards fold because of our stack at the moment where we're seeing we're 25 bigs and how the stacks are distributed around the table. I think that's a very good fold, James.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, ace-jack we play, and obviously ace-10 from the small we play, but just not quite a good enough seat, not quite a good enough hand. Lazowski lives on. So, this final table is now comfortably over an hour old. We still have 9. And like I say, that does hide the action we've had. It has been furious. This man, been a big part of it, Lazowski. Willing to move his tokens. Twice being punished by Aquino. You draw the seat to the left of a crazy chip leader, you kind of like it, but careful what you wish for, because he's given him a couple of spankings.
He has. One that we can use here, James. This is a spot as covering stack at final tables. We want to be super polarized. Like, we want our strongest hands, we want our worst hands. And the 9 deuce off obviously falling into the worst hand, so can raise this at some frequency. And going to do exactly that as Brechelov. Just what this is, as covering stack of the big blind less inclined to get involved with us as we can bust them. And should be getting this 10 deuce suited out here. Getting the better hand to fold. Nice play.
Here we go. Here we go. That trophy on the left-hand side of the table, the one with EAPT plastered across it, is, of course, what is on offer today. The big one in the middle is, of course, the main event here, that 5K 5 mil guaranteed Day 1B underway here in the room. Of course, there is a Day 1C tomorrow, which is what we'll be covering tomorrow on stream. And it's nice. We'll see some Day 1 coverage. It's a little bit of a rarity these days. We get to watch Day 1s, but it's a fun part of the tournament, isn't it? You see a lot of different stuff. Maybe not as intricate and as dramatic as final tables, but still a good learning experience.
And lots of multi-way pots as well, which you won't usually get at final tables or deep in tournaments. So be something different tomorrow. We will be playing this one out until conclusion. Raise and take for puts, sitting second in chips.
Yeah, great start to the final table for this man. Someone who had a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event in the Bahamas back end of last year. Also bubbling the World Series of Poker circuit ring event last year, 3K 6 Max at King's Casino. He travels. Passport's got some stamps in it.
I'm
trying to... Sorry, I was just trying to find, because it was driving me mad where I called the action on puts doing best. And of course, it was Kings. That was driving me mad, where he won WPT Germany.
Just going to jump back to the action here, because this is a real grim spot for Strobel, and people watching probably thinking, what's he tanking for? He's got 6-7 off. But the key factor about this point, we have just shy of 4 BBs and does choose to let it go. But when we get to that remit, James, with 3 big blinds, like when we have 3 bigs under the gun, we basically have to shove close to any 2 cards. And all that is we want to win someone else's big blind and ante, whereas when we're in the big and forced to call, we win back our own big blind and ante, and that's why we were thinking about sending the 6-7 offsuit there for just shy of 4. Genuine decision, that one for Strobel, but well-timed fold because the chip lead up. Okino makes it 2.8.
Yeah, again, sizing slightly up, but I like that, given that Strobel is going to be basically forced all in the next hand. Everyone else disincentivized to play. Yeah, that's been driving me mad since we started this final, where I call Christopher's victory. I say it was WPT Germany at King's Casino. A couple of years ago, he picked up $292,000 for that victory. So again, a chance to outdo that result here, even just by getting second place, as that pays 327K here. Although, with tournament poker players, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you'd rather 292,000 in a trophy than 327,000 in second place.
That is true. We just love a trophy, us poker players. I don't know what it is about a trophy. Like, you can come second for a big sum of money and you're still like, oh, I wanted that trophy so bad. There's Kolev. Ace-Jack makes it 2.8 from middle position. Starts the hand with 16 BBs. Aaron should be folding here as Levine. We've got Strobel in the big blind here. We don't want to tangle. We just want Kolev to get it in versus Strobel and potentially ladder.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ace-10 off. Like to see hit the muck. And Strobel's going to have to be in. There's the call.
Leaves 600K back. I guess there are, because it's against a +3 open, you kind of know it's not nonsense. There are some flops maybe that we can get away from. This, of course, not going to be one of them. But if it was like an ace, king, queen flop,
so it does have this gut shot 8 and 5 working as well. So
yeah,
going to need a 5, 7 or 8 to start the spin.
Neil backdoor puppy feet. But it is looking bad for Strobel. The man who came in here 7th in chips. Oh, here we go. There are those clubs. He came in 7th in chips with 30 blinds. Has seen a multitude of all-ins. None have resulted in a bust out. Now it's he looking down the barrel of the gun. And a club on the end. All right, there it is. We continue 9-handed.
Yeah, and 7 bigs, a lot of difference. Still have a smidge of fold equity with that stack size, so potential to still get some jams through. And Strobel now. And we're in the small, so we're going to have a full orbit.
Yeah. And a full orbit on this table can see a lot of action. Wasowski, I see just shaking his head there. Like, really? Come on. Sitting on one of the shorter stacks. 9 buy-in pay jump. Between 9th and 8th. Next case, and a hand for Breshelov. Ace and 9 of diamonds.
It's annoying, James, because it's one we got to open, but we're raising into the crazy Brazilians big blind with the chip lead. But we just got to grit our teeth and make it 2 BBs.
Yeah, and put, of course, on the button as well, the man who 5-bet us last time we opened. It's a scary proposition. And Aquino finds 2 8s.
Just choosing to defend here.
Off we go to a monotone Queen 9-5 flop. Aquino does have the other clubs working.
And we had a similar scenario earlier. Wasn't Breshelov in the pot, but I'd like to see check back a lot of the time, just for the fact we're against an opponent that can check raise and put us in some grim spots, and it's horrible sitting here with a 9-no club when we do get raised. But just goes for the 2.2 continue, and seems like a clear call here with 8s with a club.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. Always tricky playing against a player. We saw him earlier with, what, King 3, defending the big blind, flopping a king and check raising and then jamming 1.AX pot, but here we go. This time, just relinquishes.
I cannot get my head around this man, James.
We need the Aquino solver.
We do. We need the Aquino solver for sure.
I tell you who'd be good solving Aquino is Ludo. You bring Ludo in. Ludo can get in the mind of these guys.
I've done some comms with Ludo this year. Probably one of the best intercoms I ever got to do. It was basically an hour of Ludo trying to tell me that ICM is not real and it's fake and it's all a myth, and he is that type of player, Ludo. Sort of feel very good with the live reads, and that could be what's going on from Aquino. Did actually have the 2nd best hand there.
Yeah, there was a long time I felt like maybe ICM was a German conspiracy hatched by Fedor Holtz to make everyone fold whilst he and his compatriots took all the money out of poker. But then Nacho just told me it's for poor people, so. Kolev, Ace King, +1. Is this one? He may just jam? Is going to raise.
I like raise here, James, and off of like these stack sizes from early position, we do just like to open. Even off of like 10, 11 BBs, we can find some opens, especially Ace King suited. Like maybe the offsuit, more argument for jam.
Ooh.
Ace King suited seems slightly too good.
If Strobel was still on like 2 or 3 blinds, would that be where you may look to just maybe open jam a little bit more, or does it not affect you too much?
It could be argument for that, going for an open jam if we've got someone sitting with 1 or 2 BBs. But the idea behind it is basically we don't want to create a big raise fold gap. Like say, for example, if we're open shoving our ace king, our ace queen, our ace jack, but then for our steals, our king queen off, our ace deuce suited, we just min raise. We create too big a gap of hands that it becomes more weighted to steals than value, if that makes sense, once we open.
Well, it does generate this scenario where it puts 3 bets ace jack suited. Very small as well, a clicky sizing, doubling the previous bet. And this feels like a pretty grim one to face a 4-bet jam holding.
Yeah, it's not nice at all here from Puts.
Says he wants to double check the count. He is getting more than 2 to 1 holding ace jack suited. Now we know for chips, that's a lovely spot to be in. However, this is a final table. This is 9-handed. Kolev has opened from +1. The range of hands that do this do have ace-jack in bad shape. But it's ace-jack suited.
Yeah, it's going to have decent equity, getting 2 to 1, even up against ace-king. 1-3 shot.
Yeah, the time jump against 9s and 10s, perhaps enough to justify the call-off.
It's just annoying, though, isn't it? Because we're never going to have the best hand. Like, we're hoping to see 10s, 9s.
Although, if there ever is a player who is capable of maybe still finding a jam here with, like, an ace-5 suited, maybe it's Kolev, the player as capable, as experienced. Here we go, ace-high board. Kolev looking best for the double. 35 million chip pot. Remember, he came into this final table with just 6 million in chips. Well, some additional in the form of a gut shot.
So going to need to fade jacks and 10s.
And another hold for the short stack. Incredible. Like I say, Boris Kolev coming in with 6 million chips. Still 9 players left, and he's up to 35 million. An average chip stack on this final table. Dangerous player.
Yeah, one that probably wouldn't have been avoided for Puts, even if he elected to go for call pre on the ace-high board. Seemed like an inevitable run out, even if played in a different manner. Was always going to double this man up.
Now playing 600k, 1.2 million. Average stack around the 30 big blind mark. The EAPT trophy on the line. Aquino, you'd have to say currently the favorite for that, given the chip stack he has and how the chips behind have kind of leveled out a little bit, with Puets losing some. Umarov with his daily kings. I say daily, orbit kings, orbitly, every so often. He always gets him in early.
He does always get him in early. That's a good shout.
They're like, hang on, does this guy just keep trying to steal from +1 and +2? Is that his strategy? Oh, here we go. Now, Aquino has surprised us on a number of occasions.
Seems like a nice one to flat here. Not going to be able to 3-bet call this off. So seems like a good one to just play cool with here as Aquino, but the way he's played,
raised, I think.
Yeah, he has gone for it. The way he's played, I was about to say, wouldn't surprise me. And does Umarov just always get 3-bet when he has kings?
We did get one through. Yeah. But yeah, of course. Got 3-bet after you open up a micro stack from under the gun by Levine next to him. Got a 4-bet jam through. Next time, raised, got it through. Here he is raising once more. Finds a 3-bet. And just again, another dreamy scenario. Thank you very much, dealer. I would like to wager all of these tokens. And he Aquino might not be done with this.
That is a good point to make, James. Like, theoretically, we want to fold, but we've seen a lot from Aquino, and it wouldn't surprise me if he did call it off. But one of the cons of opting to 3-bet this versus EP against just shy of 20 BBs, when we are met with this rip, we have to fold, whereas we can just call, play post with position.
How much?
But he still made call.
Again, he's seen Umarov do this before. He doesn't know Umarov had kings when he 4-bet jam last time. Yeah, well done. Nicely done from Aquino. Applied the pressure, got an answer he didn't like. Didn't throw good after bad. An eclectic mix at this table. 3 Russians, 2 Germans, 1 Brazilian, 1 Bulgarian, 1 player from Belarus, and then of course Umarov, hailing from Kazakhstan, where apparently a deck of cards has a lot of kings in it.
K for Kazakhstan, there you go.
There we go. Those sort of nationalities for a final table here at King's seem about right to me.
Is that normal? Big.
You got your 3 Russians, then from all over the shop, a couple of Germans, 1 from South America, Brazil. We got our Central Asian man.
Seems like a really nice catchment area because you get the Asians
Fantastic.
coming over. You obviously get from Europe as well.
All right, Lasowski.
I hope he doesn't take this, James. We've still got a full orbit. Going to find a better spot than this, and does go for the fold.
Yep, leaving it to Petachuk in the small, who has not enjoyed watching Kolev chip up on his left-hand side. Going to complete. And for the first time in a long time, are we heading towards just a small one?
Expect to be.
A flop.
Should be seeing a check here a lot of the time from Kolev.
Mid-lane cards, love to see flops.
He gets a nice looking one, 6 high, flops top pair. Not really much going on for Petachuk here, so probably going to be check folding if met with some aggression from Kolev. Seems like one that we never want to check either, James. Just want to flush out equity of overcards. Still get some value from some worse holdings. Stuff like ace high might stick around for one, some 3x, 4x that are gutted.
Break 15 minutes. During the break, we make raise chips by money.
Music is killing me. Yeah, we're just stuck in the elevator for like 2 hours.
I've just noticed the rather unfortunate size tag on Kolev's hoodie. Someone's done him dirty and left the large tag on there. It's a thing here when you make a final table at Merit. They adorn you with a hoodie and a cap if you wish.
Right,
it's like a little gift, but
someone forgot to take the sticker off him.
Someone forgot to take the sticker. Maybe it's a lucky sticker. It's working.
What I'd do if I was there, James, I'd purposely stick one on that says S or M.
Yeah,
that's what I'd do.
And so in the last break, I got gifted a Mediterranean Poker Party hoodie. And I was advised to go XL. I said, well, that's a bit mean. But it's the buffet.
It is the buffet. We can all blame the buffet. As we're going to jump into things here. And one that probably wants to play flat as Padachuk, ace-queen suited. Against chip leader specifically. It does come with flat.
Yeah.
And it just has this merit, James, like Aquino's going to open all ace-X, or at least he should be, or have like some suited queens, queen 9 off upwards, keeps all these dominated hold'ems in, keeps our range a bit under-repped.
And it plays okay when this happens, doesn't it? Breshulov coming along from the big blind. Even perhaps inviting a squeeze, although a little scary. With ace-queen, a 10-4-5 two-heart board. Aquino finding the best of it.
Around third pot from him. And now Padachuk can just get out of the way. With the ace-queen high, still with Breshulov behind as well. Do just expect this to be end of hand, but very good understanding of why we like to flat this hand as Padachuk. Some players may choose to get aggressive with it, facing the chip leader open, but a lot of pros for playing flat here, unfortunately not getting the flop that he desired, and the chip leader adds to his stack.
He looks to business, our chip leader. He's in the ascendancy. Still play 9-handed. Incredibly so. I believe we had a good 25 to 30 minutes left on the previous level at the start of this final. We played that and nearly a full hour here, and we are still 9-way.
They're coming in with them 3 short stacks. If you said to me we'd get to the first break, James, and we wouldn't lose a player yet.
With Aquino as well.
I would have offered you a good price.
Yeah. All it does mean is at some point there is going to be a flurry of all-ins as the stacks do inevitably shallow out. We've still got a few minutes left in this level, but then, of course, blinds will be raising up to 1.5 million big blind, and that, of course, will have a pinch. We'll reduce our average stack to 23 blinds, and thus change the dynamics once more. I just spied under the table there that is Padachuk wearing Crocs?
He is. He was wearing them yesterday as well.
I'm at a loss.
If he likes them, if they're comfy. They were huge when they first came out, James. I remember.
They really were.
Oh, the new in thing, the old Crocs.
Have you brought a pair with you?
I've not got a pair. I've never owned a pair of Crocs.
There we go. All right, we're on the same page. I mean, I don't feel I'm particularly qualified to be some sort of fashionista. But the Crocs, certainly something that passed me by.
Yeah, it seems fine to open here as Breshulov into 2 stacks that we cover. A nice, easy decision if we are met with some resistance, and does get it through in the form of a raise and take.
Yeah, not the best start to the final for him. No disaster, though. Came in with 53 million, is down to 41 and still 9-handed, but he's kind of put together a pretty solid performance here. We saw a light 3-bet the queen jack off the one sort of spot he had, and then we saw him decided to take the ace-queen off as a 4-bet bluff rather than potentially flatting up against Chris Puitz. And unfortunately for him, running into the ace-king. I kind of like how he set out his stall thus far.
Right. Dealers in the grand final, please complete their own. Consent the players.
Okay, so time for one more hand, and the players will go on their first break of the FT.
I'm actually kind of sad that Andrew's jumping in after the next break. I'm enjoying watching this final table.
Well, we'll just keep it warm for you, and then, you know, by my reckoning, you should be in here for the culmination.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be.
Some positives. Lisowski finding a positive. Ace-Jack, ripping it in. Breslov, King-Jack suited. Out behind.
They're not going to be able to call, though. Pretty hand. It has to go into the muck.
Ooh.
But this one will have to call.
Umarov, 2 10s. Asks for a count. It is sub 10. And are we going to lose a player on the last hand of the frame?
Yeah, should be getting it in here as Umarov.
Let's see. As Levine puts behind. With 28 million chips, really not enough to worry about those players. Has he announced call? He has announced call.
For that rare situation,
right?
The two blinds get it in behind.
Both went all in.
Yeah.
If one of them does, he still has to call. Both maybe folds. Lisowski's going to be happy to see that hand because Umarov rated to have Ace-Jack in bad shape at a decent frequency here. Can he win a race? Finally, all in this man. And a 9-deuce-deuce board looking very bad for Lisowski's future in this tournament.
Likely to lose our first player.
Well, hold up a second, Jay. A heart on the turn brings a whole host of additional outs.
Ace-Jack or heart is needed.
And there it is. He finds the 5 of hearts on the end. Lisowski with a sigh of relief was on the verge of being the first one to bust this final table. Instead, finds a double up, gets back to 25 million and isn't far off where he started this final table. And he will go off with the rest of them for a very well-earned break. There we go. Blinds will be going up, so take that in mind as we look at these chip stacks. It will be Umarov and Strobel, the shortest. But again, bunching up in the middle, Jay, with now finally a runaway chip leader.
Yep. So coming back after the break, if Aquino could get after it against them 30 big blind stacks with the shorties, what they're going to be, potential to really chip up for him.
Well, we will send that break and see you guys very shortly. These guys are actually well positioned because they all know each other. It's kind of a weird scenario where you got the kind of GTO, the super pros come down here, but then you got the merit guys who all have these little exploits against each other.
Exactly. It does give you that small advantage that players coming here from overseas may not have.
Yeah.
And Patachuk, what a sight to look down at.
Yeah. Let's see. Another player so well known in this game of ours. 20 blinds in the hijack. As you say, nothing better than a couple of aces. Comes in for the minimum raise. Desperate for action behind. Interesting, of course, it's Kolov in the big blind. Most likely player to give him action.
Interesting one for Marshatic here with the ace-8 off. Looks like going to go with call.
Oh, a little fruity, Jay.
Yeah, very fruity. Maybe one that could go for small free bet versus hijack. Nice candidate to choose, but getting involved in the form of a call.
Yeah, of course. We're coming to this table anew. These guys been battling potentially all day.
Yep.
And there could be all sorts of dynamics have been established. So it's always a little difficult, I find, when you do jump into a table like this and you don't know the previous history. Oh, Kolov Mixed down a nice one, but probably too nice a one to do much more than call, right? We kind of like playing this one three-way.
Exactly right, James. Just a nice one to defend, take to the streets. Three-way action here, heading to the flop.
Wow, here we go. Action upon action. Top two for Kolev out of the big blind. Patacek with those two black aces, not loving it, but aces are aces at the end of the day. Marshasic, as you say, like getting fruity with the ace of hearts, but what a flop he's found here.
Yeah, so everyone with a decent piece, and do expect to see some chips flying in. So Patacek going with a well-timed check.
Assume kind of either up against a lot of King X, Queen X on the button, big blind can flop flushes, kind of makes sense, I guess, to kind of slow down with a lot of hands in Patacek's seat. He does check it through, and of course, the dynamic's so different between those two because look at the chip stacks at play here. 13 million effective. Kolev facing a bet, but facing a bet where he blocks kind of the pair side of the value range. So is he kind of a little bit maybe more concerned that there are some flushes here?
There will be a few, but from Marshasic on the button, not really too many other than ace X of hearts and then the Jack 10 suited in there. So not too many flushes. There's going to be a lot of this King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 that might want to go for a bet here. Or a hand like this, Ace Jack, Ace 10 with the ace of hearts. Don't expect him to be as wide as Ace 8 here.
Well, as played, obviously just gonna call, and that makes this an interesting spot for Andrei Patacek here with the boots. I'm kind of a little concerned, I'd imagine, with the call from the big blind.
Yeah, definitely in the back of our head, but too good a hand to be folding just yet. Overcall comes in and heads to the three of diamonds turn.
We do indeed. 4 million chips in there. Patacek with just a little over that. Sees a nice card in the form of the three of diamonds.
And I expect this one to check through here, James. Don't think Patacek should have any leads. And Marshasic, it's just a disaster for us to bet our hand and potentially get jammed on. So I think we just want to realise our equity and check back in position and see a rib up. But I say that. Looks like Patacek is finding the lead.
Just showing his class. And maybe, again, what I was saying, maybe he's seen Marshasic flat a lot of kind of weak hands that have got the showdown in this kind of spot and thinks he's going to have a lot of check backs. Could be in there with these kind of lone heart combos.
Yeah, agree, James, because like King Jack, King 10 once getting called in two spots here, probably wants to be checking, so just taking that option out of there.
Small size, of course, gonna pick up a customer.
Now this is really interesting with King Queen here. It's a really intriguing spot because against this size here, I think we do want to raise, James, but could Patacek ever just have some flop nut flushes here himself when he goes to this sort of alarm bell size on the turn? I want to call.
Is this a case though, hey, look, if Patacek's got it, we're going to double up anyway, and maybe I want to charge the button a little bit? Does Electrica just call?
I think against that particular size, it seems like a really nice spot to go for raise. But then Marshasic can still have some nut flushes of his own on the button.
Well, as played, Patacek gets two callers. He gets a pretty nice looking river.
But surely we can't go for value now. James getting called in two spots on the turn after flop goes check, check, bet, call, call.
It's a bizarre one.
Like how can we go for value?
If you're just tuning in, you're certainly at merit. Patacek and Kolev in this one. Both check it over to Marshasic on the button, who, well, he just has the ace of hearts. Knows he can't win this one at showdown, and he's reaching for chips.
Let's go, this man.
And maybe a good argument again for Patacek checking this, kind of a nice bluff catch, but one assumes Kolev with a hand that isn't going to fold. And
I'm not loving this though with King Queen. You're hating it, really.
You need it to be kind of this hand, right? Yeah. The ace of hearts.
That's all it can be. Ace Jack, Ace 10 with the ace of hearts. That's what you expect.
Right, and as you mentioned, there's going to be the It's gonna. Oh wow, he does fold it.
I think I like it. I know we can see it would have been.
Yeah, I'm with you. You have to give him some really offsuit ace-X combo that's got the ace of hearts.
And then he's got all ace-2 suited up to ace-jack suited, jack-10 of hearts, jack-9 of hearts, 9-10 of hearts, flop set of 4s in there as well.
Let's see if Padachuk. He has a weaker hand than King-Queen, but with one player fewer in the pot, certainly maybe a more attractive spot to make this call. But he also folds. Wow.
I think I like the fold from both, James. I'm not going to lie. I know we can see they both would have won, but what a move there.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Yeah, very much looking forward to covering that one later in the week.
Perio off at 12, can't really do much. Going to have to let it go from under the gun.
A very warm welcome to everybody railing along on YouTube. As I see my man Jay, he's going to fire up the laptop. We're going to interact with you guys. Any questions you have for myself or Jay? Tell us who you're rooting for. Tell us who you're rooting against. We like the violence. Speaking of violence, Jay, Motagi, ace deuce on the button. Very reasonable open, of course. A faintly unappetizing seat for him into two very strong players on his direct lefts. And we see that Gal here actually has a real hand. Ace king off, 3 bets out the small. Oh, wow. Puts, cold finds, ace 10 of diamonds, Jay.
Yeah.
Potential trouble.
Yeah, big potential trouble here. It depends on how he perceives Gal. If he thinks Gal is a good, competent player and will find correct 3 bets in the small, could definitely get behind a 4-bet send here. But it's a tough one. It is a real tough one. I guess it's very player dependent. If it's someone that's going to be overly tight in the small, we can just easily fold, but does go for the 4-bet rip. And I think this is very nice from Puts. Got to take the whole cards out of question, Andrew. I know we can see he's done it straight into ace king, but just looking at it on that wider spectrum in terms of range, and I think this is actually a really nice shove from Puts, and unfortunately we're going to run into it of Gal. And it's a respectful jam to Gal as well, basically saying, I think you're good enough to 3-bet correct range, so I'm going to send this one in. And the ace-10 suited, one that does fare well equity-wise.
Yeah, Puts, of course, a little disheartening to see your 4-bet jam get snapped. But he still has, if we look at the percentages, 39% to win this one. I believe taking into account folded cards. So he is a long way from dead. Here we go. And wow, spikes it. 10-5-6. What a flop for Puts. All of a sudden, big favorite here, Jay, to find that double up.
Yeah, just fading the 3 kings.
No change through the 4 of hearts turn. Gal now. 3 outs, 3 kings, 1 time. Oh, it is paint, but it is the jack of clubs. And sort of doubly painful, I believe, for Gal, Jay, in that Puts is very accomplished and aggressive, and he's on our direct left.
Yeah, it's not
makes
good
this
to
even
see.
worse.
There it is in all its glory, the Merit Royal Diamond. And just to the bottom left of your screen, if we stay here long enough, you'll see a little outdoor chessboard where you and I had a bit of fun, Andrew.
You just love it, don't you? Just absolutely relentless. He did punish me, guys, on the chessboard. I put up a valiant effort, I thought.
Well, speaking of punishment,
right?
Blinds are going up. That's going to punish everyone. But look at this. Aquino with that 54 big blind stack. Basically double that of Chris Japuts. And look at the bunching now in the middle. 28 blinds, 27, 24, 22. Puts those stacks in a real tough spot because Adrian Strobel is hanging around here with 5 blinds. Almas Umarov as well with 11, kind of creating a big ICM crunch situation. And now even Lasowski, we just saw double up, but he's kind of in that pattern as well, along with Petachuk, being that they really need to see Strobel double or bust before getting overly involved, I'd imagine, Andrew.
Yeah, I always find these spots quite interesting. You know, there are some people still, Demps. I know everyone's more educated these days about trying a ladder, etc. But there are some people who just look at your man, look at Aquino and say, no more. I'm going to fight back. It'd be interesting to see how they approach the next hour or so.
You just look at that trophy and the 468k that comes with it and say, hey, that's what I want.
Aye.
I'm not here to get to 7th.
Yeah, it'd be intriguing to see how they navigate these tricky waters in the relatively early stages still of this final table. And you haven't lost one, right? I've been on my break. Been, what, playing for 90 minutes or so, maybe?
Yeah, at least 90 minutes. Yeah, about 90 minutes, actually, of final table play. Yeah. And we didn't lose anyone. Incredibly so. There were a multitude of all-ins. We had some clashes. It wasn't without action. You know, a lot of times, it's like one of those games where everyone says, oh, did you watch the game last night? It was fantastic. What was the score? 0-0. It has that feel about it.
Okay. So we're waiting for the deadlock to be broken. Really looking forward to this one. Some big names on this final. Petachuk and Puts, I was very impressed with earlier in our coverage. You got Kolev still in there, I noticed.
Yeah, thriving. Came in to the final with just 6 million in chips, 6 blinds, and has really had a nice spin up.
Yeah, and Aquino, I did pick him
He's
as an early sort of top 3 or bust type player, I thought.
Obviously, yourself and Jay last night got to see him, and earlier today you got to see him.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen him play a hand until this final table. The first hand I see him play, he limp jams 6-8 offsuit for 30 effective from the small blind. I'm like, okay, I believe you guys.
Yeah.
This guy, you never know what he's going to do. He's folded some hands. We thought, oh, surely he's going to do this. So in both ways, just really, really hard to ascribe him on ranges.
He's like an old school instinct guy, I think. Like he just feels it.
Just
and he
dynamics.
Goes, this is the moment, I'm going to pull the trigger.
We said that, like not necessarily hand distribution, just dynamics, the feel, the way the table's going, the flow.
Yeah.
Plays his hands based off that.
Yeah, compelling viewing for us here in the booth. Welcome along, everybody.
Yep, if you are joining us here on YouTube, we are streaming across multiple channels, but myself and Andrew do both have the DTD Player YouTube chat open. So if you do want to join in the discussion with us, that's where you need to be. And the discussion in the chat seems to be, that place looks amazing. Every time we go to the wide shot. And it is. Stunning venue. Obviously, we are somewhat biased, given that we are here on the payroll, but I promise you, this place is legit.
It is legit. As we see, Breshelov finds a legit open. Does have to tread carefully, as we mentioned, sort of second or third in chips. But a suited ace, these are the type of hands that play very nicely as raises on finals.
And especially, I guess, going after Strobel in the big blind, taking chips off that hand. Interesting, we've sometimes seen players go for more than min when the short stack's the one in the big blind, because you do want to dissuade the weakest of hands to call. Of course, King 7 was always going to play, but just maybe a little larger sizing.
Yeah, I think because he's so short.
Here we go.
He's so short, James, probably thinking, he's only got 2 blinds back, I can call off on any flop.
Well, here we go. Strobel flopping Jin, sees a bet, rips it in for the remaining 2 million. We'll get cool and get great news.
Absolutely.
That he is on track for a double up.
Yeah, immediate outs for Breshilov. Only the 3 aces. Does have some backdoors. Strobe will be happy that he blocks one of those backdoor, straight door possibilities.
3 of clubs is coming. Maybe not. 9 of spades. Just an ace will send Strobel out. Otherwise, we will continue 9-handed here at the EAPT Grand Final. And it is that ace, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness.
Breshilov finds it. And unfortunately for him, it is Adrian Strobel out in 9th place. Well, he's not hanging around. Getting out of this room as quickly as possible. Going to take his $45,000 home with him, but that is a cruel one.
Yeah, painful damps. Dagger in the heart of Strobel. Valiant effort. Takes home 45K, not too shabby. Won't feel great in the upcoming moments, but great run. And we are down to 8. Oh, those ones hurt, though.
Yeah, we'll be turning his hand, no doubt, towards the trophy in the middle there. The MPP main event is next up for him and the rest. You would imagine, although maybe just not late reg the 1B. Maybe go out.
I wouldn't do it right now.
Have a little relax and come back tomorrow for 1C.
Yeah.
That'll be my advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a grueling 3 days in this 2K EAPT Grand Final. And Breshilov really just has, anytime I've been in the booth today, just smooth sailing, James. Everything has basically gone his way. Not an insignificant pot to win there with all the stacks bunched together. Consolidates second in chips. Round to Christopher Poots. Finds a really strong hand from the button. Pocket jacks. Another player, Demps, that has really impressed us. Does open for the min, and he does have the chip leader on his direct left. Aquino.
Yeah, surely won't. Andrew, one of those, he's willing to take the action if it comes. Aquino.
Of course. I mean, Aquino, we talked about time in Demps, right? And feel this one would be pretty out of line. I'm going to say pretty out of line, incredibly so.
Just going to relinquish. Well done.
Oh, it was just one big blind, of course. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I was thinking he was in the small.
No. A little less incentive to fight, perhaps.
Got it. Likely deciding whether to just defend.
So, we are 8-handed, finally, at the EAPT Grand Final table. And I say finally, for those players at the table who've been desperate for ladder ups, they get them. We are now guaranteed $63,000. And a little quirk here, in the jump from 9th to 8th was 18,000.
Yeah.
The jump from 8th to 7th is only 15,000. So a smaller jump than we just had. And the one after that, again, is just 15,000. So it was a weird, like, extra bit of ICM between 9th and 8th. I don't think that much that it changed the ranges, but
yeah,
just by virtue of the fact that the short set kept doubling up for the players sitting there going, really? This is the biggest pay jump for a little while.
Yeah, interesting.
Here we go. 9s and 8s. Kolev dominating Breshilov. But for now, given their +1, +2,
yeah,
we're seeing a min raise and a call.
We saw a spot like this earlier where, you know, pocket 8s here from +1 and +2 really starts to lose its value, in my opinion, Demps.
Yeah.
You know, against a shallow open, but Breshilov does have position, decides to flick and call.
Well, here we go. The sort of flop that both quite like, but are not thrilled with.
Yeah.
Which is going to be a lot of flops with these kind of middling pairs from up front. See how Kolev decides to approach this with 9.8 in the pot. He has 31 million behind. Andrew's tapping the table here in the booth.
Got to check this one, I think. One of these where if we see bet and get called, it's still extremely tricky to navigate. Yeah, Breshilov also decides to check. Makes a lot of sense. Both of them immediately, cagily starting to hunt showdown. King of Diamonds turn, no help to either. Would imagine Kolev will knuckle again here. Decision on Breshilov. One of these demps probably enough hand to just try and get to showdown. You will, of course, be concerned that Kolev's going to have 9s through jacks. Going to make a lot of sense for him to have these. It would seem a little strange to turn this one into a bluff now, in my eyes. But he is going to do it. Maybe targeting those hands I just mentioned, James.
Yeah, the pairs that beat you. But also, I mean, I guess there's a little bit that maybe we have the best hand against Ace Jack and Ace 10 that decided not to bluff. Yeah, for sizing, I guess, a little bit. Unless, obviously, he's setting up to go 2 streets, I suppose.
Yeah, hard to tell at the moment whether this is protection or bluff.
A bit of both.
Bit of both, I think. Kolev, it's going to work. Very nice. Whatever it was, Demps got the job done. Not much for Kolev to do, really, in that spot. Power of position shining through. So we see the YouTube chat giving their commiserations to Strobel. Great run. And what a field size we have had. Close to 1,600 runners in a live 2K. Fabulous stuff. $3,004,000 in the prize pool. Smashing the 3 million barrier. Of course, as Demps mentioned, that 5K, 5 million guaranteed main event underway in the main ballroom.
Oh, yeah. Underway, of course, yesterday in the day 1A. Last night. Well, back last night. There we go. So some players with a couple of days off.
Yeah,
the rest, they're in there grinding.
Round to puts. And here we go. This one for Aquino. Going to pique his interest. Puts. Opens from the cutoff. Queen 10. 30 bigs effective. Aquino with the ace-4 suited Demps. Certainly going to play this one. It's whether we want to 3-bet or call. 3-bet chips are being counted. I like this. Get to just really put puts in a coffin, right, with lots of hands.
Yeah, just applying that pressure. And he hasn't been egregious at doing this as well, so it's going to carry a little bit more weight. And obviously, as Andrew says, we love this hand selection, ace-4 suited. He has turned down a couple of opportunities. Nice to see him go for this one. And obviously, the chip distribution makes it so much easier for him to do this. Puts now may think twice about opening some of these spots.
Yeah, pretty nice seat for Aquino. Puts very accomplished. Get to lean on him, sort of make him think twice before opening. I think this is going to be a really fun one. Had a few loose cannons in the field. Breshilov, who's played very well, was the beneficiary of, dare I say, a couple of big gifts in the lead up to the final table. I do dare to say it, they were gifts. He's played very well. Finds ace-queen of diamonds here, under the gun. Round 2, Lasuski. One of those players who he clashed with earlier in a huge one. Has ace-10 on the button. Very nice laydown. Breshilov going to get this one through.
Eight warriors remain. 39 million is the average. We will see it sneak back up above the 30 big blind average pretty soon, I'd imagine, with further bust outs. For the first time in this tournament, it did drop below that mark, just virtue of the extended 9-handed play.
Puts now. King, queen of clubs. Beautiful looking holding. From +2, is going to put those chips to work once more. Raises to 3 million. Aquino, king 5 of diamonds. lets that one go. And that is what they are playing for. EAPT Grand Final main event trophy. As we see Puts raise and take this one.
Yeah, this one's slipping more into how I thought it would go. A little cagey.
Yeah.
The odd raise and take, occasional 3-bet from the chip leader. Fewer flops.
Yeah, I did wonder whether Aquino would really try and run this one over. But he's picking his moments.
Thank you.
6. 27.
I just wasn't sure if the stack in the back is green or red.
Red.
Round 2, that chip leader, Aquino, pocket tens, real hand. Sizing up ever so slightly. Makes it 3.5 to go. And now Lasuski.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. These two have clashed on a couple of occasions. But Aquino, again, hasn't been overly active. Not as much as you'd expect from a chip leader, so
right.
A little bit of restraint from Lasowski.
He decides to
It's weird for me to say he hasn't been overly aggressive when I told you about how he's limp jam 6-8 offsuit. The two aren't really, you know, matching, but you have to trust me on this. Oh, Umarov. 2-7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strange spot for him. You wouldn't expect Lasuski to call with too many hands. So there are going to be some traps in there. So I kind of like this just complete.
Ooh. Yeah, also, it's just, does Lasowski really fold that often? Not really. Does he have maybe 8s and 9s? Something you see some of those traps you mentioned. I mean, better perhaps to see a safe board like this one. And then, well, a safe-ish board.
Sure.
Look at this, Aquino. No sign of slowing down. Leading with the 2 10s on Jack Deuce tray. Lasowski in the middle. Well, that's not where you want to be with King High.
Yeah, gonna have to ditch this one, James. And Umarov now, this is tough. Does, to his credit, quickly release. Nicely done. Could have got himself in a very bad spot. As it stands, Aquino continues to chip up. Certainly that moment in the tournament where he's going to look to pull well clear of the pack.
Aquino again going to be involved. King Queen offsuit is starting to move through the gears. Has 94 million of the 313 million chips in play. And really is working with the big M. Momentum in his favor.
Yeah, such a great feeling.
And if you're the sort of stack like Kolev, you don't mind seeing the chip leader kind of pound away now, do you? It's kind of doing a good thing if he can take chips away from the likes of Umarov, stop these other stacks attacking you. And Levine. All right, here we go. Ace Queen. Little over 20. Now, again, Aquino hasn't been hyperactive.
I think he will just call this one, Debs.
Yeah,
it's also one of these spots busting now, a bit of a disaster.
Right, if Aquino had been opening relentlessly, then this makes much more sense as a 3-bet jam, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Or even maybe arguably some sort of induce, but as it is, an open gets met with just a cool and a great flop for Levine, having somewhat slow played this ace-queen from the big. He's a dreamy looking forward. Ace-king 10. He knows this is a board the opener is going to attack, and he just gets to have way better than he's supposed to have in this spot. We know he doesn't have kings and aces and ace-king, really, bar some trappy stuff.
Yeah, beautiful developments so far for Levin.
And well, a little scary with the club rolling off, of course. Checks it once more to Aquino, who kind of rates to still have the best hand decent amount here. Obviously a bit scary, the clubs come. His opponent in the big blind can have clubs at a high frequency, but look at this.
Yeah, this is a strange decision in my eyes.
Is it a case, obviously, you know, a lot of the time he just has the best hand here. Well, not a lot of the time, but at some frequency. But also he can just start to put, like, the Raggy Aces under loads of pressure here. And he still has decent equity against a hand like Ace-5, right?
That is absolutely true.
Well, not Ace-5, pardon me. Ace-4, Ace-3, Ace-2,
Sure.
not Ace-5. I've got very bad equity against Ace-5, Andrew.
If Levin has, like, an Ace-4, you know, Ace-7, you know, spades-type hand, he's going to have to get rid of it. So it's kind of... I kind of like it a little more on reflection. I did expect just a check, though. We can just win, and you did reference the big blind's going to have a lot of flushes here.
Well, look at this. 27 million chips in the pot. Aquino has swelled this one with that second pair. Levine loving life up to now. And wow, another club on the river. Well, Levine hates this run out. Now, Andrew, given that Aquino has bet flop, bet turn being called, is this a hand that now we kind of do want to fire 3? We unblock the Ace-X. If our opponent did say turn a flush, well, they might not love life
What's
anyway.
happening here?
A block.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Is this a red rag to a bull?
I think it could be.
Is Aquino going to charge in at this?
I mean, one thing I will say, with the 4 flush on the board and the ace being the diamond, a good amount of the time Levin, when he check calls turn, will have the ace of clubs, I think. Right? When he has like ace-8, or if he defended an ace-9 with the ace of clubs, he's going to continue with that card. But this is a very curious little min bet.
Does that hand lead for
I don't think
one blind?
people find it. Maybe they should. I don't think they find it in the moment. Could be wrong. Likely you're just going to check, right, and say, okay, chip leader, try and blast me off this.
Andrew, I think he's going to go for this. He just has a look about him.
I mean, he's going to be aware now, of course, his hand is no good.
Yeah.
I think he might jam here. No, he's just going to go for a smaller
Here
raise.
we go,
I
the
like
tickle
it.
raise.
I like it.
What a play here from Aquino, yet again exhibiting his aggression post-flop.
Oh, and he's made it just that little milky sizing, right?
milky.
As if to say, I have the nuts.
But this is like, not necessarily trying to make him fold a hand like 6-8 of clubs that maybe is called from the big blind, turn the flush. Now, basically, he's trying to make this kind of hand, maybe more the 2-pair combos, right? The ace-4, ace-5, king-5, whatever it could be in there that blocks and now hates life. And credit to Levine here. He's still thinking about this. Is he thinking, hey, would Aquino bet flop with an ace? Yes. If he had the ace of clubs, would he always bet turn is the question, or would he allow a check back, pot control with the 1 pair and the nut club? Kind of allow me to make an inferior flush perhaps.
Really
But with this sizing,
hand.
does this sizing perhaps even lean towards being like, hey, it doesn't have to be the ace of clubs straight here?
Queen of clubs for sure can be in there with this sizing, definitely.
So incredible stuff from Aquino.
Wow.
Gets Levin to fold and now has 110 million chips. Andrew, over a third of the chips in play.
I would suggest trouble ahead for the rest of the table. Very key pot, though, that Demps, right? You know, he had to find that bluff, found it beautifully, and really quite credibly represented a little wider range of value, as you said. Could certainly raise with the Queen of Clubs there. And Aquino, well, as we say in Scotland, he's got chunks. Very interesting.
Crazy, crazy hand.
What do you think of that 1 big blind lead? It's a tricky one to analyze in the moment. Shakes his head in disappointment.
Well, Aquino, just say, he finds his own path.
He does find a way, right? I think lots of people would check that turn.
Yeah.
I mean, I would. But he found a way to win the pot. Round 2, Breshilov. Queen, Jack of Hearts in the cutoff. believe he's second in chips. Certainly more than good enough to get involved. Should be hand over.
Sam Hodge in the chat saying kicking himself for not raising the flop. I don't think so. We're in a good situation on the flop. We've got top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
And an opponent who is going to blast into us on that kind of texture down the
Exactly.
streets. Just unfortunate with the run out. You know, sometimes in poker, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, one of those, ace, king, 10. We don't really have aces and kings, as you mentioned. Don't have ace, king very often, if ever. Even pocket 10s, we could occasionally just put it in pre.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're going to have lots of check calls, and our opponent just let him barrel off with, you know, 6-7 suited or something like this if he has it, you know, somehow.
Pocket 5s, the kind of the hands that love to do that.
Just an unfortunate run out.
Very much so. He only needs a few more fortunate run-outs, Aquino does, to actually take this title down, having over a third of chips in play now with 8 left. And Brechelov, he's going to put his head above the wall, say hello with king-queen suited. Seems a very reasonable one, but it is the chip leader in the big blind who casually flicks it in with that 4-5 offsuit.
Yeah, the best thing for Aquino here is he's going to get to over-realize his equity on lots of boards. Ones like this one, potentially. You know, Brechelov has to tread carefully. Is second in chips, but doesn't want to get into too many sticky situations against Aquino. Like, I think he should check back a lot here, Demps, on an 8-6-6. Whether he does, we will see. You know, king-queen figures to be best, but our opponent is going to check-raise this board a good amount. Going to put us in some bad spots, so I like this. And here we go. The green light for Aquino.
Yeah. He doesn't need a light, but he's got a green one, that's for sure.
I mean, this is an absolute fist-pump turn lead.
But every time we've said this, Aquino, he has surprised us. But this one surely feels like a bet.
Yeah, you gotta lead this one.
And he's going chunky.
I like it.
Yeah, because Brechelow's going to have a lot of ace highs that might want to call a bet still here, right? You just put them in the bin.
Yeah.
Sure, he's going to have some traps you're betting into here, like the overpairs, but they're not that frequent.
I like it a lot.
Of course, with this size, you kind of start to make it hard, even with some of his diamond combos, I'd imagine. Although, with 57 million back. Ooh. Oh, hello. Hello.
Brechelov not having it on the turn at least.
Wow, sees all those draws out there, says, I think you might have one, and finds an ace on the river. Card, as Andrew says, is a great card for his range. He looks like he has some of that ace high that's stuck around. We see he's stuck around a king high. Although, to that sizing, maybe fewer combos than if it had been a smaller bet, but certainly all the ace-x of diamonds combos are going to be in here.
I was about to reference.
Some of those slow plays I mentioned are still in here. The jacks, queens, kings, even aces, perhaps, that check back to allow the chip leader to bluff. Oh, hello.
Wow.
What's he gone? How much? Was that 7?
I think I heard 11. Yeah, 11 indeed.
Wow.
Now, this is very intriguing. Brechelov going to start to dissect this one. What hands that bet turn want to bet 60% on this river?
Right now, we really are leaning towards the 6x, right?
6x. I mean, an 8 is not going to do this.
Yeah.
Pocket 3s, of course, for value. Pocket 8s, he could still have some of these hands. Ace-8 Demps going to be in there.
Maybe some ace-x that sides bet turn. That's kind of unlikely.
I think that's unlikely.
So can Brechelov ever find the hero here?
I mean, we do have a pretty nice hero combo. We don't have a diamond. We don't have a 4, a 5, a 7, a 9. Lots of these hands that could be bluffing into us on the turn.
Well,
if he finds this one, this is a huge moment in this tournament.
Obviously throws forward all those time shapes. Aquino just try and read this man. Brechelov knows this is going to be a long tank.
It is interesting, Demps. Like, would a 6 potentially go like huge here, right? Because it's kind of a polar river spot now on the ace, right? It's like we don't really have an 8 anymore. We don't have like a pocket pair that was going for thin value, something like this.
The more I look at this, the more I think he may call this.
I think so too. Brechelov, we've seen he's not afraid earlier in this stream. Oh, does lay it down.
Aquino gets away with one.
Oh, and he shows him.
For the fans.
Kind of felt like Brechelov knew it, right? But just couldn't pull the trigger.
Missed straight draw. No reason to slow down for the Brazilian. Up to 120 million chips.
6.
Wow.
Push me. When you got the 6, it's more easier.
Some taunty chat. Let's go with the shown bluff.
Yeah, Boris?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe Breshilov just perceives 60% to be more value heavy. Maybe thinks his opponent would go larger with bluffs.
Incredible. Just got away with 2 big bluffs in the same orbit. Really extending himself here. Oh, Petachuk opening up. Kolev away from the table for this one. Bad time to miss a hand. See him coming back into frame now.
I guess deciding, let's go now before the blinds hit me. I like this from Petachuk. We're going to have to find some steals. You know, we are starting to get to that very dicey stack depth. King-Queen qualifying as a raise fold.
And Lasowski, Queen 7 of hearts in the big.
Yeah, these are real dicey.
Off the short stack, though, is going to stick around.
I think the problem is Petachuk is going to be pretty tight and going to have a lot of picture cards.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
This is as cold as this could get with these 2 holdings. Lasowski flopping top 2. Petachuk with top pair, loving life on the Queen 7 tray.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absolute disaster. I mean, there's no getting away from this, Demps. If Lasowski fast plays flop.
Lasowski.
Oh, he's trapping.
Hello.
Actually, don't mind that.
Wow, and such a wet-looking turn card that one assumes Lasowski is just going to let to bet this fairly big and leave not a lot back for the river.
I agree.
He has so many draws that could be bluffing here. May even bet at a size that means Petachuk just jams over the top.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think, to just jam here.
I think he will shove here. You know, you're going to get called by a queen. You may even get called by a 9 Demps.
Right.
Very occasionally.
You deny slash, you know, maybe get it in against some combo draws, but you definitely don't want to give him the free pop.
Wow, is he just slow playing this?
What? He's seen enough of Lasowski. Maybe he's thinking Lasowski's way out of line here.
Sure.
Which, if you've been watching, is possible. Oh, king on the river, albeit a club, Andrew. The club is somewhat concerning.
Wow.
2/3 pot back. We have top 2 versus 2nd and 3rd, or 2nd and 4th.
What an interesting river. Lasowski hates this card. Very comfortable on the turn with his 2 pair, but not anymore.
This just falls into bluff catch, surely.
Yeah, it does.
But it's one that we do press the call button with, right?
I think so. I mean, when we check, you know, Petachuk, this is super interesting. Gonna have like 10s and jacks in there, Demps? Or is he not just gonna bet 1 big blind on the flop?
Is there ever a chance? If let's say we do check here.
Okay.
Is there ever a chance Petachuk values?
Yeah, he's gonna jam. He's going for value.
Yeah, does just go for value. Still has a lot of misdraws himself, and like loves this non-snap, right?
He does love the non-snap. I just don't see this getting through, even though it's a scary card.
Yes, but the 4/5s, the 5/6s, the 8/10s, the spade combos.
Jack 8 of spades, type hands, 10-8 of spades.
Not enjoying it.
10-6 of spades.
And then maybe occasionally you do see the Queen 7, the Queen 9, King 9 even perhaps. Oh, pardon me, King 9. Oh yeah, King 9 with 2 beats, sorry.
King 10, King Jack, would they? I don't think they would jam.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. They've both got such a strong hand, but on a scary board, where ranges allow them both to have far better than the hand they do.
What a fascinating spot. Pretty grim for Petachuk in that all the 10 Jack get there that would feasibly bet turn. All the club combos get there. So this is also effectively, in his mind at least, Demps, a bluff catch. Probably don't think your opponent's going to have too many 2-pair combos, seeing as we block most of them. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Did you...
I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he folds. I don't think he will, but...
There was a flicker across Lasowski's face when that went in. I don't know whether he thought it was a chip.
Do you think he wants a call now, then?
Well, yeah, I mean, you must think you're good. And he gets the call.
Yeah.
He's gonna victory slam, as it were, and get the bad news that he is out.
Oh.
There we go, eyebrows raised. Lasowski's race is run.
I can understand
an action man. Kind of a little upset that the call took that long. He feels like, I don't think he feels like it was a slow roll. It's not in Petacek's remit to do that. It was somewhat of a nit roll, obviously, but there are a lot of hands that beat him.
Yeah. I mean, I think more than reasonable to take a bunch of time there. Right? Almost $500,000 for the win. Very wet river as it stands. Petacek dispenses of our man.
No, he's big blind.
And there you go. Just an example of the experience of this man. $5.5 million in earnings. We keep referencing it. Arguably the most experienced at this table.
Yeah.
A former WPT and EPT champ. As well as, of course, deep runs in the World Series of Poker main. Not once, but twice. Coming 15th back in 2011. Andrew, and then 17th last year. So he's made the final two tables of the World Series of Poker twice.
That's pretty insane.
In fact, finishing 15th came in 2011, where he won his EPT and WPT. So he came 15th in the main event in the summer. Then he won EPT San Remo in October and WPT Prague in December. So he was having a hell of a 2011.
Frankly greedy, in my opinion. Well, look at this. Kolev, under the gun open, round to Petacek in the big ace-queen of clubs.
Yeah, does he send this in? Or is this just another one of those hands where you want to keep the weak hands in again?
I think he'll likely just call. It's just one of these hands that plays very well post, very disguised. When we jam, we get called by a nutted range. I like this a lot. Especially at final tables, these become a lot more just defends. Kolev should be tight here from under the gun.
10 tray 4. Petacek going to knuckle it over to Kolev, who will have reason to perhaps slow down a little bit on this board. Obviously, we are now playing 7-handed, and undergun open range is still pretty tight. Thus, the big blind doesn't get to peel with as much 3x and 4x as maybe we think, but certainly more than the big blind, than the undergun open happens to have. Right then, here comes the C-bet. It's small. Petacek surely going to continue.
Yeah.
2 overs, backdoor clubs, 3 to Broadway.
Yeah, I like this sizing a lot. And you nailed it, Demps. Petacek not going to have many hands that wrap around this 3 and 4, or any that contain it for the most part, apart from the suited ace-x. So we can go small.
Well, deuce. That is one of the cards he could connect with, like you say, like the ace-deuce, ace-5, ace-3, ace-4.
5-6 suiteds of the world are in there too.
So that's actually a pretty good card for the big blind. So let's see how Kolev reacts when checked to. See, it feels like one we just got to shut down now, right?
I think so. Kolev's got to be hating this card. You know, even with some portions of our value range, we're going to check this card. So I think it makes sense to check.
All right, dealers in the high order, please complete the hand roll. You can send your players on a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I like it. Does check back. Look to get there. And this is very interesting.
Yeah, now Petacek with top pair, queen kicker. But Kolev with perhaps an incentive to bluff.
It's one of these ones, again, Kolev going to be aware, king high no good. And when check to, if Petacek does check, may feel compelled to bluff and sort of try and dislodge like pocket 6s type hand stamps. But Petacek going to do the betting of his own.
I was going to question whether he does just come out with a small bet himself.
Yeah. Kind of like it, right? I mean, you don't want hands like, I mean, jacks and stuff might bet turn, but we did say that with this turn card, some big pairs will check in Kolev's seat.
Kolev can have some 10x as well, right? The jack 10 suited, queen 10 suited, king 10, ace 10. Well, ace 10 we obviously lose to now, pardon me.
Sure.
Now.
It does have the jack of hearts in hand. But I mean, what could we raise for value here other than like 10x of hearts? Right. I mean, maybe King, Queen of Hearts takes a free one on the turn. Not impossible, right? Something like this. We're not really going to have a 5, and even that's not going to raise, I don't think.
Does this weak lead from Petr ever be like a 10x? It doesn't feel like it's the hand that bets, right? So
it's not going to bet.
If we do try and bluff here, we're trying to dislodge a bigger hand, and probably we're not expecting to see one pair too often.
And there's some straights in there to go with the 2 pairs. I don't think we can credibly raise often enough here, personally. Yeah, I like the restraint.
Good fold. We think. Probably, though, against that kind of hand is the one that it might work against, though, right?
Sure.
The 1 pair holdings. Petr pulls in another one and exchanges all the information with his fellow crusher.
Yeah, that's not a man that the rest of the table want to see with a stack.
No, and he's been thriving every time I've been in the booth. I did suggest that if he wants, I can follow him around the world, always get in the commentary booth when he's on the feature table, because I've only ever seen him spin up. Every time I leave you and Jay alone, I come back, he's got 10 bigs. Umarov.
Are you blaming me and Jay?
No, I'm praising myself. It's,
Good.
You know, it's not about you guys, it's about me.
Consider me shocked.
Umarov all in with ace king, a man who, well, just had kings a bunch of times in the first 2 hours. Ooh, hello. Is he going to get a little look? I feel like this isn't really the way Aquino likes to maneuver.
And also just keeping keeping him in is not even a problem, really, right? Keeping in Umarov.
11.
We get to lean on the rest of the table. Is this an under the gun shove? Can't see from here.
+1,
Plus
I
one.
believe, yeah.
Yeah, and we don't close the action. Something to consider. You know, we'd probably flick this in depths. I mean, certainly from the big blind, he would call maybe in the small. Yeah, I think I like this fold.
Yeah.
Like Umarov, even though he needs to get the chips in, don't think he just launches it, you know, with hands that we crush very often. Yeah, Kolev forced to fold. And probably in Aquino's interest to keep him around anyway.
Yeah, you don't mind folding up even like a tiny favorite spot there, right?
Right.
You're certainly not going to make a slightly bad call. So, 7 remain here at the EAPT Grand Final. Everyone guaranteed $78,000. 1,565 entries in this monstrous 2K. Sort of prize pool only seen at the World Series of Poker for this buy-in level.
Yeah, really amazing. It surpassed expectations. 3 million, that is chunky. 11, 14 bigs, forced to fold. Puts this very awkward stack depth, Demps. Now with Petr chipping up on the left of Aquino, even harder to open this. I like this. Showing restraint.
Yeah,
you know,
he kind of got
like
slapped a little bit earlier, didn't he? And he's just recognizes that, hey, there's enough action going on here. I am going to get some ladders, some short stacks. Let's just play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Kolev.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to send this, I would imagine.
Some denial.
Yeah, does rip it in. A literal fist pump, blind on blind. Just hope your opponent doesn't wake up. Sorry, I was just thinking that when Petr has like 25 mil, then I think puts can still open a little more liberally, right? If he gets it through Aquino, he knows Petr going to be very ICM aware in these spots, and he'll get better hands to fold. Now that he covers him, got to be even snugger. Don't envy him. 2 of the better, not better, I don't want to say better players, but very strong players with stacks on his left.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think it's fair to, when we're dealing with Petr and Kolev, to say better. We know these guys are long-time crushers of the game.
Right. Now, Levin. This one is kind of grim.
Yeah, he's played... All his opens have actually been super strong. We saw kings 3 times and now just ace-king.
Yeah.
But he hasn't actually been dealt any... Oh, pardon me, I was looking at Umarov when I was saying that. Levin. Yes, of course.
Yeah. I mean, when we do dip into steals, this is the type of hand we want to use as a pure steal. Use this ace blocker.
I think Aquino may let this happen.
Yeah. I think it would be more than fair to lay this down. That's one of the benefits of sort of still finding steals, right, with this ace in hand.
Right.
It's going to get credit a lot. We only have 14 blinds to start. Now, Umarov, what to do? Jack 10. Type of hand we do like to defend, but once again, Levine's range gonna be so strong. I like the fold from Umarov. Very nice. We could see he was in fine shape, but in the long term, I think we can be in really bad shape against that under the gun raise. I'm loving this, I must say. Lots of strong players.
Yeah.
It's going to be intriguing to watch this one pan out.
The winner of this event will not have had it easy.
Yeah, intrigued to see if Petychuk can continue to accumulate. He can put some pressure on Aquino if he can start to get closer to him, chips-wise. Well, look at this. Very out of line.
Yeah, and he's going to get punished
Yeah.
straight off the bat here. Kolev with pretty easy one with those two jacks, of course. Going to take some time to balance. Look at the stack. Look at those around him. But this one surely will find the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 6-3 suited a little too out of line for my tastes.
Ah, come on now. You've got a Brazilian with a chip lead on a final table.
Yeah.
Let him do his thing. In fact, Kolev going to go for the...
Yeah, half-stacker-ish. Oh, he's going for the induce.
Yeah, the sort of room to fold size.
Very interesting.
Just room to fold size.
Yeah. I kind of like it. It gives you a glimpse into how much he wants this title, right? Rather than just ladders. Jack's not usually a hand you would see induce here. But if he knows Aquino has spice. And spice indeed. Raising 6 high. I mean, we can't continue here, damn, surely.
Well, let's see. It's a man who's kept us guessing all day.
Very nice timing, Kolev. Good time to find it.
Certainly was. And a little unfortunate for Aquino, given that he hasn't actually been that out of line in his opens. Finally, he takes one that is very out of line and instantly gets punished. I wonder if that'll adjust in his mind, like, oh, maybe these guys just know what I'm doing all the time.
Yeah.
You feel like as a chip lead, you're supposed to get away with a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, if Kolev has ace-jack offsuit there, for example, it just becomes pretty gross.
Right. Well, here we go. Aquino with ace-jack offsuit himself.
All right.
He's going to give that a go. Raising this up from under the gun.
This is one thing I will say. I'm not a huge fan of this.
Wow, big raise, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to change the defending ranges much of players. Maybe it changes puts in the big. But I mean, ace-jack, it's going to do great against hands that will defend anyway, or more than fine. And you just give people a good price to shove on you.
Levine, yeah, kind of weird. One of those stacks who may feel like he has a hand that's a good hand to shove, but he has to be concerned about first time seeing this big open from number one.
3K, 6K, anti-6K, start with.
I don't think we have enough perceived fold equity. I mean...
Yeah, gonna let that one go. Allow things to get around to put in the big blind.
This is the problem.
Who looks down at ace-king of hearts to that big open size and... Wow. Given that he just saw Aquino kind of raise fold, is he going to go for some sort of induce size over that open? Or is that open just so big that he's just kind of forced to jam?
It sort of muddies the waters. I think against Min, he definitely would 3-bet to call off. But all of a sudden, once your opponent makes it 4.3 million here, we're out of position. Yeah, it's a confusing spot for puts. Certainly a hand that we could use as 3-bet call. But now, 8.1 million in the pot already.
Yeah.
If we're going to 3-bet call them, so we're going to put in like 40% of our chips.
I mean, ICM's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Probably lands on jam, but he might not.
12.5.
Yeah, there we go. He is going to go for it.
12.5.
I like it. I like
Whoa,
Oh,
what?
snap call.
Wow.
Snap
Wait,
call.
what happened?
Oh, snap all in.
He didn't.
Snap all in.
Oh.
Just like that, Andrew. We have an 83 million chip pot on this final table. Christopher Puetz with the commanding lead in the hand. Ace King v Ace Jack. As we head to the flop, Aquino had been climbing up nicely. This one, though, maybe a little bit too much of a step up. Maybe frustration from being 3-bet the hand before. We take things to the flop, where we see a King Deuce 4 board. Does not get much better for Christopher Puetz than that one, Andrew.
Wow, Demps. What a flop for him, and that's it. Turns him dead.
Well, here we go. We have a new chip leader.
Wow, that happened so fast.
And it is one of the German crushers. With the chips, Aquino, a little smile across his face. And yeah, weird, just given that he made that raise size so much bigger, to then get 3-bet by the big blind.
He's not bluffing you here. He's just not bluffing.
I mean, I'm going to give credit to Christopher Puetz being the kind of player who, if anyone's capable, he is one of those elite guys. But I think people just respect a sort of near 3x for the first time under the gun.
I mean, the issue is that Puetz is just not incentivized to bluff, like, at all. Like, even if you're the biggest crusher in the world, I think you're bluffing 1 in 50 there or something like this, honestly. And Aquino might live to regret that one, Demps. He had, you know, the table running scared. Had them where he wanted them.
Has to be an even number.
It's 40 million.
40 million 500, I think.
Oh, there you
35, 37, 39, 40 million 500,000.
A little accounting to be done, Andrew, but it does result in him having 27% of the chips in play, and the chip lead now with 7 left. Now, important at this point, Andrew, a big misstep for Aquino, but just settle himself.
Absolutely.
He's still in an amazing position. He's got more chips than he came to the final table with, and fewer players left at that final table. Things are good. He's in a very good situation.
For sure.
Just resettle. That's what he's just doing here. Just
hopefully
checking the inventory.
Hopefully able to quieten that inner voice that is screaming at him at the moment, saying, why in the hell did you do that? Yeah, I mean, that one, it happened so quickly, Dems. I thought he just called the 3-bet.
Yeah,
right,
I saw chips go in, but then it'll be weird to snap call. He just decided, hey, look, this guy's tanking. If he 3-bets me,
I'm going.
He's getting it up him.
All right.
And like I say, it's easy for us to say when we're sitting in here, we see it's Ace King, but you saw him doing this earlier, right? With, was it Queen 7 or something? He's battling away, or he's involved in that hand.
There was some wild stuff pre-FT. You saw the 6-8.
Right, and it's worked a number of times, and that's what's got him to the chip lead. So it's hard for us to suddenly pick up this one and say, hey, look, he got this wrong, when he's done it so many times and it's worked out before.
Sure. Puetz wants to have a look.
It's like, how many chips you got there, pal? How you doing, short stack? That's like a little bit needly when you go, what have you got left?
Yeah, interesting now for Puetz. Typically a hand you would limp the small.
That's how he's going to approach it. Calls the 700k more, and his fellow big stack happy to knuckle back with the Queen 9 as the deuces take the lead, heading to an ace-king board. Well, as far as you can get from a deuce happy flop, but he is still best.
Yeah, very, very likely to see Christopher go 1 big blind here. And Aquino, okay.
Yeah.
Like, kind of nice that you said let yourself settle down. I would call 1 here, but maybe just thinking, I need a moment.
And it's actually, and that board being as far as it could be from Puetz, but actually not a bad board in that Aquino's still going to raise with a lot of the Ace-X and even the King-X from the big blind. So the best board he could see, arguably, that doesn't improve his deuces.
Sure.
Like, you know, 3, 4, 5, probably better.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But if it's going to be a paired rainbow board, Ace, King looks to be a pretty good one. Well, it's all changed here at the EAPT Grand Final. That trophy is what we're playing for, but the favourite for it has surely changed now with Christopher Puetz holding that chip lead. Kolev, Padacek still in here. Breshelov, he's kind of navigated this really nicely up to now. I've been very impressed with him.
Yeah.
Has basically the stack he started with. Umarov Well, he came in as the second shortest and has about the amount of chips he started the final with, but obviously has lathered up to the final 7, 78,000 guaranteed. As he finds a jam here, will he get through? Kino, look at that, just folds the 4s without much of a thought. Again, just settling himself. I like that.
I like it too.
Just
you know, even just folding that queen 9 to one big blind. Maybe just saying to himself, I need a minute here. And like you said, James, he's still firmly in the hunt here. Big favorite still, sort of top 3 this event.
Yeah. Yeah, big favorite.
Yeah, that hand was wild. But like you said as well, you never know the history between the players. Maybe just thought, puts can be at it. I'm going to put him back under it. Unfortunately for him, ran into the buzzsaw of the ace king of hearts.
I was just looking through. I mentioned I've been impressed with Breslov, the man who's under the gun here now, and the way he's approached this one is he looks down at ace king. And I showed a look. He was here back in 2022 for the MPP, where he came 21st in the MPP Open, 14th in the EAPT, 12th in the Malta Poker Festival event.
Wow.
And 15th in the Irish Open event here. We had all these sort of brands here together. So 4 very deep but non-final table cashers. So nice to see this year he has got here with this big stack. And, wow, a great situation for him here because it looks to me like he may get
well, we did just see Umarov fold 7s from +1, which I really like. You know, again, I always ask myself in these final table moments, what are my opponents incentivized to do? And Breslov not really incentivized to get after it here from under the gun. So 7's shrinking up. As we see Levin in the tank. And it's kind of grim demps. You don't really want to shove, right? We're pretty shallow for a 3-bet fold. Flatting doesn't appeal. Like, it feels like if this is a Kino raising, right? Or puts with the big stack raising, we can just put it in.
Yeah, this coming from under the gun. Like I said, Breslov's played a pretty sort of snug game that I've been very impressed with up to now. Let's see, though.
Oh, he
is going for it, Andrew.
Wow.
He thinks he's seen enough, has a playable one. Decides he needs to make things happen here at this FT. With all the players still to act behind, maybe a pip wide. I think if this was ace-queen, we'd be saying it's a slam dunk.
Exactly.
And it's jack-suited even. You could argue with that.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Andrei Petachuk sees all this action in front of him and looks down at the ladies in the small blind. Now, up against Levine. More than happy to get this in. But he does have Breslov opening under the gun.
Wow.
This is a little dicey. Again, queens surely just too much hand. And he does go for it. And now, what is Breslov going to do with ace-king seeing this action? What hand does Petachuk put all these chips in with, Andrew?
I think you can fold this hand. Yeah,
he does,
and he just
and he
quickly
does it swiftly.
I like it, honestly.
Wow.
Petachuk never has worse. It's like queens, ace-king plus, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe jacks very occasionally.
Partly that was the speed at which Petachuk put the chips in?
I think he's just super aware, Breslov. He knows that Petachuk has to have just such a narrow range.
I spent the start of this hand heaping praise on Breslov, and then that hand comes up, just signifying how good he really is. As we see a 10-9-3 flop, we will flip back, of course, to the action here. As Levine has just, what, 2.5 million chips back. They're surely going to go in now. Petachuk asks for it, and Levine's like, well, this isn't great, but here we go. You figure you're going to have 3 outs here.
The most interesting
and Breslov,
thing...
let's see his face as he gets shown. Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew. He's going to feel very happy about the fold he's made when he sees it was queens. He kind of knew it was queens plus, maybe ace-king.
Probably chopping it best against Petachuk, I would suggest.
Great, great fold. But it means Levine is live, Andrew, of course. If it was a 3-wall in, would basically be dead here.
Right.
Can find an ace or 7 or queen now would do the job. Although, looking at the folded cards, there aren't many left. 3 of the 7's gone. And the river being the offsuit, non-connected, 4 of clubs, sends Levine out in 7th place. Good for 78,000. And maybe, just maybe, a little wonderment as to whether that was the time to make his move. There we go. More carnage at the EAPT Grand Final. Final table. Andrei Petachuk now also in the ascendancy. We're suddenly seeing the big stars rise here at this table.
Yeah, penny for the thoughts of Aquino. Not only have two of his opponents chipped up, it's two of the very best. But yeah, just to throw back to that Breshilov fold, you were praising him a few moments ago. I mean, he just made it look so simple also, which is very much the sign of a man who understands situations.
Yeah, you'll see some players may discover the ability to fold that hand on the spot, but it takes them a long time. There's a man who's clearly seen this spot enough times before, is comfortable just quickly folding those hands. Umarov, he's a man who's been climbing up the ladders, now guaranteed 93,500. Came in second shortest, finds 2 sevens for 10 bigs, and is now quite a way adrift in the chip counts.
Yeah, six-handed, going to be happy to find sevens. Likely a spot dance where we're going to do the old half stack.
Yeah,
in case, you know, in case two people get it in behind or whatnot.
Yeah, I think when we were this far adrift in chips, that does make sense, Andrew.
Just taking his time. Burned one time bank.
Dust still settling from that monster hand. Breshilov, of course,
actually looks
would have been
very
out the door,
uncomfortable
or near
here.
enough out the door as well himself if he had played the ace-king.
Yeah, I think just an illustration.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's tight.
Yeah, that's a bit curious. Let's just have a look at the stacks behind. So we've got Puitz with 86, Aquino with 71. Wow! How has he folded sevens to see aces of Padacek behind?
I really don't like the laydown, but it's going to work out beautifully. Spidey senses tingling somehow. He would have had one out.
Yeah, but look how far adrift he is from the rest as well. I mean,
I think it's a bad fold in the long term for sure.
Kolev, I suppose, is also short, but that's it.
I mean, we're about to pay 3 million of our 15. I think you have to jam, but it's going to work out very nicely. Little surprised to see Breshilov defend this.
Yeah.
You know, of course for chips, you're flicking it in.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying because you have got that big blind about to be punished, but I mean, the 9-7-0 plays okay, doesn't it? And we're deep enough that it's not like we're going to be facing all in a lot when we play, calling from the big blind here. And, well, speaking of big blinds, not only was he about to post 3 million, he's about to post 4 million. Because I hear heels approaching the table, Andrew. We're going to 1 mil, 2 mil with a 2 mil ante.
You could hear the heels. You're like a superhero with that, like a tuned hearing.
You know.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you hear them approaching the table. Those are the ones departing from the table. It's like.
Very impressive.
You know, some poker rooms use like an automated noise when they level up. Next, blinds up, you know, kind of thing. But in Merit, here at this table, I hear the heels approaching across our massive stage. Umarov down to just 7 blinds. He's going to post 2 of them in this very hand. Kolev, the other short stack. Yeah, when you're that far adrift, I don't think we really get to make those very tight folds under the gun. But, hey, we'd be out.
We would be out.
He's still in. Who are we to question it? Breshilov, very impressed, albeit he's just been losing chips. Down to 40. Aquino, steadying the ship. Went for it. That's his style. Who can fault him? But look at this. Padacek and Puitz, 2 of the most accomplished players in this field, let alone this final table, are the 2 chip leaders.
Kind of spun it up out of nowhere also. It just, all of a sudden, action erupting. Now Aquino, now that's interesting. They're, you know, kind of going into his shell.
New level.
Umarov, we know, is in the big blind depths with basically 5 bigs back. Pettychuk just having the time of his life now.
Yeah.
This is one situation where I think you could feasibly make it 2.5 bigs if you wanted. I'm nitpicking a little. And Breshilov,
I hear you. I do like the sort of increasing the size slightly just to sway that player who is so incentivized to peel and battle you post-flop, given they're so short. And
he's jammed.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a sicko. Fair play. Obviously, you know, this very reasonable jam. But lots of people will shy away from this and just look for Kolev and Umarov to bust.
But again, we're looking at the payouts, 93,500. The next pay jump takes up to, what, 117. So what, like a 25K pay jump. But he's got eyes on the big prizes.
Love it.
And the 468,000 that's up top. And, wow, a real decision point, actually, coming back to it, for Petachuk here, right?
This kind of comes down to your perception of your opponent, and dare I say how much you respect, like the range that they'll find, right, in this spot. Lots of players here will be incredibly, incredibly tight, as they arguably should be in terms of laddering. But in terms of getting a reshove through, it should work a very high percentage, right, against Petachuk. He's going to be wide. He's going to be knowing Kolev can't really get it in.
Yeah.
He knows he only has to call 6 blinds of the big blind. So King-Queen actually plays very well as a 3-bet shove.
Right, specifically, of course, blocking Queens, Kings,
yeah.
Ace-King, Ace-Queen, and if he does find the call here with Ace-Jack, we see the equities, well, would usually be a bit closer. We're counting for folded cards, but wow, he gets him to fold the Ace-Jack.
I think you need to.
I was thinking like Petachuk, if he's right on this, might find the call, might expect to see like an Ace-5 suited kind of holding, maybe a small pair, and say, hey, I want to run this.
It's just so tough in general, like we just referenced. With those 2 real short stacks, in general, people just have a good hand here in the small blind.
Don't bluff enough.
Ace-Jack doesn't do great against.
Yeah.
But Breshilov, credit to him, look at that. He looks down at King-Queen and says, I want to win this title. I need that extra sort of 10 million. Give it to me.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, very good. He's playing fantastically well.
Continuing to impress us here at the EAPT Grand Final.
Brilliant stuff. Last hour or so of the coverage, fascinating stuff.
Yeah. Kolev asking, Queen 10 suited?
I mean, this is the thing.
He's trying to needle Petachuk there, isn't he? He's trying to go like,
it's going to get through so often, right, against the range of Petachuk with that stack. So we arguably could go a lot wider.
Yeah, and Kolev just on it.
People tend not to. It's very interesting. Aquino now looking to steady the ship, as you said. Problematically now, he has puts with the chip lead, who wouldn't have defended this hand. Well, or likely wouldn't have defended it off the shorter stack with the chip stacks the way that they are. But now, with the chip lead, doubt he's going anywhere. Is he thinking of doing something other than call? No. Off we go to the flop. Oh, 5 in the window, but it is followed by the ace and the 8. Aquino flopping top 2 and goes large. About half pot. Actually like this stem. It's pretty coordinated board. Although he does have so much of the hand, maybe could go a little smaller. It is connected though and puts.
Yeah, pretty grim, isn't it, to that sizing. Like sizing moving up and does let it go. And Andrew, I do gather that we are going to hear from the man we just lost in Dmitry Levine, who's going to talk us through perhaps his feelings with that ace-jack.
How was the whole tournament for you? How did it went?
It was very good for me. Cards played themselves. I think it's very good result.
Any lucky or memorable moments?
All first day was very lucky because was very many good starters, many sets, and I make a good stack for day 2. Then yes, of course, there was some lucky moments where we'll win, and I'm here.
Who do you think will win?
Who? I hope it will be Yuri. I know him, we're not friends, but I support him.
Well, another man in the Breshilov fan club. That's who he's rooting to win from here. And speaking of that man, Breshilov, here he goes. Ace-Queen from the cutoff. Umarov going to run it, understandably so, with this Ace-4 of hearts from the button.
Yeah, kind of strange. I don't want to criticize that sevens fold again, but this is the problem now. You left yourself with 5 blinds. I really don't understand what the logic behind the fold was. Maybe you could have got away from this. If you have 8 Demps, right, he knows he's getting called.
Well, here we go. We are running it. It is the ace-4 of Umarov, the only man who didn't qualify for this tournament online.
Is that right?
On this final table, yeah, the other 8 all winning packages.
That's pretty sick.
Incredible stat it is indeed. Let's see if he can't extend his run at our final table. Gonna need a lot of help. An ace in the window, followed by that little 4 behind, Andrew.
Wow, he just spikes top 2.
And the deuce such a nice card as well because it reduces the counter for outs, right? If this was ace jack 4, then a jack would get him. As it is, just a 10 or a queen will win this one for Breshalov. And a big pot for him as well, obviously.
Yeah, it really is.
Has 38 behind, but the 25 worth so much.
Massive.
And it is a hold indeed for Umarov, who will hang around. Wow. The man who came in 8 of 9 is still in here with 6 left, and now in here a lot more healthily with 12.5 bigs. And, well, doing a good job of concealing the emotions. I like that. You want to kind of keep things on an even keel on the final table. You don't want to get too excited when you're winning because you might get too angry when you start losing. Just
what about the old school Demps? Jumping out your seat, fist pumping, high-fiving the rail.
When you're winning the big pots three-handed, it's hard not to do that, sure.
When I'm railing you on an FT in the summer and you 3-outer someone with 5 left and there's $500,000 for the win, I want you running over to me, jumping up, bumping chests.
That's why
giving me a head rub.
That's why I'm never on these FTs. Because I've got too emotional with 22 tables left. When I've won a flip or lost a flip.
My boys always rubbed me down because I used to get too excited before life withered me so. And they used to call it a Picasso sweat. You know, when there's like still 300 left in the tournament or whatever, and I'm top 5.
And you're getting very giddy, texting everyone. Well, I'll tell you who's getting giddy.
Oh, hello.
Boris Kolev, because it's his turn with the butchers. These pairs of kings have been ever present at this final table. Obviously, under the gun with 13 blinds is going to have some raised folds, he decides. So therefore, going to slide in a little open with these 2 kings, and Umarov, fresh off that victory, not going to give him a spin with the ace-8. Neither will puts with the ace-9. Aquino makes way, and Padachuk 7-4-0 in the big. A very bad hand to look at.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Kolev's like, really, guys?
Yeah, and Kolev, you know, it's always a little disappointing, but hard to get a whole load of action when you open off 13.
I think he said something to that effect.
Did he say a bunch of nits?
I think I'd always be like, get one through. I'd always be like, oh, I had kings. It's so annoying, you guys. You know, I want respect for my raises.
Yeah, interesting that you referenced Breshalov there. That 25 million, genuinely a huge pot for him also. And he's played no perfect Demps. We saw him fist pump fold ace-king in a spot that most players would agonize. And was, of course, bang on. But does put him back in that very awkward sort of 38 million mode. And there is the hand that just did for him.
Well, back on the horse we go.
Yep.
More than enough kit.
And it's like a action replay.
Just gets it through. That's okay. Rebuild. Like I say, we're playing 1-0, 2-0. These blinds are getting punchy. Average stack now just 22 bigs, but that is skewed somewhat by the big stacks, as we always see on final tables. The dynamics have changed continuously through this one. We've not had a long period where it's kind of been one scenario. But Aquino, he had a big stack for 2 or 3 orbits, but just as he was foot to the floor, it all went wrong.
Yeah. Credit to him, though, he has stabilized. We did reference that. We saw earlier, pre-FT.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it was like this, so I'm just asking him if it flashed or not. Okay.
I didn't see. I didn't pay attention.
And potentially a flashed card or something, Demps.
Yep. Puts.
4 million.
Well, he's happy with the cards. King 10.
Oh, hello there.
Hello indeed. Aquino in the next seat. 2 9s, these two big stacks. But Andrew, given the chip distribution...
Yeah, normally just call. Not a hand we want a 3-bet call for all of it. Rather just call. We're in position against a very competent player who will have a wide range that 9s do pretty well against. Just decide to take a peek at 3, assuming nobody else comes along. That is what develops. And they are basically neck and neck in chip, so it's not like Puts just gets to put you in the bin on infinite flops here.
No, if he were to... And it's not like Aquino has to follow. It's like if Aquino could double up, he's basically Torment not one, but the nearest thing to it with 6 players left. So it's worth taking the gamble, as it were. Now, 8-4-3, couple of diamonds. Puts does have that king of diamonds, and a man who's hard to range in Aquino.
Yeah. This one's really quite interesting. Puts with that king of diamonds really is a key card, and he is going to start off with a bet. I wonder...
Do we like this one, Andrew, with the king of diamonds?
I do quite like it. I mean, it is one of these hands that we can just... If we can get king, queen of hearts here, right? King, jack of hearts. Wow, he's raising.
Ooh,
now, this is dicey. We can see that it's a good spot to do, but look at that for shooting a look over.
Yeah, knowing he's never really supposed to get raised on 8-4-3, right? Aquino gonna be 3-betting those big pairs. So Puit's like, hey, hang on a second, I get to have aces, kings, queens, jacks. You don't really get to have them, so why are you raising me
And
here?
like, are you really clicking it with top set?
Right.
Like, probably not. Are you clicking it with king high diamonds? No. Well, I have the king of diamonds, we understand.
But maybe that's it. Maybe it's like, maybe he's just got like ace 5 of diamonds here and is just like some sort of combo draw.
Yeah. I mean, it really seemed like a kind of old school, let's find out where I am and try and just get Puts to fold a hand with no equity or marginal equity,
and
which he had.
And that's exactly what he did there. He did find out where he was. You have to trust your opponents to tell you the truth, though. That's why I was arguing with those bets.
Exactly, you do.
In this game, Andrew, sometimes people lie.
Yeah.
Sometimes we see them just jam it back over the top of you with a draw. Then what do you do?
Well, you're in the bin, as we like to say. Well, Aquino now. He's back in business. He finds the kings now, James, in the hijack.
They are doing the rounds at our final table.
Yeah, I like to see how he's recovered. We did see Lasuskis pre-FT go on a bit of a meltdown when he lost a similar big pot and just couldn't get his head together. Whereas Aquino made a few tight folds, which we really liked after that. Somewhat of a blow-up. Blow-up may be a little unkind, but you understand where I'm coming from. And now, back close to 90 million.
Kind of thought about it there with the ace-5-0. I wonder what he would have done with ace-5 suited. One imagines he might have tried to run it, but yeah, our chip leader
for the win.
Chip leader has re-established here. Welcome to all of you who have just joined us over the last hour or so here at the EAPT Grand Final. Myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley calling the action as we play down to a champion who will walk away with that Ace of Diamonds trophy you see there.
What a beautiful shot.
We are streaming to you on YouTube, but across a multitude of channels. But there's only one place you can interact with us two, and of course Jay when he's in the booth here, and that is on the DTD Player YouTube channel. So please do head on over, say hello, fire any questions you have, and let us know who you're rooting for. And most importantly, Andrew, I'm looking at the number of likes we have.
What are we dealing with?
There are only 14 likes. There's 270 people watching right now on the DTD Player, but only 14 likes. Now, in 45 minutes, I'm going for my dinner break. If I don't have 34 likes, 20 more...
Oh, what are you going to do?
Then I'm not getting a pudding or ice cream. And I really, really, really want something sweet after my dinner later.
You're really going to put that on the line?
I'm putting it out there. So guys, please, please, please. I'm not asking for a subscribe. You're not going to get inundated with notifications. I just want to like. Because if you like it, I get to eat.
So basically, you are relying on the milk of human kindness from our intrepid viewers to allow you to have a chocolate brownie and a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know what I'm going to have.
Well, very good luck to you.
Come on, guys.
Help him out, guys. He's hungry. But yeah, guys, click that little like. And if you're really feeling fruity, click the subscribe button. I'll ask for the
I don't want fruit. I want something from that pudding table.
I'm asking if they are feeling fruity. Then you will get
notifications. I see you here with your banana.
I know I'm being healthy these days. It's very depressing. Guys, if you do like and subscribe, you will get live notifications of whenever we are streaming.
Yeah, you should subscribe because
of course you should.
I mean, Andrew's a regular on this channel with, of course, Friday Night Poker being beamed from dusk till dawn.
That's correct.
Most weeks, alongside Jay. I'm just the imposter this trip, jumping in on the channel.
Yeah, any support you guys provide is great for us. We want to grow this channel, make it as big as it can be, and continue to provide you guys with some lovely content.
Also, I'm going to say, shout out to those of you who are watching us on the Merit Poker stream, and friends who, obviously, usually, myself and Andrew here with a slightly different cap on, would be there with you guys. Today, though, understandably, being the MPP, being an outside brand in Merit,
thank you,
a partner nonetheless, we are on this channel.
Oh, there you go, Demps. Look at that. Look how well you've done. SLA says, I've subscribed and liked, so please enjoy your food.
Oh, wow. And I'm trying to work out how your channel is showing how much more bunks, more likes than mine. I'm only showing 14 and yours showing 42. Maybe...
Refresh. Click refresh. Yeah, that's what I did.
That means that I feel like I set the benchmark too early. Like it was probably 14 earlier and I probably cheated a little bit. But, hey, all I asked for was it to say 34 and I would get a dessert. And it says 42. You haven't even liked it. Come on now. Wow.
I've done it.
Outrageous behavior.
Right. Back to the action. No more of our nonsense about desserts. Kolev does come in for a raise. Ace-King. Very big hand, of course. Six-handed. Peteychuk lands on Queen-Jack in the big. Going to defend. It's a pretty good flop for Peteychuk. 7-deuce-3 all clubs. Queen of clubs in hand, 2 overcards and a middling flush draw, so to speak. Yeah. Kolev, not going to love this flop, Demps.
Again, we just see these two battling out in this position where Kolev has opened from under the gun. Let's see how he progresses. As you say, Andrew, not one he loves, but maybe one he just wants to clear out some equity.
Yeah, one thing I will say, on these monotones, if there's ever a kind of combo that does like to check back, it is these ones. And I really actually like that he's found this. You know, your ace-king, ace-queen highs, check, and then allow your opponent to maybe hit a worse ace, hit a worse king or queen.
That is a brutal card, though, because he has now made top pair, top kicker, but it's given Peteychuk the second nut flush. Now, of course, 4 clubs on board. We're never going to be married to the ace, but when you're dealing with these 2 high-level individuals, it is a card that is going to cost him at least some money, you would imagine.
Yeah, I feel like Peteychuk is going to lead turn. Lots of players will go trappy here and check, but if you think about it, Kolev's going to check back with an ace on the turn a lot. Peteychuk wants 2 streets, so I actually really love this.
And it's so grim, isn't it, if you're Kolev, because you're just supposed to have this card and now your opponent comes betting into you. You're like, really?
Yeah, it's almost like the ace. It doesn't really matter if we have one. It's Peteychuk just gets to leverage the fact that he's going to have a bunch of clubs in the big that get to just bet here, but also he's a capable player who will find the bluffs, right? Yeah. So Kolev's going to feel compelled to have to call turn and just hope his man shuts down. But very aggressive, good players may bluff here regardless.
And on the flip of that, of course, Kolev gets to have big clubs here himself. He's going to open with like the ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack of clubs.
For sure he can check.
Even some of the, I guess, the king-queen O's with either club.
Yeah.
So he does get to have a lot of nutty cards here.
Yeah, you can definitely check the flop here. With a hand like that, you know, sort of ace-10, ace-jack off with a club, and we can see Peteychuk as the queen of clubs, but you understand where I'm going with this. And very likely to just go for another street, Demps. He's just debating sizing. Do have the effective second nuts. Kolev not going to have 4 or 5 of clubs here from under the gun. How big does he want to go?
18 million in the pot. Kolev has 24 back.
It's one of these where we're supposed to go pretty large, right, if we have a big club. Well, a big club is incentivized to want to bet large. But Kolev, yeah, and there it comes. I'm not shocked to see it.
That half pot, did he pull a little bit off the top of there? I
think it's a little bit more.
9.5, I believe, into 18. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And Kolev Wow, staring his man down. You see that? Looking at the eyes, looking at the neck, looking for some tells. But the problem is,
tough. It's just so tough.
I don't think you're going to get much off Padachuk. Obviously, you may get the tell. Every time someone looks at a neck, you see the neck, the artery pulsing. But I mean, it pulses with adrenaline, whether it be bluffs or good hands. That's the problem. It's not a very reliable tell. It just tells you that someone's, hey, in a big high pressure situation.
One thing I was told, whether this is a real thing and works. Now, can't really do that here because we're under time restrictions with the time bank cards. But if you wait like 2 minutes and it's still going crazy, then they're bluffing. Right? Because they're like desperate. It's still going. Whereas when they have it, it calms down by then. They're like, well, yeah, I'm not getting raised or whatever. Yeah, there you go.
All right. There you go. You learn something new every day.
But Kolev's not got time to tank for 2 minutes. Well, he's taking as much as he can. Look, he's watching the neck pulse. We are on a delay, guys. He's not listening to me. Just to let you know.
Yeah, you have to a lot of time banks to catch up with our delay. We are down to just 30-minute delay today, but there is no hand taking 30 minutes with shot clocks in play.
It's really hard against a player as good as Pettychuk, who will find a double barrel bluff here sometimes, I promise you.
Wow, another time card going in the mix.
What do you think, Demps? You know, this half pot size, like, will Pettychuk, how far down the club list will he expand, for example, right? Like 10 of clubs?
It doesn't feel like it, does it?
Right, so jack of clubs plus, maybe just the queen and the king?
Maybe this is like, yeah, really kind of polarizing.
So it starts to make it quite interesting, right, when he goes this size.
Yeah.
And Kolev's probably thinking that, right? He's like, right, you're not going for thinner value here for half pot.
Another time card finds the middle way. Maybe he's getting that read you mentioned.
He is.
Maybe the pulse is dying down a little bit.
Look at it, it's not going anymore, fold.
There's Pettychuk. Just easy.
He actually is watching it. This is kind of incredible.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Not going to get those chips back, Kolev, if that
Wow,
look at that.
He did that. He put the chip. It's 9.5, right? As if he's about to call. And then he went straight back to looking at the neck again to see if the pulse started going again.
Right.
And I can't believe we started talking about this live just as this hand happened. This wasn't set up, I promise you guys. We did not know that he was going to go to long tank and stare at the neck. But that is the difference here, Kolev. He basically, what this is saying to me is, to him, this hand is a flip whether he calls or not.
Yeah.
And now he's just looking for anything that can tip him in either direction. Great fold.
Nice
Boris.
lay down. What a great hand to watch. Brilliant stuff. Fantastic. And well played, Pettychuk. Well played both, of course. Kolev gets away from it. Kind of shows you how much he respects his opponent. Like that duration of tank.
Yes, a lot of players he wouldn't consider calling that.
Most players just don't find the double barrel bluff, and a lot of the time he may even just fold turn to some players.
Yes, it's just an exploit, like.
Yeah, just thinking, all right, you've got a big to medium club, and I can't call down.
It's a great point, Andrew. It's a great point. There is a lot of respect that hand took that long.
Brilliant.
You're watching, going, come on, what's he thinking about? There's 4 clubs on the board, so much beats him, but these players are always capable of tomfoolery. Skullduggery, larceny, theft, whatever you want to call it. It happens here at the poker table, especially when 1,565 players have been whistled down to 6. And yeah, Umarov, is that the 4th time he's had kings on this final table? At least the 3rd.
Have been going around. We should still have some raised folds, James, 6-handed. So I'd like to see 4 million.
That's how he's set out his stall throughout, to be honest. He had them a few times with very short stacks. He just came out with the small raises.
Intriguing. When he takes this long...
Oh.
Okay.
Hang on. Pettychuk and Kolev discussing. Not sure if we got an instant answer. Kolev asked, did I make a good fold?
Umarov did a pretty good job of looking uncomfortable there with that open.
Yes.
He really did. Unfortunately for him, nobody finding anything defendable.
The funny thing is, especially, I don't know if the players are aware that he had kings as other times, but he he got them this time, and he kind of took longer, acted much more differently than he did previously. So if I was sitting there knowing he had kings in those other ones and the way he sort of behaved, I would not think he had kings this time. I would think this was a marginal opening, exactly as you just said.
Yeah.
So well done for him, albeit, you know, nothing came of it. No one had anything. But these little things, certainly edges that these players can maybe create by their own actions.
Yeah, they do
there it is.
add up.
Better waits our champion, EAPT trophy. In a few days' time, we will give away the big boy, the MPP main event trophy.
What about that shot we saw yesterday with the camera through the gap in the trophy?
Through the kryptonite.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Superman was there lurking behind. Christopher Puert's 2 7s.
4 million.
Now then, this is one that Pettychuk will consider, in my opinion. Type of combo that plays well as a 3-bet fold. You can see him there, James, surveying the stacks behind. Wants to see if he would be priced in against a Kolev all-in. Yeah, I'm really not shocked. These guys, the top-level guys, Demps, they just find it every time. And I like it a lot, and probably works, I think. Puts, I mean, it is just 10 million, so he's gone 5 bigs. But these are the spots. It's just so hard to realize here across the streets against a capable player like Pettychuk.
But again,
he might call, though, it's small. It is small.
To come back to your point earlier, you mentioned sort of about Aquino that, yes, he's covered by Pettychuk, but they're so close together that it's not like Pettychuk gets to go wild against Simpos.
Sure.
One imagines. And let's see.
Yeah, this is pretty grim.
His turn to put one in.
Like, he's not going to shove this hand. I would be absolutely shocked. Like, just don't think it's going to be a thing that Puts will do. He is debating Demp's call or fold in my eyes. And it is, I say just 6 million to call, but he did! Wow, I've got it completely wrong, Demps. He just rips it in.
Have that. Just recognizing that Pettychuk just doesn't have that many hands that can 3-bet
nice.
call. But he does have far more, pardon me, I'm just taken breathless by that one, far more that can 3-bet fold and says, have that.
Very nice indeed. And there you go, I was well off it. Happens to the best of us, Demps, occasionally.
Well, well, well. Well played, Christopher.
Yeah,
Take
credit to him, right? That's like kind of scary to pull the trigger on.
Yeah.
Right, like when they just have aces and you're out in 6th, you're like, oh wow. Yeah. I was 3rd a minute ago.
Yeah, with 6 left.
Fair play.
That's a bold play. One that we praise here, but the times when he just runs into queens, we're going, what were you thinking?
Absolutely. Timing is everything. I mean, he's a fearsome player. Trust the timing, gets it done.
And you get your rewards.
Yeah.
The hooks from number 1. Pops it up once again. Now with over 80 million in chips. And taking chips away from those 3 who kind of sit together. Takes a spot away from Kolev on the button. Takes chips away from Umarov in the big blind. And, of course, Breshilov in the small blind. The 3 short stacks all kind of together now, which means Puts probably got the worst seat in that the other 2 big stacks are to his direct left, but clearly feeling the flow, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely is. Edges his way up to the top of the pile. Really been impressed by him in this tournament. Now, that takes a lot of gumption to pull the trigger on those 7s. I think most people just get out of the way there, Demps, and just think, you know, I can find a better spot. There's lots of short stacks. And it's a big swing, right, when you get that through. You're picking up 18 million in chips or so. All of a sudden, you're the chip leader or close to it. Aquino has kind of gone into his shell a little, understandably, after that big confrontation, but is getting after it here. Raises 10-8 of spades. Seems reasonable 6-handed.
Yep, again, just hasn't really taken many spots, so we'll get a bit more respect. And we've seen this from him, kind of playing not necessarily just card distribution, but dynamics and flow. And I kind of like that as Christopher looks down at ace-jack off in the big. Now, last time we saw Aquino raise from under the gun, He was a much bigger sizing. Puets finding ace-king and managing to get it all in against ace-jack. Now, given the speed at which he got piled in on, does it just mean he kind of has to play way more cautious from the big blind against these under-the-gun opens?
I think he would just call here anyway, but I hear you for sure. Does flick in the calling chips, and Aquino flopping best on the 10-4-5.
And Pairs wasting no time in counting out a C-bet. 4.2 million chips, and Christopher now somewhat in no man's land on the 10-4-5. Obviously, as we know, he's peeled from the big blind. He gets to have a little bit more of this board. But that makes it hard, therefore, to just start calling with the ace highs, because he is going to have a lot of hands that do want to continue here. And maybe that allows you to sometimes, Andrew, fold these kind of ace-jack, no-club type cards against someone who is just so hard to put on hands post-flop. Nicely done. I like the fold.
I think not having a club is very problematic in these situations. If he has ace of clubs jack, he's definitely continuing, I think. But ace-jack offsuit out of position. I'm with you, James. Sometimes discretion is the way. That's why poker's such an awesome game. A minute ago, sent in the sevens, and now finds a very nice disciplined fold with a hand that figures to be best a good amount of the time. Final table warming up nicely, guys. If you are just joining us in the YouTube streets or watching us on DTD Player, EAPT Grand Final, main event, final table. 6 contenders for the title and that whopping $468,000 first prize. Fascinating to watch so far. Stick with us. We'll be bringing you coverage right till the end. Now, Kolev has just chipped down Demps down to less than 10.
Yeah, in that panic zone. But he won't be panicking.
Very nice lay down, by the way. Discipline with the ace-7.
Breshelov with ace-king in the cutoff. 16.5 blinds.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. 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 Is this one? Obviously, has to concern himself with the player behind Aquino having a big stack as well. But he can make a non-committing 3-bet here.
I think he'll fold here, Demps. But I was wrong a minute ago. It's one of these that, like, 3-bet calling here for, what, 33 million is a bit of a disaster the times that Breshelov puts it in. Peeling is pretty unpalatable. But you have been right again. I'm not sure about this. Because I just don't think we get to fold to jam, and we do terribly, right, the times he puts in. And we don't remove, you know, like if we 3-bet King 5 suited here, for example.
Well, here comes the snap jam, Andrew. Sorry to cut you off. We'll come back to it. And he does just snap call it. He decided once 12's gone in, of course, he's going to call the additional 21. And we'll be thrilled to see ace-king.
That's the hand you want to see.
Rather than the bigger pairs that would likely be part of this jamming range. And just like that, Breshelov at risk, but at risk in a pot that will get him up towards that top end of the count, 70 million chips. Living in the middle of this one. This one's such a crucial pot for the tournament. And a 7-9-6 flop. Poets fades an ace or king, and also, obviously, finding a nice looking board that could redraw should he need to. 10 on the turn. Well, that 8 would, of course, now result in a chop. Ace or king. The only ways for Breshelov to survive here, the man I've been most impressed by thus far on this final table. And that is what's going to happen. Breshelov busted in a pretty grim fashion. I wish we had a camera here. You guys could see Andrew's face. He feels bad, I think, for Breshelov in this one, because that one felt a little dirty from Christopher Puets.
Yeah, for me, very, very thin spot to take, but to 3-bet call. But perhaps Puets, we've already seen he wants to win the tournament.
It seems like he's changed gear, changed strategy here. The 4-bet with 7s, the 3-bet get in with 2 5s.
I think he's also given Breshelov a lot of respect there, right? And recognizing this player will raise fold a good amount. And just decided, Demps, I flip enough against the hands that are going to run it. I might end up looking a bit silly here, but the best players in the world are not afraid to look a little silly from time to time. And he wins the flip. Well done.
They're certainly not. That means, of course, Breshelov picking up 93,500 for his finish. Andrew, we're in the 6-figure club. 117,000 is the main payout. And there's a man in here, in seat 1, who has never had chips on this final table. Now guaranteed six figures. It is some ninja-ring antics going on from Umarov in seat 1. Aquino, of course, came in with the chip lead. He's still here. In fact, actually, I mean, Kolov and Umarov were the two shortest players at the start of the table with 6 million and 10 million respectively. Somehow they're here with 6 figures guaranteed. And, of course, chance for many more.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job of laddering up.
Yes, I don't know. Do you give me three?
I'm going to give one more shout out to Brechilov. Really thought he played fantastic. Like, we saw him make that amazing fold with ace-king.
Yep.
His radar was on, and it is a pretty grim way to go out the door. But fantastic showing. I really was massively impressed. We wish him luck in the main. I'm sure he'll be jumping in. Now it's all systems go for Christopher Putz.
Yeah, he obviously did take the lead earlier, but it was a very slender one. Now he's got some sort of separation, and Padachuk going to punish him on the first light open from the big blind, looking down at the ladies. And this just in flow feels like it could be nonsense, right? This is the sort of
spot. This is what's so great about these spots, yeah.
Yeah, this is the spot where I feel like my opponent could definitely 4-bet light when I'm looking at these two queens.
Definitely. I mean, this is the most polar of 3-bets in terms of Kolev and Umarov being on 10 blinds.
Right.
Right, so Petichuk just not supposed to 3-bet anything, really. It's like, okay, you're supposed to 3-bet call jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace-king.
Right.
Ace-queen suited, maybe. Other than that, this is a bluff. Now, Putz knows this. So I'm intrigued to see what happens.
It's one of those that...
It is one of those that you wouldn't be, like, blown away.
Right. It's one of those that the book likes every now and again.
Yeah, gets away. Very good.
I wish he had ace-5 suited there.
I know. Even, like, a little better than king-6. It's one of those kind of faintly... not quite good enough to go for the wild 4-bet pile.
No, Padachuk.
Fun one.
Picking his spots nicely, getting the cards just when needed to continue his climb up the counts.
Yeah, this has been a brilliant final to watch. And we're not done yet, guys. 5 left. We'll be taking you all the way.
And nice now, of course. The stack's deepening somewhat every time we lose a player. Average now back above that 30 big blind mark, which is like a lovely little number in tournaments, isn't it? 30 bigs average means there's a lot of play in the game. Obviously skewed, as it always is in tournaments, by some players having more than others. This case here, Putz with nearly 60 blinds.
After the end.
Look at this from Aquino.
Yeah, every now and again he just says, I haven't done one for a while, so I'll raise one. We saw earlier him fold like king-7 offsuit before you were in the booth, in a situation where he just had like domination over the table in terms of chips and loads of ICM situations. It was like the easiest raise in the world.
Okay.
He didn't do it. Yet now here with the 8-6 offsuit, but just because he hasn't raised for a while, he comes out with the raise. And there's something to that. You kind of, the players at the table aren't aware of what hands are getting shown. They're all here, kind of, they're not sequestered, but no one's being fed hands at this table.
And they don't have their phones is a very key point.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they're not sequestered, but they're not aware of what the hands are being. So
I've heard to say, don't do this. I've heard to say in the end. So 16.6 in the end. So,
Definitely not doing this.
Kolev, Andrew, still fishing for information, wants to know if he was bluffed when he held that ace-king. Padachuk says they prefer to exchange information at the end.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Brilliant. For the first time, we're seeing someone really separate themselves, Demps. Putz now closing in on 120 million. We did see Aquino get close to that number. I do get the feeling that
he tried to stretch further out.
He did. I do get the feeling that Putz will be a relentless guy with this stack.
Yeah.
Just strikes me as that guy that will, find every open, every 3-bet. I mean, he took it with 5s.
Yeah.
So he's going to take it with the bulk of the hands that could qualify. Fascinating stuff. He does have a killer 2 to his left in Petichuk, and Aquino, not a guy to mess with lightly. I think that's a great thing about Aquino. He's not going to be scared, right? Like, he's just not. He just isn't going to stand for being run over.
Yeah, he's willing to push. Although, not seen a huge exhibition of that over the last thing. But well, I said that. We saw the ace-jack. He was like,
yeah,
if you got it, you got it. I'm all in. And obviously, it was a catastrophe for him.
I don't mean, like, outlandishly so. But
Yeah,
I just get that perception that if Puts really ramps it up,
yeah, he's going to say,
just going to be like, no, not today, buddy.
Here's a brick wall. Have a go.
Yeah. But at the moment, Puts favourite to take this one down. I'd like to see Kolev and Umarov spin it up now. Put a spanner in the works.
You're mean.
I just love the game. That's why we're here, James.
Collection of players here. A great 5
Yeah.
we have for our final 5. Now, I do know there's a promotion that if you adorn yourselves in an EAPT patch and you were the last player surviving in that patch, you would get a buy-in to an EAPT stop. And I have to confess, I've seen obviously Plechuk's wearing his, but I'm not sure if anyone else is. I wonder if he's won that prize.
He doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it, no.
Well, speaking of needing it, Kolev.
We don't turn down free buy-ins, Andrew.
We do not. I think it's time to go, James. 7 blinds, shortest stack, Queen 10 suited. Wonder if he ever yeah?
Yeah, just the 5 or 6 mil.
I like it. It's just very professional, this.
Every little edge.
Yeah, just give yourself an out. I also quite like this in the... I often see players put 4 to 4.5 blinds in here.
The only problem is here is this happens.
This is...
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, but I mean, is it a problem if he's defending this wide?
Well, it's not a problem, but there are certainly some better hands we can make forward, right? Some of the king highs and stuff, I think. And it just gets a little icky. Obviously, deuce straight, not icky at all.
Well, he's got the max.
Yeah, and it just feels like a mandatory jam. It is.
But that's a good point from you. You can get like a king 8 out of there.
Right.
Stuff like this.
And also, for the extra 4 million, giving your opponent a chance to pop a piece where you then end up jamming into them a lot and you bust versus...
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, some wizard will probably tell me I'm wrong, and I'm not giving you the title of wizard.
I'm probably wrong. Yeah. I see that a lot, though, and I think to myself, well, you know when someone has 10 blinds and they put 7 of the 10 in? I'm like, can't you just put in 5?
Well, that's the thing. If it was 5, but when you're just 3xing, the big blind does get to peel with some hands that I guess have to fold.
What do you think to that peel?
I mean, seems like
not that bad.
Seems like an okay hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Cool 2 blinds more.
I'm nitpicking.
You can't do much behind.
Part of the job description.
I mean, assuming it's, you know, we see there from Kolev, obviously he's going to be balanced, but assuming it's not some situation where a player's just making that size with monster hands and jamming the rest. Right, Umarov, speaking of jamming, he folded the 2 7s before. Yeah. Has got himself a ladder by doing it, but these 2 6s, a seat further round, are going to be jammed.
Sends them in. Does decide not to half stack. Just rips them in. Gets it done. And he's just hanging around, Demps.
Surviving and thriving. $117,000 locked up. Came in with 10 million in chips.
You do realize you just broke my heart. You finally wised up. Every time I say hanging around, you do your Teddy KGB, and you didn't do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You broke my spirit.
I'm sorry. I let you down.
Like Mike McD when he turns that full house and gets shown the nuts by Teddy.
You're right. I do not have the spades.
Yes, we're back.
My word.
That was pretty good.
Huh.
Round 2, Aquino.
Before I even turned the cards over, I knew.
Yeah. I already know before the cards hit the felt. Now, Aquino, he really is spicy. Look at this, Stamps. Another big size. See, and again, I'm just not a big fan of this. Like, you just give Kolev a better price to jam. Like, I'm talking when he has 10 blinds, right? Like, if he has 7 and we're going to raise call no matter what, kind of like it.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, whereas now, it's you just give him an extra 1.2 million.
Yeah.
right?
So you're, yeah, I think
you know
I
what
what
I
you're saying
mean?
there, because I always talk in favour of kind of making it a bit larger on the shorter stacks in the big blind, but only
But it's when they have 8 bigs and below, maybe.
Right, when we kind of compelled to call them. When we still have a lot of raised folds, it makes sense to go that little bit smaller. I hear you. I like it. It's good analysis, as we would expect from the man they call Picasso.
Yeah, I mean, it just matters,
He's
right?
an artist.
Yeah. But like the...
Why is your nickname Picasso?
Oh, that's a story that I can't verbalize on stream. I'll tell you over your brownie and vanilla scoop over
Thank you
dinner.
to the likes.
Yeah.
Those of you, I went like hunting.
How are they looking? Let's have a look. I'm going for the refresh button. But you know, these things add up, right? That's an extra 1.2 million that goes to Kolev.
Yeah.
Who's a very, very good poker player. And you know, it matters, right? This is like, whatever. More than half a blind extra going to him. Now Quino, this time, downsizes, 4.2. Gets this one through. He really is a lot of fun to watch. Aquino. Oh, 52 likes, Demps. There you go.
More than enough.
You're flourishing.
I tell you what, do I dare fish for a few more for a second scoop of ice cream?
No. Don't be
Okay.
desperate. Nobody likes that.
Okay, fair enough. It's like that.
Like and subscribe, please, so that I can have some ice cream.
And additional ice cream.
I've been behaving myself for the most part. I did have a few handfuls of sweets.
A few handfuls. Let me tell you guys.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
No, Andrew.
Oh, man.
Okay, outside our commentary booth, we are
Don't
the
out me.
entrance to
Don't
the
out
Onyx room. There is a little seating area where, when I walked in for my session, there was a big jar full of chocolates. When I came out at the last break, when Andrew was waiting to come in, I saw him hands in said jar.
It wasn't full.
And it was very, very low.
No, it wasn't.
Either someone else came along and ate all the chocolate, or the man I found with his hands in the jar ate the chocolates.
I plead innocence. Who are you going to trust, guys?
What do we think?
Seriously.
Do we believe him?
Who is more trustworthy? Your old friend, me, Andrew Headley, or James Dempsey? Let's be honest. No offense, Demps.
I've been known to bluff.
You bluff overly so. But yeah, I've been behaving myself, but I mean, it's a jar of sweets, man, at the door to the booth. It's like when you're at the supermarket and there's, you know, sweets at the checkout. It's that. It's got that going on. They do know what they're doing.
Just when you've managed to walk past all the buffets, all the little food stations here, and you've managed not to grab a sweet, and then just as you get to the booth, you think you've done it all, there it is. They weaken you, and they get you.
Now, here comes Kolev. Love this from him. Really impressive customer. Recognizes, right? Like, he has to keep afloat. Got to get some steals through. We might be one of the shorties. You know, we don't want to get fifth.
Yeah, I think as well in this situation, he's just going to be of the opinion, or at least I imagine he is, because I am, that Umarov isn't going to, like, bust out in some crazy spot. So although Umarov's short, it's like, if anything, Umarov's probably going to overfold and over-survive. So maybe you kind of have to make a couple of moves to try and increase my chance of winning this tournament. Of course, it is a big ladder coming up, just short of 40k, the difference between 5th and 4th. 117 up to 156. There's a time bank chip on the floor. I wonder whose that is.
Oh.
There's more than one. There we go.
Is that like where you walk over and you've seen 20 euros on the floor and you just stand on it until people mosey on? Yeah. They mosey on away. Yeah. Very impressed by Kolev. And the longer he hangs about, he's a very dangerous player. And if he doubles, he'll be up to 70 mil now, Demps. Here we go. Aquino.
Yeah. Foot to the floor.
Very spicy.
Didn't catch the number. Okay.
Oh.
Number that means that we'd imagine ace-4 gets to take 3 at a reasonable frequency.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fold. The question is, do we just call? And it seems pretty reasonable. They are 30 bigs deep. It's a lot to jam. You don't really want a 3-bet fold a hand as good as this blind on blind, right? I like call. Now then. King, queen, queen. Very interesting. Aquino essentially with the kind of nut low so to speak, Demps on this board. And knows he can't win without betting, and does start with a small one. I mean, we probably got to call one. It's grim, though.
He kind of fills it, doesn't it? But yeah, we've got a cool one. And I mean, we've got the 4 hearts working as well. Not that we're thrilled about chasing 4 high flush draws on 4 heart boards, but I don't think... If we give Aquino the occasional light one, which we see here with the 6-3-0, sticking around seems best.
Yeah.
And from Aquino's point of view, now this is pretty grim, right? We've raised pre, been called, we've bet flop, got called again. Just so likely our opponent's got a king or a queen when they call, but look at this! Andrew, what's going on? How does he know?
I mean, this is hard. I mean, I'm absolutely loving it. Fair play. You know, there are some hands we can get to fold, right? Like a Jack-9, something like this. Ace highs, right? They're going to call.
Are they?
On the flop, they're going to, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on the flop. So, like, on the turn, there are still a subset of hands, is what I'm getting at, that will fold to turn barrel. And there's enough of them out there. You're not going to dislodge a king or a queen, naturally. You're very unlikely to dislodge, like, an ace, jack, ace, 10, which doesn't just get it in pre all the time. These hands will continue. But you can... Wow! Is Patychuk going to find it?
He does.
That is class.
He just... I guess we've seen a few of these kind of hands to Aquino where we saw the bluff when he turned an open-ender. Kind of gone with these sides and repping, like, too thin a range. Well, let's come back to that.
Yeah, sure.
Because the river has rolled off a jack of clubs. Kind of a...
Oof.
No, surely not.
Oh, if he finds this.
Been called not once, but twice. Has 6-3-0. No coordination with the board. Out here, on a flyer, 34 million chips in the pot. Every time we have seen him hit these lines, though, he has never slowed down. That's the point I was getting at. Oh. And, I mean, wow if he finds it, because his timing will be spot on. Patychuk in here with just ace high, making 2 great calls. Desperate to see his opponent check.
This is a genuinely pivotal moment in the tournament.
Oh, wow! Overbet jams the river. Wow. I was about to say, he set this pot up to the point where he can't get pot on the river, leaving himself to overbet jam.
My goodness, Aquino. I'm a bit lost for words.
Well,
what a legend.
Every time we say he's settled down a bit, he then just finds any hand. Like when he's in the hand, this is the thing. When he's in the weeds, when he's got down the streets, he is relentless. Doesn't do it all the time, but if he's in a pot and he's bet the flop, I haven't seen him slow down once.
Sensational hand. Not a hand that you will see very often at a major final table. I mean, that takes insane levels of heart to triple that off.
Well, puts, as the dust still settles on that one, is going to pop this one up with 2 4s, and it really has limited Patychuk down to just over 20 bigs again. And Kolev with 15 himself in the big, going to be forced to give this up. And it really is a case now of Patychuk being one of the short stacks almost, just over 20 blinds. Kolev with, what, 15, and Umarov with around 10. Well, I say around 10. I think he has 10 and is posting 2 of them right now. Incredible stuff. Once more at the EAPT Grand Final table. We're seeing it outside of the box poker.
I mean, it's quite refreshing just to see a sort of old school style, so to speak, of just, you know what, I'm going to put you under here.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but when it happens, it happens hard. Get Gord just saying, man's got heart. That sums it up best.
He really has heart.
Because when Patychuk's just got a queen there and he calls flop, calls turn, and then says, thank you very much on the river. I'll have all those chips.
Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I don't know, maybe even heroes off a king, even.
I was thinking in my head, what kind of hands, right, can hero?
Because it's another one, the size of the river jam is like not repping a king, not repping aces. Well, here we go. Kolev from the small, says all in. Ooh, Umarov.
I mean,
King 9, the two shorties. Now, obviously, we saw him for those 2 7s on the gun, which make you think maybe he's the kind of guy who's going to fold this. But this is a different situation because he gets to take chips off the other short stack.
I think against very competent players, you got to call Demps. It's not very fun. Yeah,
and he does.
Yeah.
Here we go. Umarov makes the good call. King 9 is marginally ahead of Alex Kolev's Queen Jack suited. And Umarov, if he can hold here, will, I believe, have his peak chip count at 38 million. I don't recall him being anywhere up there up to now. He has laddered so well to 5th, as has Kolev. Remember, they came in 9th and 8th in chips, a long way adrift of 7th place. Kolev will have just 11 million chips back if he doesn't get there. And a King Deuce trade board means it's almost certainly going to be that run out. The not getting there. Kolev needs a miracle. Umarov even with the 9 of hearts. And that will seal Kolev's fate down to just 11 million. As we are approaching a level up very soon. Kolev going to have just 4 blinds at the next level. But he does have the button. Let's look for silver linings.
Yeah, what a time to turn your opponent dead for Umarov. One of those hands that just kind of plays itself. Yeah. Very standard jam. And, you know, making a brave call with King High, eventually you have to just run it. And Umarov still right in the hunt, Demps. Another double. And he is going to have more than a puncher's chance at taking down this title. Unfortunate for Kolev, but still alive.
Well, we do have time for one more hand at this level with Kolev nursing up 5.5 on the button. One imagines it'll be quite a wide range that we'll see his chips go in if he's given the opportunity, but first he does have Aquino and Petachuk to get through. And wow, Aquino, just incredible stuff. 6-3, blasting off.
Yeah, what a truly amazing hand. As we see him now, picks up a very playable one. Pocket 6s in first position. Gonna come in for a raise, 4.5 million it looks like.
Kolev, suited ace.
Yeah,
is this enough, Andrew?
Very close. He may decide that it's time, James. I don't think you could fault him. It's very uncomfortable, but the big blind is hunting us.
61.
Yeah. Oh, he calls. Very interesting. Okay.
7.
I can kind of see what he's going for, Demps. Knows he's not going to get a fold anyway.
Right.
And just kind of looking to flop some equity, right? And there are some boards that he could potentially fold.
And I guess just...
Why 7-3, just 7, right? I think 2.5 million.
What?
On top, right? It
Yeah,
just
yeah.
has to be 7.
My bad.
Oh, he's clicked it.
Oh, he has clicked. There we go.
Okay, sorry.
Again, so clicked it. Obviously, therefore giving himself an out if it went multiple all-ins behind. As it is, Alex Kolev now the one at risk. Having tried to eliminate Umarov the hand before, he now needs to get very lucky to survive here.
Yeah, looking for one of the 3 remaining aces for the immediate help. Try and run down the 6s of Aquino. Can he find it? And he does find it, James. Ace 10-7.
Aquino with some backdoor potential. 8 or 9, giving it additional. Jack, no use. Just a raw 6 will do it. Can we carry on 5-handed? Aquino's hoping not, but we will. Kolev back in the game. Back to where he was a moment ago. 26 million in chips. He breathes a sigh of relief. The rest, of course, were rooting against him. 117,000 is the 5th place payout. 4th will get 155,800. And with that, Andrew, these final 5 have reached the end of the level, and thus it's their time for food. Everyone needs to eat.
Who else needs to eat, James?
Well, obviously, I'm going to go gorge myself on food, but these players also need a little snack, some energy to get them through the next stage of this tournament. Things are getting feisty at the 1.2, 2.5 million level. That's the chips that the players will take. Christopher Puts now, of course, out in front, over a third of the chips in play. In fact, him and Aquino between them have 2/3. Then it is the short stacks. Patachuk with 42 million, Umarov with 37.5, and Kolev, despite the double up, still is the shortest. So guys, please do set an alarm. Come back in, I believe, 55 minutes for continuing coverage of this, the EAPT Grand Final. But yeah, I don't think they're particularly necessary. Yourself, you're nodding at me there. I feel like you might be in agreement.
I'm not a fan of like 2. I think 1's nice at 24 rather than 16, because it usually goes 1 at 24, 1 at 16. But I think 1's okay. But like when there's 2, sometimes just a lot of mix of the tables over like a small period of time. But like I say, I understand why they're there.
Yeah,
part of the game these days.
I get it. You know, if someone does get a really bad draw or has a bad seat, then it balances out. But I mean, what are we going to do next? Make sure everyone gets aces some frequency of the time, you know?
We play now the last 5 and 4 day. We play the last 5 and dinner is start.
So Kolev with the ace-4 suited. Nice one to open from hijack. And Patachuk here with the king-queen offsuit, and definitely can get aggressive with this hand facing the LP open.
Yeah, this is the sort of combo, isn't it, that loves to get frisky.
It's the one everyone knows about these days.
I was going to say, I wonder, though, how much of this is, and not doing a disservice to the other players in the field, but Patachuk's looking at Kolev going, is this the guy I really want to tangle with? This is a 1,500 runner tournament. And there's some maybe more profitable spots to find than going after Patachuk. Better than going after Kolev, pardon me. Does just side to flat.
Yeah, not the most difficult to play in position when we do elect to flat as well. Right. Pretty easy decisions on a lot of boards with this hand. And do keep some dominated holdings in there, like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 from the open up.
And you encourage the big blind to come in, which is obviously a double-edged sword. But they can have some of those hands you referenced that you do get to dominate. Here we go then. Mostic is going to stick around with the suited 9-4, and he finds a flush draw with a gut shot draw on the Jack 7-8. Nobody with a pair just yet.
Yeah, it seems like on first glance one that we expect to check through multi-way here. Patachuk, maybe king-queen with a diamond could be one that likes to bluff, but seems like a flop that everyone wants to do a lot of checking on with their particular holdings.
Yep, Kolev hoping to see if P1 maybe find another heart. Patachuk looking for a high card. Has to be concerned about the kind of hands that peel from the big. This kind of board. Ah, okay, look, he is going to get a little frisky here. Bet 800k. And now Mostic with a big draw, but just 9 high at the end of the day.
And it's just going to play cool here.
Oh, Need a player with a hand as we head to the turn.
Going to be an interesting decision for Patacek if check 2 hit.
Right.
Whether to keep running it.
And I suppose, you know, we can be up against, I mean, the 9x and 10x less likely, but certainly some of those diamond draws, and the 8x and 7x going to find it really hard to cling on. If they cling on the flop, which isn't necessarily a given, certainly I assume for the 7x, but the 8x type hands would struggle would they not to a second barrel. Desperate to see a free one. But of course have designs if it does go check to rep on the river. Worry not to make a hand. Oh, Patacek looking at chips.
This
wow,
is relentless.
3 million into 4.6, and this, I suppose, designed to target these kind of hands as well, right? The draws that just don't want to call 3 million out of position.
2/3 pot will, or should at least flush out the flush draws. I say will, but
well caveated, Jay. You are in merit. You never quite know.
But like even if like we're at ace x, a diamond should theoretically fold. Like a king x suited, a diamond should theoretically fold. But looks like the combo draw wants to see one more card.
And what equity he has as well.
Does have that additional gut shot.
Even the 9 and 4 alive. Little does he know it. And this is a bizarre one because it's not a card, is it? That
it should go check, James,
right.
because how on earth can Patacek barrel this river when a huge proportion of Marchesic's range is Jack X?
But does he ever just feel the need to? I mean, a lot of Patacek's range is Jack X as well, right? So it's hard for Marchesic to bluff this. They both find it hard to bluff. But at the end of the day, he's got here with 9 high.
Yeah, he.
Oh
should,
my.
I think it just has to go check, and King High somehow going to show down the winner.
Incredible.
Like, how on earth can we run it here as Patacek?
I'm with you. This would feel, when you've made that sizing on the turn, designed to knock out the 8x to 7x, the diamond draws, you think you've just narrowed your opponent down to a jack. Obviously going to burn some time thinking about this because there are 11 million chips in the pot.
I think it would be a crazy jam. Going to win the hand no matter what, whether he bluffs, whether he checks, but just looking at how the hand's played here, Marchesic going to get to the river with so much Jack X here. Jack X of diamonds is huge as well, never fold in turn, so the fact that that's a big thing, all this Jack deuce of diamonds up to ace Jack of diamonds.
As an observer, I'm hoping for the check because I want to see the comical showdown. This is going to be great.
And Patacek's thinking, how on earth am I taking this pot here? 11 milli with the King-Queen high.
King-Queen, no business on this board. Barreled off twice, got called twice. And somehow he's stacking up 11 million chips to throw on top of the 9 he had behind. And he suddenly has 20 million, Jay. What is going on?
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa, and today, basketball court. Where, Andrew, we have the first of a series of events coming up. You, myself, and Jay are going to be competing in the Merit Poker Commentator Olympics. And well, is this our game, Andrew? Task 1?
Probably not. I found myself with a basketball in hand. Last time, I believe, was in 1992. Back in the school days is the last time I held a basketball. We're going to get after it. The guys behind the scenes have decided. Merit Poker Olympics, James. Round 1, basketball, and then there's going to be more to come.
There are many more challenges to come, and just a quick idea of how we're going to do this. Obviously, whoever wins each challenge, whoever comes second, going to get more chips for a sit and go at the end where you, myself, and Jay will battle it out to see who is the ultimate commentator.
Absolutely. Right, guys, round one, free throws. We've all seen it on the television. Looks very easy watching Steph Curry and the boys get it executed. We're going to have 5 throws each. And whoever makes the most shots, makes the most throws, James, is going to win round one of the basketball challenge.
You know, I'm confident that I'm only going to need one. I think it's going to be a 1-0 victory.
I'm an elite sportsman. Look, this doesn't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it.
Okay, whether you go first or second?
Oh, we're doing with hands?
Yeah, but okay, I've got one hand open, one hand closed. Choose what's that? They open or closed?
Oh, I don't know. Just show that one.
Huh? I've got nothing in them.
Oh,
I've got one hand open, one hand closed.
Well, which one do I need to pick?
You choose. Tell me which one's which.
And if I get it right, I get to choose.
You get to choose. You go first.
This hand is closed.
You're going first.
Did you film the back of him? You can't trust James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing I'll say.
It's all secret. All right.
I'm first, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Set him up, boys.
Oh, my God. Right, come on. No, be fair. Come on now.
A lot of pressure, this.
There is. I'm feeling it.
This will live forever on the internet.
Oh, it's a mile off.
Oh, no. Okay, we got a northwesterly. That is, it's a northwesterly. Got to factor that in. It's a windy day here in the Med. Not normally windy.
Oh, yes, it was absolutely garbage. Love seeing it. Right, come on, Scotland. Come on, one time. This is the one.
Oh, there's a gust of wind there.
Get in! Oh! That was actually not a bad effort. Don't worry, I've got him. I've got him where I want him.
Oh, no. I was expecting a gust of wind.
Just keep filming until we make one.
Where was the
Just
wind?
keep filming.
Is that 0-0 through 3?
0-0 through 3. Come
I
on.
said 1-0 might do it. I didn't say to who. Guys, we're not actually this bad. It's the wind. You can't. You're not picking it up on the camera.
It might look
Show the
warm.
trees. Where are the trees? There's no trees. That's why. They've all been blown over.
Right, make one. I actually support you here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over?
Yeah. Make it. Oh, no. We have to get after this. We got to do something about this. Our reputation's on the line. Okay?
Yeah.
Break.
Okay.
Oh, I had a chance.
Oh dear, he's got a chance to kill him off.
Oh! Well done. Nicely handled. Good stuff.
Yes! Come on, give me the chips.
Sorry, Dad. I failed you after all these years.
Sorry, Scotland.
Scotland, I'd like to apologise for absolutely nothing, as he said. No, it's Ireland. Never mind. Well done, James. Round one. So, guys, now that we just wowed you with our prowess in the free throw challenge, well done, James. I'd like to say it was deserved.
It wasn't deserved, but I mean, like I said, I called it earlier. I said I was going to win 1-0. I won 1-0.
You did.
It was a very poor quality match, but now it's time for revenge for you, Matt. Perhaps.
Time for 1-on-1.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. It's going to be me running at James with the ball, hoping for the best.
No elbows.
No elbows.
I don't see any elbows.
Keep it all above
the waist.
The waist.
Below
Anything
the
else
chin.
is allowed.
I'm just going to shoot from here because I'm really good. You're tall.
Oh, thank God. You can catch the ball. That's about it.
It's better if we run. Oh. Ah, come on, get that ball to me.
Okay, let's go.
You can't grab that ball. You got to grab this ball, not my balls.
You can't get past me. I'm a machine. Oh, very high risk.
Oh, he's done me! He's turned me!
Get in!
Oh! He turned me! Right.
Straight it from there.
I've seen this on the TV.
Where are you going? Oh! Oh, you're fucked now. That's travelling, isn't it?
I don't know. There's no rules in this game. We're playing merit rules, motherfucker! Oh. Oh, he's the big man. Oh, he's spun him.
Oh, the ball's still live.
Oh, he's called it.
Love seeing it.
Oh, he's done.
Oh. That was beautiful. Where's the justice?
Andrew.
Draw?
Let's chop it up.
Tie.
Draw.
We'll take it.
A non-score draw, even. A very low score draw.
It's a draw.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1 of the Merit Commentator Olympics. And it was a resounding victory for who, Andrew?
A comprehensive victory, 1-0 from a possible 20 baskets. James Dempsey takes round 1. I will say well done, my friend, but I will come back stronger, fitter, angrier, and ready for round 2 of the Merit Olympics.
Umarov, ace-king. This one fits into everyone's range. Vinokurov, he's got 2 8s on the button with, what, 24 blinds. This seems to me, Andrew, that just kind of can fit nicely as a call, but maybe against hijack.
I think this is really close. Against someone, if you perceive them to be aggressive, like 24 blinds, it's very close, in my opinion, between call and shove. We'll see what he does. Yeah, I'm not shocked, Demps. I really thought that thought he might just run this one. You know, you do have 2 reshove stacks in the blinds. You don't want to call and then call off a jam. Sometimes, you know, if he has even like 28 blinds, I think we just always call. 24, 20 to 24. And here we go. You'd imagine that this gets in.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine ever Umarov lays this one down. I quite like Vinokurov's style. He's like playing to win. Saw it with the 9-7 of clubs.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, he's in there.
Yeah. He's not afraid to die.
Yeah. Here we go. Massive
Not
flip.
what you want to hear when he gets back round to Umarov, the snap jam. Vinokurov, well, he's left 4 million chips back. We're not quite on that bubble yet, I believe. I think it's 15 paid, gets you the pay jump.
Only has one time bank.
And we're showing us 17, but maybe still want to take in the max amount of time, just in case there's a bust out somewhere else at the same time. He could still get that ladder up.
This is massive, James.
A double bust out, pardon me.
26 million going to be in the middle here.
Well, he's going to use his time banks. One presumes, given this time bank use, that they're going to get new ones, I think, for the final day. Certainly the final table you'd always get more.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't, I don't think, use your time bank here in the hope of a double elimination somewhere else to get ladder up. And we know he's not folding.
Eyes on the iPad. Well, big flip incoming. Here we go. This is huge. Umarov, if you can get there, you're going to have 35 million demps.
Here we are then. Umarov hunting the overs, as you say, will be a monstrous stack. More than 10% of the chips in play will be in front of him if he were to spike. And obviously, by virtue of the fold of cards here, we see he's actually in quite bad shape. A 60-40 upon us. But that all changes on the ace-high all-spade board. King of spades covering that 8 means it is just a solitary out. The 8 of clubs, and even then, still needs to see a brick.
My goodness, up against it.
This is not the music you want to bust out to.
It really isn't. Can he find the miracle?
Vinokurov, he is not going to find that miracle you alluded to. And will bust out in 17th place, right in the final throes of today's coverage.
Cards back in the air. And here we go. Big hand for Burton. Ace-10 off. I did say nothing good ever happens, Demps, but he is heads up with it.
He's heads up and be looking to try and get all the chips in
Absolutely.
the best way possible. Whether deciding to raise...
Oh!
Hello. Oh, wait. I think he's... wants to see a count.
I mean, it's going in, Demps.
Yeah, just a question. Does Savenkov ever, like...
3-bet call for sure.
3-bet induce.
3-bet call. Hand is way too strong to jam. You want to give your opponent the chance to 4-bet rip some stuff we dominate.
Right.
Oh, no, he does just jam. Here we go.
Through the front door, Burton finds it easy, just throws in a chip for a call, and is a marginal favorite to take the big lead in this match. If he can hold, he will have the 190 million against 50. However, if Savenkov can convert this very pretty-looking king, queen of clubs, then he will be our first champion of the series.
Wow, what a moment.
Two guys who've played great up till now.
Oh!
Wow. That's how you do it. That's how you get it done, Andrew Headley. King, king, queen, flop. No messing about. Drawing to just running aces. Wow. What an incredible flop to finish this tournament on. That is insane. Kirill Burton out in second place. The man who did the heavy lifting early on in this final table. Perhaps a little shell-shocked in the way that one ran out.
I'm shell-shocked.
He's taking home 57,800. He's got a smile on his face. Wow. It's kind of absurd. But there is your winner. Our man. Flopping a boat.
What a way to
no less. Savenko just
drilled it.
Drilled it. Just took over this final table halfway through. $85,000 for him, and of course, a whole host of bounties.
The walls are closing in. We'll see if she can scale them. I believe she's in the big right now, Demps.
She is indeed.
So this could be it. 115K only behind. Is there any world in PLO? I presume not, where just any four they must go in?
I mean, maybe she looks at 3 deuces.
Okay. I'd like take the small blind instead. I just wonder.
Yeah, take the small blind and then you win that and you get a couple more hands, but...
Right.
Yeah, it's... Saxton with the fold. Maddie should just be obviously raising any four here, but it doesn't. Because he actually likes her.
Oh, no!
If she survives... Ah!
Oh, no!
Here we go.
What a killer! Give her a walk! Are you sure they're dating? I hope you're sure.
Oh, she's found the aces!
Oh, no!
She's found the aces! Boyfriend has put her all in on the pure bubble here in the MPP PLO High Roller. As he should. Let's point this out. They may be dating, but in game integrity, they're clearly playing the game. If there was some sort of collusion going on, he would fold, but that would be terrible.
Okay.
Here we go then. Jessica is all in, but a 2-to-1 favorite double up and buy herself plenty more time at this table. In really good shape, really, because Lerner has an 8 and a 4 to her kickers.
Right.
About as good a shape as you can be with these aces. Finds clubs in the flop as well. Almost a lock on it.
So later,
he's hit the 5. Okay, so we got the
Jack
5
or a 5. Jack or a 5 only.
Or 8 or 4. 8 or 4 will get her
of course, because yeah.
Deuce is not one of those. Jessica about to double up on the pure bubble. Oh no!
Oh, it's an 8.
8 on the river. Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear.
Jessica Tussle, pure bubble. Tries to hide the disappointment, but it is apparent, rightly so, and, well, it might be a little frosty in whatever room number that is.
Oh, what a brutal way to go, Demps. Also,
yeah, finding the aces, forced all in from the big blind. Jessica Tussle is the bubble girl here in the MPP PLO High Roller.
Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat, because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Headley's gone under a slight change, because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, James.
And well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the 2 winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it, buddy.
I've seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0. Let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no. Too aggro. Aye, 2-1. Oh,
that's
love
second
it.
serve. Do you get second serve?
No, you don't. No second.
Surely
no second serves in Merit table tennis, motherfucker.
There must be a second serve.
3-1. Second serve. You're finished. Oh, 4-1. We've got him. On you. Don't choke. Don't choke.
Not looking good.
Hey! Ooh. Let's go. Good game, sir.
Good game, sir.
All right. We're back. By God, we're back. You get him on film. You're next.
Good luck,
All
sir.
right then, Mr. Harwood, let's have it. Well, that wasn't at all embarrassing. I'm going for my deep squat. Oh, the war of attrition.
That's not good.
There we go, 1 apiece. See, he's the first time here in Merit. He's not used to the table. Oh, rally.
2-1.
It's coming.
We both want the same thing, and that's Andrew not to win in the final, so we're all good. We're all good.
Brute power. It's the power of youth. But finesse wins in this game.
I've lost the score. 2-1. 2-2. Oh, better than I thought.
Oh, he got too happy about being all square. Oh, all of a sudden, 2-4 match point.
It's not good.
Have a date with Mr. Headley. Oh dear. Well, that is the end.
Terrible debut. Terrible.
Jay, his first day here, his first challenge, and he's done the honourable thing and taken the wooden spoon away from my next opponent, Mr. Andrew Headley. Right, is it?
Yeah.
Is that,
That's a big,
you can't.
That's a huge disadvantage. What is this? This is ridiculous.
You just realised you've now
Now
set
call
a
the
huge
floor.
disadvantage.
Call the, excuse me, call the floor. This is outrageous.
You now realise that's on camera, so they're going to edit that in, and Jay's going to have an out.
Cheating all the time, every angle he can take. Oh, I'm James Dempsey, I'm the man. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't have it. Where's the ball? Oh! Are you going to do the hand thing that we do every time, and I get it wrong every time? Film the back of this. I want to know if he's cheating, because I never get it. It's always in the wrong hand miraculously.
Right,
that one.
That one has the ball?
Yeah.
This one?
Right, come on, what's going on? Get it revealed. Fucking unbelievable. Like, every time, whatever, you can have serve. I hate you so much, honestly. Ooga! I admire you, but I hate your very soul.
Imagine losing to a man in this hat. Like, imagine
I don't, it's something I do not want to even countenance as a possibility. Whoa! Oh, he's had a good start, the lads.
Oh, the first point I've ever won off you.
All right. All right.
Oh, no.
We're back.
Oh, no. He's got this secret spin serve thing he does, and I don't think it's legal. If any table tennis people know.
Could have had a career in it, mate.
Nice you've had a career in something.
Alrighty. Let's go. Let's go. 2-1.
2-1 for the man
now
who props up the table.
Watch
oh, no,
the ball.
he's going to mug me up.
Watch the ball. Be the ball. Okay? You ready?
No.
You're all backhand, I've noticed.
I am.
Something
You're going to play to my forehand, are you?
Yeah.
Oh. This serve is not legal. It's got far too much spin.
Woo.
What even is that?
I don't know, but I'm gleeful. Actually, better win
We've
from
literally
here.
been waiting the best part of a week to see a victory dance out of this man. He's gone up in the challenge. And the
I need
dance
to
has
win
come out.
because I've gone too early with the celebration.
3-1 you.
I've gone too soon. I
think you're there.
All right, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. That's a let.
Oh.
There's no second serve, Jay, but if it hits the top of the net, you get a let. Oh. Oh! Strong point. Very
He's
strong.
put himself in the game, but no, not this serve again. I'm gonna have nightmares of this bloody thing. No, it can't be legal. What is this wizardry?
It's legal, bro.
What is this championship
You have to find a way. You have to find a way. Come on, Jay. One time. Come on.
I mean,
come on, let's go.
We've all heard of Andy Murray.
We have to take
Somehow
him down,
the Scots
man.
can play these kind of racket games, but Andrew Headley, this guy, at table tennis, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing.
Come on, let's go. Enough of your incessant chirping. Oh! Woo! Yeah! All right. Come on, buddy. It's going to be okay. Now, come on. I'll be gracious. Good game, James. Come on.
Hold on, Andrew.
Thanks, James. You're a good man.
I want to apologise to my family, to my friends, to everyone who knows me.
Your cat?
And to all the people Andrew's going to gloat to. I've let us all down.
I won't gloat. Good game. Jay, good game. Come on, I'm back. I'm back in the Olympics. Whew. Yes. Someone play the Rocky music. Play the music. Da-da-da, da-da-da. My head shape doesn't suit a cat PC.
Like you say, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like the shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen. Very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James, but he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and here we go, Dems.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek
Oh,
again.
it's a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rudsar here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rudsar that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand, maybe, we feel, was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Looking for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Rudsar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot.
These guys are actually well positioned because they all know each other. It's kind of a weird scenario where you got the kind of GTO, the super pros come down here, but then you got the merit guys who all have these little exploits against each other.
Exactly. It does give you that small advantage that players coming here from overseas may not have.
Yeah.
And Patachuk, what a sight to look down at.
Yeah. Let's see. Another player so well known in this game of ours. 20 blinds in the hijack. As you say, nothing better than a couple of aces. Comes in for the minimum raise. Desperate for action behind. Interesting, of course, it's Kolov in the big blind. Most likely player to give him action.
Interesting one for Marchetic here with the ace-8 off. Looks like going to go with call.
Oh, little fruity J.
Yeah, very fruity. Maybe one that could go for small free bet versus hijack. Nice candidate to choose, but getting involved in the form of a call.
Yeah, of course. We're coming to this table anew. These guys been battling potentially all day.
Yep.
And there could be all sorts of dynamics have been established. So it's always a little difficult, I find, when you do jump into a table like this and you don't know the previous history. Oh, Kolov. Mixed down a nice one. But probably too nice a one to do much more than cool, right? We kind of like playing this one three-way.
Exactly right, James. Just nice one to defend, take to the streets. Three-way action here, heading to the flop.
Wow, here we go. Action upon action. Top 2 for Kolov out of the big blind. Had to check with those 2 black aces, not loving it, but aces are aces at the end of the day. Marchetic, as you say, like getting fruity with the ace of hearts, but what a flop he's found here.
Yeah, so everyone with a decent piece, and do expect to see some chips flying in. So Patachuk going with a well-timed check.
Assume kind of you're up against a lot of King X, Queen X on the button. Big blind can flop flushes. Kind of makes sense, I guess, to kind of slow down with a lot of hands in Patachuk's seat. He does check it through, and of course the dynamic's so different between those two because look at the chit stacks at play here. 13 million effective. Kolov facing a bet, but facing a bet where he blocks kind of the pair side of the value range. So is he kind of a little bit maybe more concerned that there are some flushes here?
There will be a few, but from Marchetic on the button, not really too many other than ace-X of hearts and then the Jack-10 suited in there. So not too many flushes. There's going to be a lot of this King-Jack, King-10, Queen-Jack, Queen-10 that might want to go for a bet here. or a hand like this, ace-jack, ace-10 with the ace of hearts, don't expect him to be as wide as ace-8 here.
Well, as played, obviously just gonna call, and that makes this an interesting spot for Andrej Petrčák here with the boots. I'm kind of a little concerned, I'd imagine, with the call from the big blind.
Yeah, definitely in the back of our head, but too good a hand to be folding just yet. Overcall comes in and head to the 3 of diamonds turn.
We do indeed. 4 million chips in there. Petrčák with just a little over that. Sees a nice card in the form of the 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I expect this one to check through here. James, don't think Petrčák should have any leads. And Marcetic, it's just a disaster for us to bet our hand and potentially get jammed on. So I think we just want to realise our equity and check back in position and see a rib up. But I say that. Looks like Petrčák is finding the lead.
Just showing his class. And maybe, again, what I was saying, maybe he's seen Marcetic flat a lot of kind of weak hands that have got the showdown in this kind of spot and thinks he's going to have a lot of checkbacks. Could be in there with these kind of lone heart combos.
Yeah, I agree, James, because like King Jack, King 10 once getting called in 2 spots here, probably wants to be checking, so just taking that option out of there.
Small size, of course, gonna pick up a customer.
Now this is really interesting with King Queen here. It's a really intriguing spot because against this size here, I think we do want to raise James, but could Petrčák ever just have some flop nut flushes here himself when he goes for this sort of alarm bell size on the turn? I want to call.
Is this a case though, hey, look, if Petrčák's got it, we're going to double up anyway, and maybe I want to charge the button a little bit? Does Electrica just call?
I think against that particular size, it seems like a really nice spot to go for raise. But then Marcetic can still have some nut flushes of his own on the button.
Well, as played, Petrčák gets 2 callers. He gets a pretty nice looking river.
But surely we can't go for value now. James getting called in 2 spots on the turn after flop goes check, check, bet, call, call.
It's a bizarre one.
Like how can we go for value?
If you're just tuning in, you're certainly at merit. Petrčák and Kolev in this one. Both check it over to Marcetic on the button, who, well, he just has the ace of hearts. Knows he can't win this one at showdown, and he's reaching for chips.
Let's go, this man.
And maybe a good argument again for Petrčák. Checking this, kind of a nice bluff catch, but one assumes Kolev with a hand that isn't going to fold. And
I'm not loving this though. With
no,
King Queen, you're hating it really.
You need it to be kind of this hand, right? Yeah. The ace of hearts.
That's all it can be. Ace jack, ace 10 with the ace of hearts. That's what you expect.
Right, and like, as you mentioned, there's going to be the. It's going to. Oh wow, he does fold it.
I think I like it. I know we can see it would have been.
Yeah, I'm with you. You have to give him some really offsuit ace-x combo that's got the ace of hearts.
And then he's got all ace-2 suited up to ace-jack suited, jack 10 of hearts, jack 9 of hearts, 9, 10 of hearts, flop set of 4s in there as well.
Let's see if Petrčák, he has a weaker hand than King Queen, but with one player fewer in the pot, certainly maybe a more attractive spot to make this call. But he also folds. Wow.
I think I like the fold from both, James. I'm not going to lie. I know we can see they both would have won, but what a move there.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Yeah, very much looking forward to covering that one later in the week.
Perio off at 12, can't really do much. Gonna have to let it go from under the gun.
A very warm welcome to everybody railing along on YouTube. As I see my man Jay, he's going to fire up the laptop. We're going to interact with you guys. Any questions you have for myself or Jay? Tell us who you're rooting for. Tell us who you're rooting against. We like the violence. Speaking of violence, Jay, Motagi, ace deuce on the button. Very reasonable open, of course. A faintly unappetizing seat for him into two very strong players on his direct lefts. And we see that Gal here actually has a real hand. Ace king off, 3 bets out the small. Oh, wow. Puts, cold finds, ace 10 of diamonds, Jay. Potential trouble.
Yeah, big potential trouble here. It depends on how he perceives Gal. If he thinks Gal is a good, competent player and will find correct 3 bets in the small, could definitely get behind a 4-bet send here. But it's a tough one. It is a real tough one. I guess it's very player dependent. If it's someone that's going to be overly tight in the small, we can just easily fold, but does go for the 4-bet rip. And I think this is very nice from Puts. Got to take the whole cards out of question, Andrew. I know we can see he's done it straight into ace king, but just looking at it on that wider spectrum in terms of range, and I think this is actually a really nice shove from Puts, and unfortunately we're going to run into it of Gal. And it's a respectful jam to Gal as well, basically saying, I think you're good enough to 3-bet correct range, so I'm going to send this one in. And the ace-10 suited, one that does fare well equity-wise.
Yeah, Puts, of course, a little disheartening to see your 4-bet jam get snapped. But he still has, if we look at the percentages, 39% to win this one. I believe taking into account folded cards. So he is a long way from dead. Here we go. And wow, spikes it. 10-5-6. What a flop for Puts. All of a sudden, big favorite here, Jay, to find that double up.
Yeah, just fading the 3 kings.
No change through the 4 of hearts turn. Gal now. 3 outs, 3 kings, 1 time. Oh, it is paint, but it is the jack of clubs. And sort of doubly painful, I believe, for Gal, Jay, in that Puts is very accomplished and aggressive, and he's on our direct left.
Yeah, it's not
makes
good
this
to
even
see.
worse.
Nasky going to be getting amongst it again. This time, do just expect an open.
Yeah. One of the lightest kind of hands he's going to open, I guess, here, Jay, in terms of the ace-X combos. Just enough.
Yeah, offsuit ace-X, like probably start folding ace-6 off below. A7 probably might even go into the muck, so maybe right on the cusp.
Well, timing up so far. Kiki in at the big. He's going to flick it in with the 5-3-0. Take us to a flop. Ace-King 4 flop does produce a gut shot to the wheel, but of course it is Nasky with not just the best hand, but surely the better range for this kind of flop.
Yeah, good flop for hand, good flop for range. Those two things should just lead to bet.
3, 4, 25.
Finds quarter.
6, 4.
And a snap from a Kiki. Wants to find that deuce. And of course, this with a view to potentially, obviously, well, forget about needing to bluff later on, because you just drill the offsuit deuce. It looks so innocuous for Nasky. He loves seeing that card. Little does he know that he is now drawing dead. Oh, McCumming with the lead, Jay.
Wow.
6, 800.
and just trying to take the betting lead himself so he can set it up for an all-in river jam.
And how do you feel you're in Naski's shoes when this happens? Are you...
It's really strange because I don't expect to ever get led into on this turn card. Maybe a 4, maybe one that starts leading from the big some of the time, but this deuce here, not sure how I'll read into this, James, but getting 4 to 1 here, I think we're going to have to strap in for a river card.
All in.
Whoa!
Wow, he just decides to run it. Maybe wanting to charge potential draws, deny some equity, and he sees the bad news. You're drawing dead. And Kiki. Does it dirty. Sends Naski to the rail in 29th.
Yeah, one expecting jam there. Alexei Naski shoved the top pair on the turn. It's just very difficult to ever get called by worse in that given situation.
I love this game.
But yeah, I don't think they're particularly necessary. Yourself, I feel, you're nodding at me there. I feel like you might be in agreement.
I'm not a fan of like 2. I think 1's nice at 24 rather than 16 because it usually goes 1 at 24,
right.
1 at 16. But I think 1's okay. But like when there's 2, sometimes just a lot of mix of the tables over like a small period of time. But like I say, I understand why they're there.
Yeah,
part of the game these days.
I get it. You know, you if someone does get a really bad draw or has a bad seat, then it balances out. But I mean, what are you going to do next? Make sure everyone gets aces some frequency of the time, you know?
We play now the last 5 and 4. We play the last 5 and dinner is start.
So Kolev with the ace-4 suited. Nice one to open from hijack. And Patachuk here with the king-queen offsuit, and definitely can get aggressive with this hand facing the LP open.
Yeah, this is the sort of combo, isn't it, that loves to get frisky.
It's the one everyone knows about these days.
I was going to say, I wonder, though, how much of this is, and not doing a disservice to the other players in the field, but Petacek's looking at Kolev going, is this the guy I really want to tangle with? This is a 1,500 runner tournament. And there's some maybe more probable spots to find than going after Petacek. Better than going after Kolev, pardon me. Does just side to flat.
Yeah, not the most difficult to play in position when we do elect to flat as well. Pretty easy decisions on a lot of boards with this hand. And do keep some dominated holdings in there, like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 from the open up.
And you encourage the big blind to come in, which is obviously a double-edged sword. But they can have some of those hands you referenced that you do get to dominate. Here we go then. Marcetic is going to stick around with the suited 9-4, and he finds a flush draw with a gut shot draw on the Jack 7-8. Nobody with a pair just yet.
Yeah, it seems like on first glance one that we expect to check through multi-way here. Patacek, maybe king queen with a diamond could be one that likes to bluff, but seems like a flop that everyone wants to do a lot of checking on with their particular holdings.
Yep, Kolev hoping to see if Freedom maybe find another heart. Petacek looking for a high card. Has to be concerned about the kind of hands that peel from the big. This kind of board. Ah, okay, look, he is going to get a little frisky here. Bet 800k. And now Marcetic with a big draw, but just 9 high at the end of the day.
And it's just going to play cool here.
Oh, Need a player with a hand as we head to the turn.
It's going to be an interesting decision for Patacek if check 2 hit.
Right.
Whether to keep running it.
And I suppose, you know, we can be up against, I mean, the 9x and 10x less likely, but certainly some of those diamond draws. And the 8x and 7x going to find it really hard to cling on. If they cling on the flop, which isn't necessarily a given, certainly I assume for the 7x, but the 8x type hands would struggle with their not to a second barrel. Desperate to see a free one. But of course have designs if it does go check to rep on the river. Worry not to make a hand. Oh, Patacek looking at chips.
This
wow,
is relentless.
3 million into 4.6, and this, I suppose, designed to target these kind of hands as well, right? The draws that just don't want to call 3 million out of position.
2/3 pot will, or should at least flush out the flush draws. I say will, but
well caveated, Jay. You are in merit. You never quite know.
But like even if like we're at ace x, a diamond should theoretically fold. Like a king x suited, a diamond should theoretically fold. But looks like the combo draw wants to see one more card.
And what equity he has as well.
Does have that additional gut shot.
Even the 9 and 4 alive. Little does he know it. And this is a bizarre one because it's not a card, is it? That
it should go check, James,
right.
because how on earth can Patacek barrel this river when a huge proportion of Marchesic's range is Jack X?
But does he ever just feel the need to? I mean, a lot of Patacek's range is Jack X as well, right? So it's hard for Marchesic to bluff this. They both find it hard to bluff. But at the end of the day, he's got here with 9 high.
Yeah, he.
Oh my.
I think it just has to go check, and King High somehow going to show down the winner.
Incredible.
Like, how on earth can we run it here as Patacek?
I'm with you. This would feel, when you've made that sizing of the turn designed to knock out the 8x to 7x, the diamond draws, you think you've just narrowed your opponent down to a jack. Obviously.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the beautiful Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. You can ignore that graphic. This is, in fact, the final day of the EAPT Grand Final. Very exciting stuff. We are down to 5. Rejoining me in the booth, Mr. Jay Harwood. Dempsey has had his dessert. You missed that. He was begging for likes. An X amount of likes would allow him a chocolate brownie or a scoop of vanilla ice cream.
Oh, really?
It worked somehow.
It worked.
Tell you, that man is a wizard.
Well, what's gone on, Andrew? Because I left with 9 players left and we're down to 5.
We are down to 5, my friend. Christopher Putz, chip leading, 114 million. Good for 45 big blinds. Aquino has had somewhat of a rocky ride at this FT. Played very well. 4-bet jammed a spot that Putz is going to be heavily under bluffing. One of his only real missteps, to his credit. I noticed that you alluded to the fact that you tuned into the stream for the end.
It was crazy. I was literally up in the room. I thought, I'll tune in, see how many are left, how the lads are getting on. And we're at the river. There's heaps in the middle, and I just see 6-3 off and ace-4 on King, Queen, Queen, XX. I was like, what's going on?
This is what's happening at this final table. Yeah, pretty wild one. Aquino, treble barrel bluff, got it through versus Pettychuk, who you see there. 42 million, 17 bigs. Umarov and Boris Kolev on the short stacks with work to do, but not out of it by any means. A double up for either of them will propel them up closer to our Brazilian Aquino in second place.
Yeah, obviously missed the last 2 hours, but Kolev just had a short stack all day from what I can recall. Was it the same last session, just grinding away?
Pretty much. He's playing very well, just picking his moments, got a few steals through, did jam Queen Jack suited blind on blind and lose to King 9. You know, all pretty normal stuff. He's still in there with a punching chance. As we have our look at that beautiful little ballroom area. I say little, it's magnificent, it's huge. And we get a look at our feature table. And this is our final 5. All still in the hunt, Jay. We've been referencing it over the last couple of days. $468,000 up top. In a live 2K, Jay, not something you see too often. And all 5 players currently 117K locked.
lovely payday for everyone. A great shout from you, Andrew, as well. First 15 minutes of the day, you called Aquino top 3 finish. You shouted it out. You said, this is the man.
Yeah, just absolutely fearless. One thing working for him has position on Christopher Putz, who's played very well, very solid. We knew that, right, over the last couple of days. We'll see how he decides to approach Aquino here, blind on blind. Does come with limp. Kind of tricky spot this, Jay, right? Normally mandatory ISO.
Yep.
But with the one guy who can potentially bust you, which of course will be a disaster. I think this hand, though, right, still too strong. You just go ahead and bump it up.
And an important factor is it's not like Putz has 112 and Aquino's got like 60. There's only like 12, 13 BBs between them. So we can do a lot of damage to Putz's stack as well as us as Aquino. And I think Sevens there just does want to raise it up and takes the first pot of the session.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Putz has to be wary. And we've seen Aquino, not scared, is willing to send it across the streets. Andrei Petichuk there in the blue hat, and Boris Kolev. He's navigated this short stack very well, but it is getting to that stressful time now. 10 big blinds here, first to act. Not the hand you want to see. The big blind hunting you. Umarov and Kolev, you know, both just kind of hung in there. I believe they started this FTJ 8th and 9th in chips. So for both to still be in quite a defeat. Well, here we go. Decision on Petichuk. This one's not like cut and dry, Jay, right?
Yeah.
Like with 2 short stacks.
That's the thing here, Andrew. I think maybe we still get to jam the suited Broadway here. But we'll see how he proceeds. But with Kolev there, with his short stack, 9 BBs now, it's come a bit more dicey. I wouldn't be surprised to just see the aggressive route taken here from Petichuk.
I actually think that there are a bunch of options. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to see check. Raise call is not out with the realms.
7 million.
Yeah. Like, you know, we start to see this a lot more in the kind of modern game. Is like, number one, Aquino should open this pot with aggression, in my opinion, like with a lot of holdings, right? So when he limps now, pretty weak range, right?
Yep.
I mean, he's going to have a few traps, obviously, naturally, but for the most part, weighted to sort of weaker holdings. And maybe, you know, when we just raise, we get him to stay in with 10-8 off, like a 10-9 off, a king-9 type hands that we crush.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just think versus Aquino, this is the man. You weren't here. There was a hand earlier. Okay. He limped 8-6 off. There was an ISO from 4-3 off in the big. He just piled it in with 8-6 off. And King 10 suited, such a good hand.
Yeah, but just raise call him then, right? Yeah. If he's going to do that.
Do we really want to raise call King 10?
Well, Petichuk, right? Experienced reg, wants to win the title. If he doubles, he's going to be in second in chips. I do hear you, though. I think there's arguments. He could have done lots of things. Did land on raise. As it stands, Umarov finds a real one. Pocket 10s. Puts now probably a hand that he would have liked to got in the mix, but recognizing Umarov's been very tight. We don't really want to 3-bet fold a guy with 13 bigs behind. Now, Aquino has one of those hands, Jay. Might be tempted to make it 4 blinds.
Yeah, if we are going to go for the 3-bet bluff, that's the size we have to choose here, Andrew, when Umarov's opened off of 15 BBs.
Well, time bank utilized.
But something I will say about Umarov, what I saw the session that I covered with James, he was fairly tight.
Very tight in this FT.
Every time he opened, he had a legitimate hold and no real attempt to stills lightly. So maybe just taking that into account, opponent in question, and we just lean towards fold and let this one go.
I'm in agreement. From what we've seen, I mean, he folded 7s 5-handed first to act, Jay, with 10 blinds, which shocked me and James at the time. So, you know, and if you've been fed that info by now, which you would think you probably have been, right? That's probably a critical bit of information. Ooh, well then. Potential strife. And look at that. Petichuk just recognizes Umarov hasn't gotten after it.
But Kolev got a nice one to defend here off of 8 big blinds. Fine to flick in an extra BB and see 3 cards.
I think worth referencing also, of all the players who are not incentivized to open this pot, it's Umarov, right? Kolev is going to get put all in a good amount of the time. You know, as the short stack, he can ladder 40k. Could be trouble for Boris.
Agreed here, Andrew. Like, Omarov's still going to have, like, this linear range of high cards, all the ace-10, king-queen, queen-jack suited, this type of stuff.
Yeah.
So, could potentially go with the bottom pair, backdoor diamonds to go alongside
he may lead here. There's a few options. Could lead small, could potentially jam. Yeah, lead small, order of the day. And he's going to get the bad news, Jay. You would think 10's the type of hand that probably wants to fast play here.
Yeah, and still can get called by worse. All this like 6-7 suited, 6-5 suited, 4-5 suited, 5-3 suited that would defend from the big blind. So let's see what Omarov is going to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll send it, and it makes all the sense in the world. Pocket 10s really needs protection, and now pretty horrible spot to be in. But feels committed, Jay. We're going to be against some nut flush draws and the like, right? Maybe the occasional ace-5 suited type. Decides, I've got backdoor diamonds. There's a big chunk of my chips in. Here we go. Kolev hunting diamonds, kings, and 3s. Or he is out of here in 5th. Oh my goodness me.
No waiting
Turns
around.
the king of clubs. Umarov, heart sinks. All of a sudden, looking for a 10. Cannot find it, and what a body blow to Umarov. Brutal time to lose a big one, Jay. Would have been up to 65 million in chips.
Yeah, heartbreaking turn card to see, leaving him with just 2 outs, which he couldn't find, and now going to need that spin up himself.
Oh. And we have picked up right where we left off.
I'm still yet to see a bust out of this final table, Andrew.
They're coming, my friend. We're getting shallow.
Yeah, but when we were at the same table, I think you were all in like 4 times.
my work then, okay?
You won every one of them. Day 2, I think.
Yeah, I was like 5-10 big blinds again.
Yeah.
4-10. Yeah, great. It's 23-7. Actually. Yeah.
The dealer gets the correct chip count.
The table chat going on there puts referencing to Kolev that you've not seen him lose an all-in yet every time he's been at risk.
I mean, I always find that quite funny, right? Obviously he hasn't, right? There's 5 left. He's on the final table still. You know, people are like, you're so lucky you won 4 all-ins. Got to win several to make it this far. More than several. Brutal for Umarov. That's got to hurt, Jay, right? Basically good for second in chips there.
Of course.
If we find a hold. Painful one, but he's still alive. Unfortunately for him, double blow. Has to commit 5 million of his remaining chips here in the big.
So this is going to be the hand to start the spin. Not really going to find anything that we get to fold. And unless there's action, like if there's a raise of 3-bet and potential for a bust out, then maybe we can leave ourselves with a crumb.
I think he's got 3 bigs behind. The 2 that have been forced into the middle. We are playing a 1-hour clock, guys, on this final day. And wow, Aquino finds the goods. 6.5 million. Does size up a little against that small stack in the big. Can Umarov find something? And he does. Oh, what brutality, Jay. These 5s are going to look very strong when you're this short. Here we go. All in and a call. Can't blame him. Aquino, massive favorite here. Well, Jay, we're close to witnessing that elimination that you referenced, that you've not seen one yet. Can Umarov find a 5? Let's have diamonds working for him. we're looking for the less likely ways to wriggle out of this predicament. Ace, 8-3.
And not much help there. Do have the backdoor wheel, but 5 is the requisite to survive.
2 cards to come. Can Umarov find some light at the end of the tunnel? And he does turn a 4J.
So there's that wheel draw. More potential. 5 or a deuce needed.
King of clubs completes the boards. Very unfortunate. Got it in great shape just a few moments ago with the pocket 10s versus the king 3 of diamonds of Boris Kolev. And Almas Umarov is our 5th place finisher. Takes home, Jay, $117,000 for his efforts. Fantastic run. And you know, sometimes you just get unlucky, Jay, right? What could he do?
And that's how it goes, Andrew. And this is the sick thing about the game that we play. Not many times you can win $117,000 and
right.
be there like demoralized.
Sure.
That king on the turn a couple of hands ago. If he finds the hold, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, nothing to be done. And here we go then. 4-handed. And what a lineup. 4 fearsome poker players here in our final 4. Excited to see this one play out, Jay. You know, a myriad of different styles. Aquino, bit of a wild card, never quite know what he's going to do. Pettychuk, arguably the most experienced of the 4, been around forever. Numerous titles and deep runs in some of the biggest tournaments in the world for him. Wakes up with ace-8 here. On the button, you can ignore cutoff. Oh, you know what I mean, effective button. Just 1 BB, and it is Christopher Putz. Has a very undefendable 10 deuce. Now then, I'm going to put you on the spot, Jay.
Oh, great.
You've got to do it from time to time, keep things interesting.
Okay.
Simplest question ever. Who's going to win?
I think I am going to go with... I'm going to go for the underdog coming into this session, Kolev, just because he's kept the flow all day today. He's been short. He's picked his spots meticulously, and now he's started a potential spin-up. So I'm going to go with the underdog, if you like, coming back after this session. The short stack, the Kolev. What about yourself, Andrew? You're obviously going to stick with the man that you gave a shout-out for when we started today.
I kind of am Team Aquino. I'm rooting for Aquino, but I fancy the German. Christopher Putz has really impressed me. I mean, Pettychuk is an absolute beast as well. Really could be any of these 4, and I wouldn't be shocked. I've got a splinter in my buttocks from sitting on the fence. Now then, Kolev getting after it. Ace deuce of hearts. Once again, guys, is on the button. Putz, we did see him, Jay, 3-bet call 5s in a pretty dicey one. Went to eliminate Breshilov in 6th, which was, so he's not afraid to take these on if he thinks. 17 million. Yeah, I'm not that shocked. You know, lots of players ignore these spots, Jay, right? They're like, oh, I'm not really loving, not blocking the raise folds, etc., etc. Does decide, I'm going to 3-bet 4s. Now then, Kolev, Jay, against an aggressive player. Close?
I'll probably just let this go as Kolev. I know we can probably see it's going to work. Well, it probably wouldn't work, actually, the price that Putz would be getting if he did go for the 4-bet rip, but I think we can just find a better spot here. Wow!
He's done it!
And
and he snaps it off!
Does snap it off. He already had that idea in his mind when he put the 3-bet in.
Yeah, and did reference those 5s earlier.
Shout, Andrew. How have you called this one?
He's just decided 20 effective, right? Okay, there's enough cards that I either flip with or dominate somehow, and he has found one of those combos. Kolev steps into it, and not what he would have expected to step into, excuse me. Here we go. Christopher Putz, all of a sudden, pretty much a 2-to-1 favorite, Jay. Oh, what a flop. 7-3 deuce with 2 hearts.
The post.
My goodness.
Post-flop coin flip.
9 of spades on the turn. Puts holding.
So needs a heart, an ace, or a deuce to survive as Kolev.
And it is a heart, Jay. The 6 of hearts completes the board.
And Puts his thinking, that's another all-in I've not seen you lose.
Wow, what a turnaround.
Mad hand, and Kolev comes to the table after the break
10
as
BBs he
the
had.
short stack. And now, top of the shop.
And your man finds the double up.
Crazy hand there, Andrew.
Yeah, honestly, Puts is going for the win. Like, we've seen him, very similar situation to this. 3-bet called 5s for about the same amount of chips. Late position versus small blind. And it's kind of refreshing to see people just go, you know what, I'm playing to win this tournament.
Yeah. And to be honest, it was nice to see the snap call from Puts, because just recognised after he's put in that much of the stack, he has to call off, and was already aware of that decision before the 4-bet jam even come in. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting there, a little wrinkle, is that Aquino's stack behind means we can't just jam the 4s, really, in case we get that horrific situation where we run into the kings or whatever. Because I'm sure he'd prefer just to jam, right, and take the play away. But that in mind, just decided we're going to run it. Boris Kolev, out of nowhere, is the chip leader four-handed in the EAPT Grand Final. We love a dramatic run out here at Merit. Oof, what a flop.
After that brick turn as well, it just seemed like out the door for sure. The too many out syndrome.
Oh, you reckon? Yeah, least happy with that development is Petichuk. Out of position now to the chip leader. Also could have laddered a princely sum, Jay. 60k ladder was on the line. Now then, Kolev. Time to put those new chips to work. Raise to 5 million, four-handed, 10-8 of spades.
Yeah, effective cut-off gun, four-handed. No one we do want to get in the mix with as chip leader now. Things have changed. Strategy's going to change. The range of hands we want to open is going to change. And Kolev aware of that. And over to Petichuk in the big blind is going to come with the fend with the ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah. Not surprised to see it, facing an effective cut-off open. And flopping very nicely. Ace, King, 5, rainbow. See the equities, Kolev, 3% only here. Very likely to c-bet, Jay.
Yeah, of course, one that we are going to continue with, bottom of range. Just try and take this down on the ace-high board as the opener.
Really like this, you know, one big blind. We have a hand, you know, that we would like Petichuk to hold 10s and 8s, right, in his hand. So it's not really one that we want to go launching loads of money in, not on the flop at least. Well, not that he needed it, but Petichuk gonna love seeing that card. Now take the lead against better ace-X that Kolev could be holding.
Now a difficult one for Kolev here, because I at least want like a gut shot here, Andrew.
Yeah.
I don't want to be drawing dead versus some ace-X and king-X, this type of stuff, but he is gonna put in the second barrel here.
Yeah, these are the complex spots we find ourselves in. Of course, hoping Petichuk has a hand like a 5-6 of spades, right? Something like this that was compelled to call one
also,
and will fold turn.
He's got all the suited king-X that want to defend from the big as well.
Sure.
That are going to be in there that this
of course.
Second barrel does target to fold out.
That is what we're targeting. We know an ace isn't going to fold. Hoping, yeah, a weak king, a 5. I mean, Petichuk's just going to walk the dog here.
Lovely.
No reason to do anything else but call.
Perfectly played. We want to do exactly this.
Yeah, I mean, now Kolev, this would be dicey in the extreme. I guess if we do decide to treble, Jay, trying to fold out, like 5x of hearts type holdings. A hand like King Jack that got stubborn for 2. The problem is, more likely for Petitchuk to have a straight here, right? The wheel, maybe not though, right? We're going to have the ace 3s, the king 3 suited.
I think that's about it, and maybe king 3 suited has trouble continuing on the turn. Maybe not actually against the price.
It's going to call for sure.
Yeah, that Kolev went when he went that size, so maybe king 3 suited, ace 3, they're all going to be in there.
Well, he knows he can't win, Jay, unless he bets at it. Big moments. Yeah, very nicely sniffed out, shut down. Showing his experience, Jay.
Yeah, well timed.
Trying to leverage that turn, you know, get some kind of queen jack type hands out of there, 5, stuff like this. Does shut it down. Petitchuk picks up a very nice hand. Very nice pot, excuse me.
How was the whole tournament for you? How did it went?
What can I say? I'm pretty happy that I reached the final table, and the last hand was a bad bit against pocket tens against king 3 suited, but it's a poker. I'm pretty happy that I made such a big pay jump all the time. So when I reached the final table, I was 9 stack of 9. So I busted on the 5th place. So I'm pretty happy.
What are you going to do with the prize money?
I share with my backers.
What are your plans now that tournament is over for you?
Now I want to have a rest and chill out, go to the beach.
Yeah.
And to have sun baths.
Will you play more events?
We will see. Now I need a rest.
Any lucky spots worth mentioning?
Yeah, there are a lot of lucky spots. My first all-in on final table was ace 8 versus pocket 8 and ace on the flop. So I don't bust this end. It was pretty lucky.
What about ace 4 against ace queen?
Oh yeah, I had only 5 big blinds, and there was not that money, of course. I will shove, just shove. It was too much chips in the middle, so I decided to gamble.
And welcome back to the action. It was, of course, our 5th place finisher, Umarov. Commiserations to him. Picking up the action here. Big pot. 18 million in play. On the 5, 6, 7 of hearts. Would imagine this has gone limp, raise, call, Jay. Makes the most sense. Almost certainly the case. Limp ISO and call. 3 of clubs on the turn. Neither player with a pair. And neither of them loving this board. Petitchuk, with just king high, may feel compelled, Jay, to try and dislodge some better kind of king X and ace highs. The problem is, right, Kolev going to have a lot of junky ISOs, right, that raise pre-connect with this board.
I agree with you.
I think you can argue that Kolev probably covers this better than we do.
It looks like he is reaching.
But he is going to reach.
And Kolev just can't do anything with his hand, unfortunately. Appetizing looking prospect pre on this texture. Difficult to do anything but fold now. And Petitchuk going to chip up nicely in back-to-back hands.
Yeah, I mean, very difficult for Kolev here to continue. Even if you suspect, Jay, right, that your opponent can be bluffing. Super, super tough. And Petitchuk starting the charge, Jay, up to 74 million. Very nice. All of a sudden, the stack's kind of evening out, right? This is pretty close battle four-handed. Nobody with a big chip lead.
Yeah, I think Puts is actually our short stack now.
Yeah.
The man that was chip lead up 20 minutes ago when we come back after the break.
Yeah, very much so. Blinds, ladies and gentlemen, 1.2, 2.5 million. Everyone now locked up $155,800 as we see Aquino, our resident firecracker, counting out raising chips, as he should with an ace four-handed. It's gone a little larger, Jay, 2.5x, shade north of that. Puts, nothing to be done, 7-3 off.
Yeah, just nice to get these raise and takes through at this stage. Decent chunk added to our stack.
So for anybody just joining us, in the YouTube streets or on DTD Player, we are of course streaming on multiple different channels. Welcome to the EAPT Grand Final. Final day, final table. It's a lot of finals. 4 left. Jay, anyone, any action in the chat? What we say, guys, can you tell us who do you want to win? Who are you rooting for?
We've got Muller Ferreiro says, Vamos Brazil.
Vamos, indeed. I do love the like a live Brazilian FT rail.
Do you know what? At the WSOP, the Brazilian rails are by far the best.
It's ballistic.
They are a crazy lot.
Almost as good as a British rail. Nah, fantastic. They bring the culture to the rail. Look at this from Puts.
78.
He's always looking for a potential spot, Jay. Feels to me a little wide, and more than a little. But he's just, you know, it shows, right? He's wants to be aware of what the stack depths are, looking for opportunities. Aquino, 3-4. Pretty dusty holding.
Yeah, probably one at this stage. We like to see fold, but Aquino, one of these
you never
players,
know what he's going to do.
You just don't know. He seems like he's the guy, James referenced it earlier, that just fills the spot, and he fills it again here.
I'll absolutely love this man. And the timing looks good again.
But the size is tiny here.
This is spice once more. He's gone less than 5 bigs.
And now gives Kolev.
One thing I don't like is the size in Jay. You're giving him an attractive price to peel.
Yeah, 3-1 with position for Kolev here. I wouldn't be surprised if he come along for that, but maybe he may read into this as like the megaphone raise, megaphone raise. I've got aces, I've got kings.
Yeah.
I want action. So he does get out of there. And I'm guessing that's all it could be. Thought it was the old alarm bell central crying for a call, but 4-3 offsuit.
Wow. Aquino. Vamos, Brazil, indeed. He's so fun to watch. Absolutely love seeing it. Very tricky for Kolev, right? Obviously, we have a hand that we can defend in position that can flop relatively well. But it's one of these, isn't it, Jay? There's like 310K difference in ladders here. You don't really want to get in there in inflated pots. Seems fair enough.
Yeah, and we can get in a lot of tricky spots with that hand. It comes, we flop a 5, still behind against an overpair. We flop a king.
Yeah.
Behind versus the better King X and potential to do a lot of chips.
Aquino continues to surprise us as it folds to him in the small. Queen 4 off. Is it time to start putting the foot down? Looks like he's counting out raising chips once again. And here they come. One problem you have is Petichuk, incredibly experienced, as is Kolev, as is Puts. So not going to get any cheap big blinds, I'd say, Jay.
Yeah, it seems like one Queen 6 suitor that does want to call here versus this size with position and head to the streets.
Aquino with the inferior queen, but with the, importantly, with the betting lead. And arguably the stronger range on this ace-8-7. It's likely going to be hand over.
Do you think the 6-3 offhand has filtered back to Petichuk?
No, that is intriguing. Yeah. It definitely has.
probably why we haven't seen the insta-fold here. Knows that Aquino can just be up to no good.
And it's so interesting how that muddies the waters. Gives him the look. But we have such a bad hand to continue, right?
Just got to fold, but if he did continue, could have only been to do with that dynamic, but Queen 6 suited there, not even free to a flush, have to get out there. And Aquino gets the better hand to fold.
And Aquino starting to make his move. We did say earlier, this could be the man to take down the lot, or he could also be the next man out the door. That's how he plays the game. It's not something you see as much of these days, Jay, right? It's just this sort of old school, I mean, that's how I've been calling it, this like, almost playing on vibes and feel of just like, this is the time, and not really worrying that much about your holding.
It's not really old school, because when I think old school, I think like early 2000s super system, fold ace jack off under the gun. It's like 2010 to 2015, like 10 odd years ago.
Yeah, well, that's old school.
Like that sort of vibe.
I mean, I'm getting old, mate. That's like 10 years ago.
Like pre-solver era, just pre-solver era.
That's what I'm getting at. But, you know, it's not really about frequencies or anything. He's just like, you know what? This is the time. I'm going for it. Well, he has a pretty hand. 9-10 of clubs. Kolev compelled to defend. Understandably so, with the King 8. How about this? Aquino flops a flush. Unfortunately for him, Kolev completely whiffs this board. What a feeling that is to flop this hand. Four-handed, playing for a shade under $500,000. Unfortunately, Kolev completely empty.
Yeah, it goes just north of quarter pot, although it takes it down, slightly more.
Even still though, Jay, right? All of a sudden, 133 million. Every one of these pots, right? Even the small ones, you're chipping people down towards 20 bigs. Things can very quickly turn here, right? To
as we've seen
one man trying to run it over.
We've seen. We come back after the break. Putz was chip leader. Kolev was short stack. Now it's completely changed. Aquino's picked up a few pots last 10-15 minutes. Does propel himself back to top of the leaderboard.
And he finds ways to win pots that others don't. That 3-4, the 6-8.
The
3-6, just, you know, infinite spots that others don't find.
And I remember watching him yesterday with you, Andrew. There was countless spots yesterday that we said exactly the same thing.
Sure.
In situations which maybe he shouldn't have been in, but found a way to find.
Yeah, we do see him turn down the King 8 open. A little surprised. I thought he might take that one too. Perhaps doesn't want to be perceived to be running riot. Kolev, King Deuce offsuit, facing an 18 big blind or so, stacking the big, I think, Jay.
Yeah, one that could potentially...
He has jammed.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really
now that's the solver world.
The offsuit high-low, big fans in the solver. They like the old offsuit high-low, and does get that one through with the King Deuce.
Yeah, very sharp recognition from Kolev. So this is level 34. Grueling three-day tournament. These guys won't mind that, of course, within touching distance of that EAPT Grand Final title.
I don't think you feel it at this stage when you've got that adrenaline pumping, when you're this deep in a tournament.
Absolutely.
You've been playing for 3 days, but that adrenaline gets you through.
Now Kolev, Jack 7 of hearts on the button. Tricky spots these, Jay. Chip leader in the big blind. Short stack in the small. He is going to open. Gets it through the first one. Unlikely to get it through the second. Ace 6 for Aquino. Looks like he just flicks in a call.
Maybe one that we could use once in a while as a bluff from the big blind.
Definitely. King, king, 6. Aquino flopping best. Another one of these spots, Kolev, similar to the 10-8 of spades type spot. Not a lot going on for his hand.
Should still find 1 BB here, though, on the king, king, 6.
Now then, over to Aquino. Decision point, whether to raise now or just continue with call. See what he comes with.
I think both avenues available here with our particular hand.
And looks to be counting out a little min raise. Don't mind this, Jay. You know, get some hands like Kolev's. Target them to just fold them out. Don't allow them to realize equity. And you can get caught by worse here still. You know, hands like an ace-queen, right? An ace-jack type hand that wants to see a turn.
Yeah, when we go this size as well, maybe even some stuff like queen-jack suited with the backdoor flush draw that wants to float with position. But jack-7 of hearts can't do anything. Into the muck from Kolev.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Aquino is on the move. Substantial chip up, Jay. 40 million or so within the last 15 minutes. Very nice.
Play like 65 no bowlers, right? You play around 65?
66 or something.
50? Thank you.
And you never know, round to Aquino in the small with the 9-3 off. Hands that we can use, blind on blind, want the top end, want the bottom end, and this does fall right into the garbage hands, and he's gonna get after it, making it 3 BBs. And Padachuk not wanting to battle this time, but Aquino on the charge.
It really does feel, Jay, like a substantial momentum shift now. Has Petitchuk in that unfavorable spot. Like he's basically second in chips, right? Joint with Kolev-ish, excuse me. And with puts on the shorter stack, all of a sudden, tough to defend. Aquino just pouncing. Is this the moment, Jay, where he just really steps on the throttle?
I think it could be.
It's so tough now, right, for the remaining 3. It just feels that way, that they need to wake up with stronger hands than normal now, right, to get in the mix.
And like ladder's so significant right now as well. Just looking at it, the next ladder 55k.
Woo. Now Aquino feels like more than enough. He agrees. One thing I will say about these larger opens, you do give your opponent an attractive price to shove on you. Like spots like this, for example. I think Petitchuk jams anyway, right, over, like, I think he will use this one against this player.
Oh, Ace-Jack's, like, I think cleanest day here,
material.
Against Chip Leader, who's going to be opening, like, 80% button.
Like, is it necessary to go 2.5 BBs, right? Like, is it going to change the ranges? You're maybe, I did reference this earlier. I mean, you do discourage defends, but we already know that the big blind is not going to defend very wide anyway, right? Is it going to change the range enough?
I don't think so, Andrew. I think we're just happy to make it 2 BBs.
I think so
like,
too.
The times we might make it 2.5x if the big blind's got like 7, 6 big blinds and deter them from playing some stop and goes. But
we like to nitpick here.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, you don't really want to give Petitchuk an extra 1.5 mil there, right?
Exactly, that's it.
It adds up.
Do that 5 times. It's 3 BBs.
I mean, it's a lot, right? In any case, small dent to the Brazilian's stack. Has another playable one. Ace-6 of clubs.
It should see open once again.
Does downsize a little. 6 million now. Kolev, Jack 10 is a hand that we wouldn't mind to play, Jay, but again with the chip distributions and puts starting. Well, I would be frustrated if him. Little wry smile. Into the muck it goes. Isn't it amazing, tournament poker? That fours hand. He could have been him on the charge if he could have faded the river against Kolev.
Yeah, it would have been good for close to half a chips in play if he finds the hold there with fours and plays out completely differently. But now the Brazilian in the driver's seat. And can any of these three stop him?
Yeah, relentless aggression from the Brazilian. Petitchuk now, with that rejam, takes himself up to 70 mil. He's going to be relatively happy with his chip position now, Jay. More than relatively, in a pretty good spot. Puts, knows he has to get something going soon.
And these spots are really frustrating because with Aquino, we know we're going to get pounded on so frequently here. So do we sometimes just save half a BB?
Oh, here we go.
Forget that. Andrew Putz is going to get after
Very
himself.
nice.
And timed it impeccably. Aquino just with the 7 deuce.
Yeah, I mean, Putz was already shown he's here to win the tournament. Isn't going to go quietly into the night.
I've been a big fan of watching Putz over the last couple of days.
Yeah, me too. What's the saying, Jay? Rage against the dying of the light. What do you think? Profound?
Profound. Yeah, that's what we'll go with.
Jay just looks at me there and just gives me a little nod as if to say, yeah, right, whatever, Picasso.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put it as majestically as you, Picasso, but I love...
You know what I mean, though, right? It's chip stacks to win.
Yeah, I
He's
love
like,
what you've done there.
I'm going to fight back. Puts now, ace and a 3.
There aren't too many BBs to just be sending this one, but a nice one to attempt to steal with. So it could just make this 5 milli.
5 million.
And there you go. Announces that exact amount onto Petitchuk. 8-9 off. You would imagine for the price likely to come along.
Agreed. I think one that we're happy to call with here. Heads up. Head to the streets.
Does commit the chips. And how about this? 7-6 deuce. 2 diamonds. Puts is still best. Petitchuk, small equity favorite here with 2 to come.
And decision here for Putz whether
tricky
go for C-bet or check back. Even the ace-3 here could already start thinking about showdown. I know it's only the three of diamonds, but backdoor diamonds to go alongside it. Or is he just going to try and win this one now?
4.9 million.
Does decide 4.9. Now then, Petitchuk eyeballs the stack of puts. Recognizes 34 million behind, 14 bigs only. Is there a world where we just run it, Jay, or just still a few too many bigs? No diamond in hand, right? It's pretty, makes it a little less appetizing.
If Putz has got like 20, 25 mil, does seem like an avenue we could take. But we could go for, it's just annoying if we go for this.
Oh, yes.
Okay, he is going to go for the all-in. And we'll get this ace-3 out of here.
Yeah, very nice.
Because it's a situation that we can't really go for the small check raise, because if we get jammed on, it's just like, got to call off, so it's just going to go for the big shove.
I mean, these guys are just tough.
I wouldn't want to be sat here four-handed with any of these 4 from what I've seen the last couple of days.
And like Puts, don't mind it. You know, our hand's not worth a whole lot. Just hope to get a fold from like a, you know, if you get Queen Jack out of there, right? Brilliant. You know, that's good news.
Yeah, for me, American golf, yeah.
Maybe check some of our better ace XJ that has a little more going for it.
Yeah, I guess, because we say we think about showdown, but are we going to call a turn lead with that hand
so
anyway?
Hard. So hard. Pettychuk, seemingly at the moment, the one managing to stay afloat. Here we go, Jack 8. These spots always interesting. He's aware, puts is short. So could attack Kolev.
Cover and stack. We'll be continuing, whether it be complete or aggressive route. We will see. And
Yeah, I like this.
Going to get after it.
Now then, Kolev. Hand that seems too strong to fold. Blind on blind.
I think it's just one that wants to call Andrew and take a flop with position on Pettychuk, who should have a fairly wide range here as the cover and stack, and as you mentioned, puts it in there now with around 15 BBs.
Yeah. Kolev. Undeterred. That's flicking calling chips. Every pot now critical, 18 million in the middle. And how about that for a flop for the Bulgarian? Top 2. And Pettychuk does have a gut shot.
Could be a bit of trouble for Pettychuk here, because seems like a hand that does want to continue here once we get to the flop with the dummy and gutter. And I think Kolev good enough to just play cool here with a hand as strong as this with position. The times we see these brick turn cards, Andrew, I do expect to see this combo go for a double barrel a lot of the time as Pettychuk.
Starts us off, 4 million. Around about 20%. One of these, try and fold out. King 7 of hearts type holding, something like this, that is with the board.
And even though ace highs have a hard time continuing here with put sat there with 15 BBs.
Turn is a 5. Pretty innocuous looking card. Neither player figures to have too many 5x.
Like Kolev gonna have this like suited 4-5 up to like 5-7, king 5 suited, ace 5 suited, this type of stuff.
Pettychuk now with the decision.
And is gonna go.
Is gonna go for it. Wow, and he's gone big.
Yeah, just shy of 2/3 pot here from Pettychuk, and now Kolev gonna be licking his lips at this one. And I assume we're just going to see call again here. Set the trap, Andrew. Keep bluffs in of our opponent here. If our opponent has ace queen, king queen, queen jack, we're going to get the money anyway on the river. But we just want to keep stuff like the jack 9 in. The ace jack, the king jack, some spade draws potentially. And he's going to play cool. Loving this from Kolev, playing it to perfection.
Wow, and all of a sudden, half pot back. Critical river incoming.
And like if it's an offsuit 3, 4, 6, something that has no interaction with like the king jack, jack 9, well.
Oh dear.
Well,
now, this does muddy the waters a little.
It does. We have this jack in here, but it's kind of irrelevant. There's jack 9, of course, but ace jack's probably going to get aggressive pre.
Right.
So, yeah, we remove jack 9.
I think he's going to shove this one. I mean, sometimes you just got to send it, right?
I guess.
And with that 5 pairing, Jay, the 2 pair can be counterfeited, right? Which is something we need to note. If Pettychuk has king jack or king 9 and goes for value, oh my goodness.
What a sick guy.
I mean, I think you just have to run it, right?
I guess, because all this suited queen X is going to be in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
Stuff like a 10, this hang on, 10x of spades is real. All this potential 8-9 of spades. There's not really a whole lot of spade combos, but you've got a lot of this queen X, queen deuce suited upwards that we will fold out here potentially on the river. And this is a sick spot for Kolev for tournament life.
So Jay, Pettychuk repping a king or better. Like, would he value jam ace queen? Would it be too thin? Close. Feels close.
Yeah, his queen feels very close, actually, Andrew. Like, King Jack, King Lion got clear as day jam to target the Queen X for sure.
Oh!
Oh!
In it goes! Bravo,
What
Boris
a call.
Kolev!
What a call. Grim River to see, but still finds the hero. And what a hand from both there. Credit to Patachuk. Love the heart. Recognized can't win the hand by checking. There's no white flag waving going from him.
And what a nice look up from Kolev. I think just deciding, Jay, I've got too much of this. And, you know, given respect to his opponent, right?
Yep.
That's basically what we're saying, right? I think you're good enough to find these bluffs. And he was getting a great price, right? 58 million in the middle. We only have 28 million left.
Excuse me? Can you give me one chai? Thank you.
What a cool customer, Patachuk. Just has a little sip of the coffee.
Nice answer.
Wow. These guys are just in there fighting.
Great poker hand there, Andrew.
Really
Thoroughly enjoyed that one. And also a great example of why, when ranges are as wide as they're perceived to be, we flat our strong hands with position to keep those bluffs in our opponent's range.
Yeah, it's very easy to get excited, right, and jam turn there as Kolev, you know, look to shut it down, but you want that extra 28 million to go in from Patachuk, and then it went. Fantastic. And now Kolev on the hunt for Aquino. Brilliant. Fantastic, fantastic final table action. We're loving it. Hope you guys are enjoying it at home. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. J. Harwood on comms. We're taking you all the way through to the conclusion of this event. James Dempsey will be rejoining the booth later on. Aquino, premium holding, Jay, four-handed, pocket tens.
Yeah, huge hand for Aquino. Will be wanting some action with this one in a four-handed setting.
1.2, right?
And looks like he's going to get it. Oh, no. I thought that was...
Wow, puts.
Oh, man, coming in for a call.
Dicey, dicey waters here. One thing working for him, Jay, this size up to 2.5 makes this a much more unappetizing proposition. Like, again, you know, this larger size, I don't mean to be too critical or nitpicky, but we have tens, right? Like we want the big blind to flick it in with 9-6 suited and all these type of hands, right?
And like now, Kolev with chips as well. Like potentially if we open min, he's more inclined to take some like king queen, some offsuit ace-x as a 3-bet bluff, and then we can just stick it in his eye.
I guess it can work both ways, right? For all the times they have a 9-6 suited, you can also get them just to fold.
Maybe next time.
You know.
Get me hooked.
Well, they're not going to fold king jack off, but you understand. You understand what I mean.
I do.
You can deny against some, you know, hands that are tricky to play against. Very interesting now that Patachuk and Putz essentially neck and neck, Jay. Both with basically 10 bigs. Well, just said king jack a second ago.
Yeah, and don't think any questions about this one for Putz. Seems like a clear all-in situation.
It does. Telling you though, these guys are pretty sick these days. I've seen before like a limp call off and stuff in spots like this.
Please no. Don't do it.
But content to keep himself ahead of Patachuk, who has to commit 5 million of his remaining 26 here, Jay.
Good card to bluff, it's worse card.
Yeah, we'll stop going to for sure.
Patachuk there, I think, referencing he was done with the hand, Jay. Then the king rolls off. One of those hands, one of the cards, excuse me, that we probably just have to run it, I think. Kolev's like, nah, I'm not folding, mate.
I'm not folding against you anyway.
Anything. I mean, if he's not folding on that, he's not folding on any card.
Maybe an ace.
I mean, some of the ace-X of Paychuck probably shoves pre, right? Was it 20 bigs?
Yeah, potentially, potentially.
In any case, we're nitpicking again. Kolev getting after it. King 8 of clubs. Paychuck has him pipped. King 9.
Yeah, awkward one here for Paychuck, facing gun, although we are four-handed. So it is going to come with cool.
Is going to flick it in. Commits the chips. Both players brick. Ace, 10, deuce. Paychuck still best. Does have the king of spades in hand. Again, with our stack depth. Real tough, Jay. Can't fault him. Don't have enough playability.
Yeah, it seems like one that just wants to fold there. Can't really do anything. We do have that king of spades, but into the muck it goes. And now just sitting with 18 million and blinds going up in less than 5 minutes time, Andrew. So going to be at the 3 milli big blind level.
Yeah, Paychuck and Putz on the short stacks. Kolev and Aquino. Having a grand old time in the grand ballroom here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel.
I don't think we could have picked a better last
Final
four players
four,
as well. From what we've seen over the last 2 days, like these 4 players have probably been the 4 that have entertained us the most, and they're all sat there playing it out for the title.
Yeah, an action on putts. Kind of tricky with Paychuck being on the shallow stack. Couple of options, Jay, right? You could min, you could half stack this one, but you really want Paychuck out the door before you. Yeah, he does just jam. Don't hate it. You know, you do allow the big stacks to reshove on you pretty wide here, I think, if you just open.
That's a very good point to make, actually, especially if they're aware of the situation and how, with Paychuck sitting there so short and the ladder so significant that Putz doesn't really want to bust before him.
Yeah, very nice result for Christopher. Yeah, I mean, either of the big stacks wakes up with any ace here. They can just mess with you.
Yeah, of course they can. And if Aquino wakes up with any 4-3 off, 8-6 off, he can also mess with you.
Exactly. Exactly that. Really compelling viewing. Looking through to the rest of the week, guys. We are streaming every day until the end of this edition of the Mediterranean Poker Party. Tomorrow, I believe we have coverage, day 1C of the main event. I quite like that. You know, you get to get a feel for some of the characters, watch their journey through, right, through the tournament.
Yeah.
It can be nice to put stories to the faces. Oh, we'll come back to that. Kolev. This is such a great spot, right? Because we're just going to be seen to be leaning on putts, right?
Yeah.
Wonder if he leans into that and does come with raise. He's supposed to be so wide, Jay, right?
Yeah.
In this situation. Love it. Love it. I think people, you know, just think, oh, I'm going to trap him here. But Putz not incentivized to reopen the action, Jay. If we limp with the stack of Paychuck. And this is a tricky one.
Do you know what? I'm going to say something here. And in this situation, like the solves might actually go for click. Like the king 3 off, the king deuce off.
Absolutely they will.
Would love to just click it here.
He might make it like 13 million here. No, does let it go.
Yeah, it does just fold. But like the computers, love a little click with that. The king deuce off, the king 3 off in that situation off of 15 bigs.
I guess it's one of these that in reality, right, we literally make 55k by folding here.
Yeah.
You know, it's all well and good going, oh, well, I got the king low. He's at it. Yeah, let's just go ahead and click it.
And even if not so good, doesn't matter.
Kind of like in real life as well. Like, what hands do we induce here, right, on a 55k money jump? Not many. We're just getting excited, aren't we, in the booth? Like, go on, Christopher. Go on, mate. Make it 12 mil.
I wouldn't have even made it 12 mil. I would have clicked it. Would have made it 9.5.
Oh.
Would have gone for the 9.5 click.
Oh, okay. This is low morale for Pedichuk. 7 blinds. Can't get it in there with Queen 9. Kolev. Be very surprised if he takes this one.
Yeah, that would be wild. And puts 6-5 offsuit.
Yeah, he's going to walk this. Pedichuk about to pay. Oh, and blinds are up, Jay. Makes things even more grim for Andre.
Situation, just 100 BBs in play now.
Yeah, we're getting to the business end of this tournament. And no mistake.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Pedichuk about to commit 6 million of his remaining 17, Jay, and that is grim. 1/3 of your stack going into the middle.
I don't know. The TV goes down. Yeah.
And there are the chip counts just for the visual. So Kolev and Aquino separated by 6 bigs. And then Puts and Padacek essentially trying to outlast each other now for that significant ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. Next payout, guys, $156,000 effectively. 3rd place will be up into the couple of hundred thousands. 210K for 3rd. Then $327,000 for 2nd place. Winner going to take home 468K and that EAPT Grand Final trophy. Now then, tricky spot for Puts. Of course, pretty easy jam in theory, but you do have the small blind to worry about.
Yeah, it's just the small we got to get through here with Padachuk sitting there with his short stack. So I think I do like all in here from Puts. And
yeah, Puts is just fearless.
Yeah.
Just puts it in. Oh no, he's found the kings!
And Padachuk.
How's he found it?
Snaps it off.
4 bigs behind Jay, Dreamland. Kolev can't believe it. Little raise of the eyebrows. Is that real? If you're Puts, right, you are fuming at this.
It's possible to hit, right?
Wow, Pedichuk, motionless. Puts says an ace is possible. Can he find one of them? Not so far. 7-6-6.
9 of diamonds.
No help.
9 of diamonds is fair.
Looking for a backdoor straight or one of the remaining 3 aces. No good. Through the jack of diamonds turn. One to come.
I'll take the ace of clubs.
Can Pedichuk fade? A Barry on the river.
I can feel it.
Yes, he can, Jay. Queen of Hearts completes the board.
Yeah, and a little switcheroo between the two.
Wow, how does he find kings there?
And now Puts with just shy of 7. He is our short stack. But still same scenario. These two just trying to outlast each other for that significant ladder.
3 million. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I knew I had 17 before.
New life for Andrei Pedichuk. A beautiful bit of camera work. Pans round, focusing now on our new short stack. Christopher Puts. Really nothing he could have done, Jay, right? I mean, he took the 4th spot which was a little thin, but you know, he's playing a win. Can't really think of any quote-unquote mistakes as such, you know, just finding the right shoves.
Yeah, exactly.
Just ran into it on that occasion.
And the forehand, like, he's got it in a 70% favourite. Just unlucky not to hold.
I just saw the clock. Thank you.
Action on Aquino. 8 million from the button with the King Jack. Another size up. Let's get Kolev just to relinquish Queen 9.
Just seems like whenever Aquino's in the pot, timing's just always there, finds a hand that has to fold when he hasn't really got top end of range.
It's a good skill to have, Jim.
It is.
Oh, look, loving that. The little sigh as if to say, oh, I had it there, fellas. What's your image like at the table, Jay? Ever done any Hollywood acting?
Not the Hollywood. I think I got a pretty good image.
Oh, I don't know. All in.
Yeah, no, I'm not one of them.
I'm going to do that one time on stream as a bluff.
Okay, okay.
No one ever does it.
They don't.
I'm telling you, lifetime ambition. You know when you see the old World Series streams, people, it's always like an older guy. Sorry, old guys. Stand up, put the coat on and stuff, you know, when they're all in. They have aces every time. every time. Single time. And I want to 5-bet jam, like a, whatever, ace 5 suit or whatever it is. Stand up, coat on, you know, standing there like, yeah, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go.
Well, is it? Puts his time to go because Kolev has set him in blind on blind.
Wow.
Probably, I think this is right actually from Kolev. I think he is supposed to shove close to range here in the small. And it puts with an ace. Essentially flops him dead. 3% equity for Kolev. Gonna need to find the backdoor hearts.
So for the winner, Naomi, also we have a cheap raise 1,000 pieces value.
And that will do it, Jay.
Seals the deal on the turn and puts back to 38 million.
3 pair.
Just a small chink in the armor of Kolev's stack.
Yeah, 3 pair for Kolev. Yeah, no good. I got carried away with my let's bluff and put my coat jacket on. It doesn't matter, right? We're only playing for shade under $500,000. It's okay if I miss a hand or two.
You might be playing for $10 million when you do that at the WSOP, Andrew.
Could you imagine, though? You would be remembered forever, right?
I guess you would.
It's priceless, that. You stand up, you rifle it in. They've got aces, but like people will remember that you were the idiot who
punted it off
and put his coat and jacket on and tried to hoodwink your opponent. New life, though, for puts.
It's like that legend equity that you have. You remember the guy at the WSOP, Queen 4 off years ago, threw his shoe at seat 1, and they got it in. You remember that guy? No one's going to forget that guy anytime soon.
That guy. Loving that. Legend equity. Ooh. Yeah, and even if you punt it, people always remember.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No one remembers the sick hero core, the huge, the great bluff.
Exactly. They remember the horrendous punt. Poker players were a curious breed.
But I'll never forget the JP Kelly into quads. You remember that one? That huge punt. You always remember the punt.
Yeah. Now then, Kolev, fresh off doubling up putts, pocket 5s, announces himself. Ooh. Very interesting.
How much is it?
Putts, Queen 9 of clubs.
Yeah, 12 BBs here. We've already seen a huge dynamic between these two players.
Go for it.
How much is like 40?
You gotta love it. Putz
Yeah.
is completely fearless.
And this is getting cold.
Here we go. Wow. And Put's gonna be absolutely delighted to see the hand he's up against. Pocket fives, Kolev forced to call.
Always.
I gotta admire the heart of Putz. He's just taking every spot.
Nothing personal. For you.
Well then, 81 million, Jay, in the middle. Can Kolev hold off Putz? If he can, he'll take the chip lead.
Flush.
Wow, 9-9-8 on the flop. And Christopher Putz flops trip nines.
Leaving Kolev with 2 outs. Does have the run in 6-7, but 5 needed.
I need one more 9. Just to make sure.
Turn is a 7.
Told you flush.
But it is a club, Jay. Opens up a few more outs for Kolev. Looking for a non-club 5 or 6. Can find it on the Jack of Spades River.
37-6.
We've had some mad spin-ups on this final. This time, Putz' turn. Goodness me, Kolev's stack yo-yoing.
And in the space of an orbit, Putz going from 7 BBs to north of average stack. Just over 25% of the chips in play.
Bad habits.
Nice try, Boris.
I need to try.
Nice try, Boris.
So I lost another one, you see?
It's becoming scary now.
I'm loving the banter between these two.
Yeah, great to see.
Just mentioning, I lost an all in there, mate. You see that one? You saw that one?
Clearly a lot of respect between these 4.
Then we have a short break. After the break, registration will be closed.
They have like 60 now, a bit more, 65.
60. 25 behind.
Sorry?
25 behind.
25.
Behind.
Thank you.
28 total.
Petty Chuck now, short once more. Action on puts. Queen 3 of diamonds. Doesn't believe his man. Told him 25 behind, Jay. Maybe there's not as much respect between them as I thought. In he comes. Tell you something, Puts absolutely relentless himself, not afraid. Does have a Kino in there, right, who could just make his life really difficult. Opens nonetheless.
And the thing about Aquino, he's like just a ticking time bomb. You never know when he's going to go off, do you? Like he sits there quietly and then suddenly boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the last sort of 30 minutes. We haven't really seen much of it.
We haven't. Like went on that like 8 or 9 opens in a row.
Yeah.
And then it's just shut down.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
Huh?
Maybe 57.
57-4. If I counted correctly.
Action back on puts. Does fold the ace-4. Aquino. King 7 of hearts. Once again, 2.5x. This one, Petty Chuck
8 blinds, Jay. Doesn't feel great, but you might have to run it.
Yeah, it's one of those where we're aware we're ahead of the opening range, but it's a situation, the fold equities just not really there. Like Aquino now over 2-1, so probably going to call this one off, Andrew.
Yep. Not happy about it.
But Padachuk is going to love what he sees.
I mean, we can see that he is indeed dominated. I think it would be a mistake to fold here in the long run. Pedichuk going to be in there with most ace-X, right? With some pairs. Very occasionally, like a queen-jack suited type that we actually are ahead of.
Yeah, he's counting out the call. Would be surprised if he folded this one, Andrew, just with the price that we've now got.
I mean, again, Jay, if we are going to consider folding, just min-raise pre.
Yeah, yep, spot on. Goes for the 2.5x up.
I think once with 2.5x, I mean... Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It's good timing. But one of those, I think that...
Like, the guy's just like an oracle. Like, how does he fold there? He's dominated, yes, but getting that price. Just every single situation, he seems to find the correct decision.
The right line. I think something worthy of note, Jay, is that these other 3 are killers.
Yep.
And when you 2.5x here and show that you're willing to fold to an 8 big blind jam, I think that's dangerous.
Yep.
Right? If players see that they have fold equity when you've 2.5x'd and they have 8 blinds, it's going to raise an eyebrow or two. And you know, you're not going to get it in great shape there right often, but it's a chance to get rid of an extremely good player.
Yeah.
For 5.5 blinds more, feels like a mistake to me, even though in that situation it was correct.
That's what I mean about the guy. It just seems like all these situations, maybe not right in theory, but with the hands in question, it's been perfect.
Yeah.
Kolev here.
Absolutely.
Offsuit ace-3, sends it in. 18 gets it done.
I'll take it.
But you're not wrong about the timing. It's been impeccable from Aquino for the most part. As we have another merit playlist change. Now we have some Irish fiddle or something in the background here. Listen to that. It's so random, I love it.
I think you've hit the instrument on the head there. It does sound like the old fiddle.
Wouldn't be out of place in Game of Thrones.
Padachuk here with the Queen 8 suited and 13 BBs. Looks like he's going to get after it.
Yeah, don't mind it. Gotta find some spots, Jay, to get some sneaks through. Oh, not going to be getting this one through, though. Aquino quickly commits calling chips. If this comes queen high, it could be trouble for Pedichuk. Does have the betting lead, though. Somewhat favorable. 6-5-3 with 1 club. I say favorable in terms of these 2 exact hands. We can dislodge the better queen X here. Do have some backdoors.
Yeah, fold out some king highs as well. Maybe some ace highs that didn't elect to set us in from the big. And I think with the free to straight, free to flush,
right,
could be one that does want to continue. But just going to check back in terms of range. More favourable for Aquino in the big of hands that he would defend. Yeah. However, if check 2 here, Andrew, I think this is a green light delayed c-bet on the 9 of diamonds.
The problem with Aquino is doesn't let you see that check very often.
That is true.
But he has checked this time. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Pedichuk doesn't announce himself now. Probably expects Aquino to lead here with lots of hands that are paired up and a bunch of draws. And here he comes. gone large. Makes some sense, right? We're basically saying we have a 9 or better that's slow played. Very nice. I think that was a more than 5 million bet, right? Orange is a 1 mil.
Yep.
And he's just still in there fighting. That's what I mean, right, about this. Again, I don't mean to pound on Aquino, but it was an opportunity to just eliminate him from the tournament, right?
Yep.
For what? How many more chips? 12 million more or whatever it was? 15 million more?
5
and
bigs.
now he has 50 million. It's
Yeah.
like, and when he shoves on you next time, we're not going to have the price. Interesting.
But it comes down to the opening size that you keep mentioning, Andrew. When we just make it 2 BBs,
Yeah,
then price
right?
not as attractive, but 2.5 BBs against an 8 BB shove. Well over 2 to 1 on our money.
Round 2, Aquino once more. Very pretty looking 10-8 of hearts.
8.
Here we go. 8 million once again. Gets the job done. Wondered if he would consider jam there with stacks the way they are. I think I would have liked it.
Yeah, I think I like it too there. Just get to leverage our stack.
Sure. You know, jam, he finds queen 10, jack 10, king 8. All going in the bin.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic final table so far, and if you are enjoying the coverage, guys, wherever you may be watching from, the Merit channel, DTD player channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button on the channel. You can also set notifications on so you do get notified when we go live over the course of this week and weekend. We are streaming every day until we crown a champion of the main event, 5 mil guarantee on Sunday evening. But we get the pleasure of covering this one today until close. And still anyone's game. Aquino with the chip lead, but can't write any of these 3 off. Very established players. Puts, Padacek, Kolev. But it's this man that's put on the show. Only 2 live cashes on his resume on the Hendon mob. But it seems like he's been here before. And sometimes, Andrew, when you see a player that when you look at the database, they don't have many cashes and they're at a big final table like this, sometimes they look nervous. They're a bit like itchy in their chair, in and out of their chair. But the way Aquino's been handling it just seems like he's a seasoned pro.
Yeah, I'm with you. Certainly doesn't give off an impression of any nerves or inexperience. Round to Kolev. 52 million in chips. Very precarious now. Every pot. Players can be at risk. Pedichuk, Kolev, both under 17 blinds. Here he comes, though. These guys are just in there scrapping.
I love it, though. And this is what poker's all about, just not
brilliant.
waiting around for a hand, battling, getting after it. And 8-5 off here, 4 puts. We are the covering stack, so do get to defend that slightly wider. 8-5 off though, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't think he'll defend this one.
But there's just such a dynamic between these two. They've been going after each other, and here we go.
Mr. Putz disagrees. Does make the call in position.
You're 50 behind, right? Little less.
54 before the can.
9-4-3. Very favorable looking board for that pair of 4s of Kolev. And fairly dry, Jay, right?
Yeah, fairly dry here. So
like, big blind shouldn't have too many 4 and 3x of his own.
I will have all this like 9-6 suited upwards, the offsuit 7-9 upwards. Ace-9 probably going to do some shoving.
Oh, and he does check it over. Somewhat surprised.
Maybe player dependent, is aware that puts, if senses weakness, may just choose to put some chips in the middle with decent proportion of his range.
Right.
And to be honest, this 8-5 here, once we get here, seems like a nice one to stab. We fold out a lot of better holdings. We still have some backdoor potential.
And Kolev does elicit a bet from a weak holding, 4.5 million.
And Kolev not going to be going anywhere here. Just how to proceed, whether in the form of check call or go for the raise. Do expect to just see call here most of the time, Andrew, but the way these guys have been playing, you never know, and there you go. And this is the thing. Just aware that puts can be up to no good, as he has been in many a situation, and read on point there from Kolev.
Quite like it, Jay, in that, you know, there's so many turn cards here that make it become an extreme guessing game, right? Like, it's not very comfortable to check call with a 4, see a 6 on the turn, an 8 on the turn, whatever, a 7 on the turn, and then face aggression. It's going to be really hard to station it down.
Yeah. What do you think, though, once we raise a third of our stack there and we're met with jam? Like, how do we proceed then if we get it stuck in our face?
I guess we just decide.
Just call? Just
I guess we
call?
just decide in the moment. Look at our man. That's one of those intangible spots in poker, I think, where you look at your pal and you say, well, do you have a 9 or do you have a draw? And make a decision, yeah. Well then, speaking of easy decisions, here's one. Pocket kings for Pedichuk.
Yeah, I'm way too strong to shove for 14. Want to get some value from our hand. Opens to 6 million. And Aquino just going to let this one go in the big blind. Annoying for Pedichuk.
Is he though? You never quite know.
Surely not the offsuit 6 gapper.
3-4 off earlier.
They got
Here he comes.
Oh my word.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
Oh no! Makes it 15 million.
And he's gonna be priced in again.
I don't think he's worrying about prices, Aquino. He's a vibes guy. Not to be disrespectful, I think he's just timing, right? He's just going for it.
Just the feel.
Wow. Does Pedichuk ever just call?
I just assume that our opponent's all in here.
Yeah, but it's
Andrew.
just, when Aquino does this, right? It's either a really strong hand or a pure bluff. Like, most of the ace-X, I think, would jam.
But how can he put 15 million in and fold for 21 million more? That's the question I'm going to be asking.
Well, he's got Jack 6 off.
I know he's got Jack 6 off, but...
Yeah, I know. Wow. He might peel, Jay. I can see it. I felt it.
Great shout, Andrew.
I felt it.
What a shout from you.
I mean, I think you can just remove a lot of ace-X now, right? I don't think at this depth that Aquino will 3-bet bluff ace-deuce or something like this. He's likely to call or shove. So now all of a sudden, you keep in stuff like this, like the real nonsense. Oh my word, flops top set.
And
Pedichuk. He jammed! He set him in!
And what a gift for Pedichuk.
Goodness.
Going to be up to 88 million. 2% equity for Aquino, 7-5, the only way out of this one. So unless we see something extraordinary, that is going to be an early Christmas present for Pedichuk. Now there is a 5.
No, the turn, the 5 of hearts.
Always a sweat, never
not
easy.
Like this, Jay.
Surely not.
Surely not. 4 sevens working for Aquino for the ultimate run down, and he's found the 5-7 run out.
That did not just happen. That did not just happen.
Oh my goodness.
That's one of the sickest ones I've seen in a long time. 4 left for $468,000 up top. We flop top set. Our opponent only has one way to wiggle out of it and finds the running straight. That is a sick hand of poker, Andy.
An all-time bad beat at the EAPT Grand Final table. My goodness me.
If that's online, your laptop's out the window.
Oh, Andre Pedichuk just
Yeah, you have a bit more.
Blindsided, Jay. Knife through the heart. And Aquino somehow finds the backdoor straight. Wow.
I'm speechless. Gobsmacked here in the booth after what we have just witnessed. And the Brazilian moonwalks into the straight.
Oh my days.
And now with a significant percentage of the chips in play with three-handed. As we see puts open the button, making it 6 mil to go. And Kolev here, king of 4 off. One that we can potentially use here, Andrew. A great.
This is one. Oh, look at this.
These guys play some nice stuff. Finds it with the offsuit. King 4 and going to get the better hand to fold. Nicely done from Kolev.
Wow, the standard being so high level. Three bets, half of his stack essentially there, Jay. Oh, he did. He misclicked. Now, I don't speak Bulgarian, but I believe that means misclick sizing, Jay.
I do speak Bulgarian, and you're right, Andrew.
Do you really?
I don't. I'm messing with you.
I just raised the button. He gets the button now.
Yes. Ridiculous.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Messed up the colors.
55?
Yes. Huh?
55?
Yeah, pretty much, including my blind. 55 and 7.
7.
5, 7, guys. 8, 4.
Now, Aquino, back at it. King 7 off. Raises the button. Puts with a very similar holding to what we saw Kolev have a moment ago. Glances at his stack. Does decide to defend.
Yeah, and like in our head, we know that potentially could use this one, but after just seeing the antics with the Jack 6 off, I'm not getting aggressive versus this man, and look at the flop.
4, 5, 6. Both players gonna like this board. Oh, wow, he just sticks him in. Aquino puts the hammer down. Wow. And he is motoring, Jay. And you know what? Of the combos that could be viable to do this, you can fold out some better king highs, some ace highs, put a 3 or a 4, for example, a 4 or a 5, for example, in a really bad spot.
Even like a 6 with no redraws, like not even loving their life in that situation.
Wow, power poker. Kolev with a powerful hand of his own. Pocket 10s, 3-handed game. All 3 players, guys, $210,000 locked.
Yeah, monster to be dealt in a 3-handed situation. Raising into Aquino's big blind. Quick call.
Yeah, Queen 8 passes the test. For a defend. And look at this for a flop. Oh my goodness. 10-9-6. Top set for Kolev. Double gut shot for Aquino.
And the way Aquino...
Oh, this could be trouble, Jay.
Yeah, the way he's been playing. I was going to say, Andrew, I wouldn't be surprised if he went for the aggressive line off the bat, leading into Kolev here. And a situation that we are loving.
Now, do we have too much hand to raise? Board is, of course, incredibly wet.
Yeah, I think so, Andrew. It's just obviously blocking that top pair.
Yeah,
but
I don't hate it, you know. Finds the click to 16 million against a player as aggressive as Aquino. You wouldn't put it past him to send it, Jay.
I guess that's what he's going for here as Kolev. And there's the call
It's
from
just a call? Okay.
Aquino. Didn't take much time.
I thought for a moment that he jammed. Here we go, 49 million in the middle. Kolev, pot behind. Little look behind the scenes. And the turn is a 7J. Aquino has got there. Oh, and just picks up a stack of oranges. My goodness me. 20 million.
Yeah, and this is a really annoying spot for Kolev, but Aquino probably will do this with some 6-7, 9-7, the times that potentially he turns 2-pair as well. Capable of bluffing, we've already seen, and we need hands that we want to call down with that aren't just straights, Andrew. So obviously the sets, some 2-pairs are going to be in there.
He's going to have some bluffs, some worse value potentially. And all of a sudden, the river of the tournament about to arrive. 90 million in the middle. Kolev, excuse me, praying for a board pair. And he gets it, Jay. What is going on with these runouts? And he somehow checks.
But he's not checking to fold.
Wow, perhaps looking to induce from a missed King-Jack type holding.
Yeah, like
Brick spades.
the combo stuff, the Ace-Jack of spades, the King-Queen of spades, this type of stuff.
Wow, what a run out.
So only going to be one move here, I think, Andrew, and that's going to be the all-in, or left a couple of chips back.
Oh, my word.
Didn't get the full house.
Oh. Aquino. If he folds this, Jay, this man. Wow, he knows it.
He knows it. He can feel it.
He knows.
But how can we fold? Because the other thing I say here, Andrew, as well,
an 8 could shove,
and 8 shoves as well.
Jam.
Once he gets checked to, Kolev gets to shove all his 8x here as well. And when we're getting this price, I don't see how we can get away from it as Aquino.
Yeah, chip is committed. Bad news about to be revealed. And Aquino. First real display of emotion and frustration.
Jesus Christ, man.
Wow. My goodness. What a sensational 10-15 minutes of poker.
It's been great. Not just that 10-15,
yeah,
this whole final table, what it's built up to this three-handed action we've got. And credit for Aquino actually tanking there and having a little think up before making the call, but so difficult to fold, especially in a three-handed situation when ranges should be wide up than full ring. But it's all going on here.
It really is all going off. Now, hopefully for Aquino's sake, Jay, he can compose himself. Very first time at this final table that we've seen him really lose his temper. Understandably so. He had his name up in lights. That really was the critical hand of the tournament.
Yeah, if we get the brick river there, we're working with like 75% of the chips in play and big favorite to take it down. But now things have changed and we got the bracelet winner. Over 3.5 million in live earnings. Most decorated player left out of these three. And now a force to be reckoned with, Boris Kolev. Our new chip leader. And in pole position to be taking this one down.
Gives us a moment to breathe. Goodness me. Aquino, roller coaster of emotion, somehow backdoors a straight against the slow played top set of Andrei Pedichuk, departed.
But that's the thing about us poker players. We have terrible memory loss. We have a terrible memory loss because...
Yeah, he's like, I run the worst.
10 minutes earlier, he has a 2% job. to get there versus top set and finds the running straight, but we just have bad memory, us poker players.
Unbelievable. You're not wrong, Jay. Aquino lamenting his ill fortune. Kolev cannot be denied, thus far at least. As we move forward, three-handed, EAPT Grand Final, final table. There he is, Boris Kolev. All of a sudden, 50%, a shade under, of all of the chips in play. Can he drive that advantage home and take down this title?
2 total.
Kolev, Jack-4 off in the small blind. Did see him raise the suited variety a couple of orbits ago from this position.
Been doing a lot of jamming as well on puts with his 15-odd BBs.
Yeah, here we go. Is going to take the aggressive route once more. Puts really has had a lot of these kind of dusty, difficult to navigate holdings when in the big blind.
Yeah, like always right in that limbo area of whether to go with call, whether to go with fold.
Not a clear call, not a clear fold. Well, Christopher deciding, I'm the short stack by quite a margin. Got to make something happen. Does commit the chips. Flops best. Has a gut shot with backdoor diamonds on the 10-8-3. Kolev comes up empty. Yeah. Gonna check this one over. Seems reasonable, Jay.
Yeah, an interesting one for puts here, Andrew, because on first glance looks like a hand we want to bet with our gut shot, but I think we just want to check back and realize equity here, because this stack depth, Kolev can do a lot of check shoving, and then we don't get to realize that equity of overcard and gut shot, but the overcard comes off. And if this is a clean river...
I mean, there is some potential for this to go in on the turn, I think, at depth. Really depends what sizing Kolev lands on if he does bet, but has decided on check.
And I think once check two twice here, gonna feel like we've got the best of it enough of the time as puts to try and seek some value. Like still some ace king, ace queen that would have to call a street, stuff like, I guess maybe the ace king, ace queen just shove pre actually at like 16, 17 effective. Same with the pocket pairs, so thinking about what trying to extract value from, our hand just seems too good, Andrew, here, not to bet blind on blind.
Yeah, puts crunching the numbers. Is reaching for chips. Decision imminently for Kolev. Very interesting spot. You referenced it there. Puts unlikely to have like king, queen and stuff like this. Maybe the suited variety like to slow play pre, right?
Yeah,
that would make some sense to me. King, queen off, probably going in pre. Wouldn't rule out a call though, right? I mean, he's so far adrift that potentially would want to trap, quote unquote trap, right? You get me, keeping some worse hands. Here we go. Check call, the order of business. Should have some bluffs, putts, right? Some 9x, stuff like this. Just some random queen x that starts taking off, right?
Yeah, potentially
something like that.
Suited queen 4, queen 5 seems nice.
And here we go. Kicker's going to play, Jay.
Yeah, disaster river here for Kolev.
Yeah, it really is.
Because this should be going check all in, and Kolev just cannot be folding his hand.
I think so. And puts will find it. Not the type of player to leave chips on the table, in my eyes.
Yeah, have to value bet this one blind on blind. May not go for all of it, but I think it's nice to just go for like this 2/3 pot jam on the river.
I think he'll jam for sure. I'd be shocked if he chose another route. And Kolev does just have a bluff catcher, Jay. It's a relatively clean one, of course. Blocking two pairs, blocking that top pair, unblocking bluffs. Here we go. Wow. Now call. Yeah, very quick call, Jay. You called it. And look at this. Gonna somehow see that he is pipped.
26.
And how things can change so quickly
this
because
final table.
the stacks now are like almost identical. I think it's only going to be like 5 bigs separating the 3 of them.
Incredible stuff. Pretty unfortunate turn card for Kolev. Like, it looked like he'd given up on this one.
There isn't anything Kolev can do once that turn rolls off and we get a river as clean as that against the capable opponent who will find the correct bluffs in that given situation.
I actually love how he plays the hand. You know, check and turn to induce some bluffs, right? Get the clean river. I mean, Putz is such a good player that he is going to find a lot of river all-in bluffs. He's going to be capable. Great hand again. We've been spoiled today.
We have.
Crazy runouts, along with some really interesting strategical hands. That might have been good for Aquino, you know, just to have maybe 3-4 minutes there as that hand went underway, just to gather his thoughts.
That's a very good point.
He looked incredibly agitated.
Because we saw it earlier with Lazowski earlier when he lost that big pot.
He just lost the head, didn't he?
Lost his head and all his chips just depleted. So important to just gather yourself and get back to what you were doing, not let the big pot that you lost affect the way you play or how you have been playing. And Put's going to get right back amongst it here. King Jack suited. And now that we are 30 effective, like either or, I think it's going to be fine here.
Yeah.
Can play complete. Can go for the raise. And Aquino with the jack.
Very nice check, very nice. Definitely one of the hands that doesn't want to blow pots. Plays very nicely post. Ace, deuce, deuce. Puts still out in front.
Yeah, nice one to just check call here. Andrew, not really too much merit in betting this one. Not folding out any better hands, only get action from those. So we can just put on our check call shoes with King Jack high.
Don't mind this from Aquino. Go on the attack, try and fold out some queen highs. King high, very unlikely, of course, to fold for 1 blind.
Yeah, it seems like a trivial call here for puts.
Now Aquino. What is the plan? Turn is the queen of diamonds. Well, the plan is to continue bluffing, Jay.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have to strap in for 1 more as puts. And simply because here, we expect some ace-x to do some raising pre. If our opponent did turn a queen, that's going to start checking.
You would think so.
So I guess he can have some ace-x, but maybe minute, and then the deuce-x is the problem. And then we've got this king-jack. We unblock the spades, we unblock the backdoor diamonds, we unblock the 3-4, 5-3, 4-5. So with all those reasons, I think we need to be calling again here as puts and taking a river. However, what I will say, we know this man loves a triple barrel.
Oh my goodness. And if he does, oh, Aquino, can you find the breaks? Can he slow it down? We said his head might be all over the place. And these chips are not coming back, Jay.
Yeah, doesn't seem like a man who likes to slam the brakes on.
And for the very first time,
he's run into
timing is off. And isn't that just like poker? When things go against you, they come in waves.
Credit to puts as well, how he's played this hand, Andrew. Calling flop, calling turn, recognising situation, and also finding this check on the river.
Yeah, has to go for a raise, Jay, right?
Of course.
Can't imagine that we ever don't. You know, if you ever run into a hand like Queen Deuce, so be it.
Yeah, it's Queen Deuce, 10 Deuce. That's our worry. Queens, 10s, aces, raising pre, so not much to worry about. Still get value from the Deuce-X.
And Aquino, you can literally see the steam coming out of his ears. Worthy of note, Jay, we do have a break coming up in around about 10 minutes, and it really is coming at a good time for the Brazilian. And there we go, as we see the leaderboard. Christopher Putz now in the chip lead, closely followed by Kolev. And Aquino now, for the first time, Jay, third in chips. And now we are just going to have a quick interview with our fourth place finisher, Andrzej Patichuk.
Congratulations on the winnings. How are you feeling right now?
In general, I'm satisfied, I guess. Yeah, I think all thoughts that in general I'm satisfied. It could be better, it could be worse, but the main thing that in general satisfied with my play, with how I played this final table. So that's the main point, I guess. Definitely, I got a very sick suck out in last hand for like almost chip leader pot, but anyway, still good.
What happened in the last hand?
I've called 3-bet in a 15 big blind stacks with the kings because I knew that the guy have a lot of trash in his hands. And that exactly happens. Board came king 8-4 rainbow. I have kings. He just shuffle in. I call. He have jack 6 of suit. And that's 5-7. I busted. I flopped upset with kings on king 8-4 rainbow. Yeah, a little bit unlucky. But you know, like back in the days, I won something like this when I won EAPT San Remo. Maybe it's. I'm glad that if it's karma return, I'm glad that it's happened in not that big tournament, at least.
Who has the biggest chance of winning out of this 3 guys?
I think Boris. I think he's a more competent player than the other ones. Brazilian guy have least chances, but if he will be the same lucky like against me, he definitely will have chance because it's already pretty big blinds, you know. We've played like from 600. I mean, we played 2 long call stages and a lot of suck outs, so people could bust it. We can play 3-handed like 2 hours ago or something, but every time someone suck out any other one, no one can bust, so that, and the blind's already pretty big, and new level is coming. So in this depth, like really anyone could win, but I will bet on Boris.
Any plans with 155,000?
Yeah, I'm going to spend it on GG, on Poker Stars during the upcoming Cups and GG Poker Festival series.
Well then, that was, of course, Andrzej Patichuk's exit interview as we jump back into the action here. Kolev versus Putz, and Putz has turned a straight. Kolev with just queen high. Can't imagine that he's going to be sticking around here. Does get out of the way. Just gives us a moment, Jay, to take a breath. What an absolutely wild level.
It has been some session.
Yeah, really being compelling to watch. Kolev on the button, queen 9. Makes it 6 million to go. Aquino. Wow, he looks really discouraged. Does defend with the 9-10. 7-6 deuce, Jay. Queen high still best.
Yeah, Aquino with 2 overs and gut shot here. So if met with C-bet, do expect to see him continue.
Turn is the ace of clubs. Checked over once more by Aquino to Kolev.
And if we do see the delay c-bet coming here from Kolev, will be underhand, but does check it behind.
Yeah, interesting. Perhaps considering the delay.
Yeah, the old double delay
I mean, this seems like
nice
one we
here.
might have to use now, Jay.
I agree, Andrew. Just fold out some 6x, 7x, rivet 8x. Seems like a nice one to go for the old double delay with.
I can see Aquino just snap this off. With the steam factor. Hasn't called as of yet. Yeah, well done. Finds the call button. He needed some good news, Jay. That's the time to receive it.
Just feels nice to get one right, doesn't it?
Right.
Get that confidence back, get that pendulum swinging in the right direction again.
Yeah, unlucky there for Kolev. Quite like the line, don't mind it. Could, of course, probe turn, but delay seems pretty reasonable, actually. So we see Aquino raking the chips.
So with 3 minutes left of this session, just a quick roundup of what we've seen the last couple of hours. We come back with 5 players, and Puts was out in front. We had Padacek, who was short. He spun it up. Umbaran then went out in 5th. Padacek span it up, but then lost one of the grimmest all-ins I've seen in a long time after flopping top set and losing to the running straight. And now we are left with 3 class acts in Aquino, Kolev and Puts battling for the title and a huge sum of money.
It was genuinely one of the most horrific hands I've ever seen. I mean, poor Andrei Petichuk played the hand so well.
Yeah, the flat pre. Hang on a minute, go back. What happens if he jams 3? Do we think the jack 6 off folds?
Yeah.
You think it folds, getting like 3.5 to 1?
For sure.
Okay.
Just the way Aquino approaches things, I think he would. Anyway, back to this hand. We have a bet from Aquino, called by Kolev with king high, which improves to the second nut flush draw. Very tricky spot now for Aquino. Kolev, though, entitled to think his king high can be good here, Jay, right? So just decide to try and take a free one, / navigate to showdown. Is going to go check, going to get the bad news. And Aquino now
You said 3.
finding his footing. Was in danger for a moment there, Jay, I think, of imploding. But credit to him. He's found a way, settled the nerves, and begin the rebuild.
H4 or something.
Puts is just always on it, right? Just like, what's your stack? I need to know exactly what's going on. Good lesson to any aspiring players out there to be aware of the chip stacks of your opponents. Keeps the game simpler for you. You only have 30-second stack, Jay, right, per decision. Always good to know these things in advance. Round 2, Kolev. Going to give Puts a walk.
Yeah, things have changed now, and they're just good at understanding once again now that we're not the covering stack, can't go for these polar raises. And just gives the chip leader a walk, and that's probably going to take us into the final hand of the session with 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, players will be going on a short break. Last hand, pre-break, about to be dealt out. And what a level it's been. Kolev with the ace-8. Very likely to commit chips. Makes it 6 million to go. Puts.
Yeah, he'll be folding and taking a well-deserved 15 minutes break. Been a roller coaster session for him. Come in with the chip lead, then at one point was bottom of the pack, but back up to top of the shop. Just gonna take his time to make sure this is the last hand. Well, I thought we were gonna see something spicy, but was just going for his cards. And Aquino.
Yeesh. Dicey defend with the 9-4. And flops best, 9-7-3. And wow, just leads right out at it. Half pot. And really puts Kolev in an uncomfortable spot. I wonder if Aquino, against these two like real crushers, and this is not to diminish Aquino, who's put on quite the show and quite the performance, is there a chance he wants to ramp up the variance a bit, Jay, in some of the spots and just, you know, just decide, right, I want to make pots big, right? It doesn't make some sense to me. Turn is a king of spades. Quick check from Aquino. There's a scare card.
I don't think any reason for Kolev to like try and bluff at this low rep a king, because like we're still beating all this 10-8, 8-6, 5-6 double gutted, maybe some other gut shots in there. So just want to look for showdown.
Yeah, pretty bad river card for the ace-8.
Yeah, it doesn't look the best. And now maybe, although turn looks like a decent spot to go for check, maybe now once Aquino checks that quickly, like if Aquino's got like a 6 high and 8 high, he probably thinks about bluffing. And Kolev has sniffed it out, Andrew.
Oh, I love it.
Basically recognizing Aquino here, best hand he can have is a 9. And a 9's going to have a real tough task calling.
What a great piece of play from Kolev.
This guy can play.
Brilliant. Gets to the river with one of the worst hands he can have. Decides, I gotta pull the trigger. Gets the bluff through. Fantastic. What a level it's been.
Yeah, and that will bring us to the end of the session. It's only a 10-minute break, guys, so short turnaround for us. But there's the stacks. And puts out in front, but only 8 big blinds separating him and Aquino, who is at the bottom of the pack. Kolev middle with 33 BBs.
Yeah, and guys, with that, we will be back in around about 10 minutes time. Please don't go too far.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa, and today, basketball court. Where, Andrew, we have the first of a series of events coming up. You, myself, and Jay are going to be competing in the Merit Poker Commentator Olympics. And well, is this our game, Andrew? Task 1?
Probably not. I found myself with a basketball in hand. Last time, I believe, was in 1992. Back in the school days is the last time I held a basketball. We're going to get after it. The guys behind the scenes have decided. Merit Poker Olympics, James. Round 1, basketball, and then there's going to be more to come.
There are many more challenges to come. And just a quick idea of how we're going to do this. Obviously, whoever wins each challenge, whoever comes second, going to get more chips for a sit and go at the end where you, myself, and Jay will battle out to see who is the ultimate commentator.
Absolutely. Right, guys, round 1, free throws. We've all seen it on the television. Looks very easy watching Steph Curry and the boys get it executed. We're going to have 5 throws each. And whoever makes the most shots, makes the most throws, James, is going to win round 1 of the basketball challenge.
You know, I'm confident that I'm only going to need 1. I think it's going to be a 1-0 victory.
I'm an elite sportsman. Look, this doesn't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it.
Okay, whether you go first or second?
Oh, we're doing with hands?
Yeah, but okay, I've got one hand open, one hand closed. Choose, what's that? They open or closed?
Oh, I don't know. Just like show that one.
Huh? I've got nothing in them.
I've
got one hand open, one hand closed.
Well, which one do I need to pick?
You choose. Tell me which one's which.
And if I get it right, I get to choose.
You get to choose. You go first.
This hand is closed.
You're going first.
Did you film the back of him? You can't trust James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing I'll say.
It's all secret. All right.
I'm first, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Set him up, boys.
Oh, my God. Right, come on. No, be fair. Come on now.
A lot of pressure, this.
There is. I'm feeling it.
This will live forever on the internet.
Oh, it's a mile off.
Oh, no. Okay, we got a northwesterly. That is, it's a northwesterly. Got to factor that in. It's a windy day here in the Med. Not normally windy.
Oh, Oh, yes, it was absolutely garbage. Love seeing it. Right, come on, Scotland. Come on, one time. This is the one.
Oh, there's a gust of wind there.
Get in! Oh! Oh. That was actually not a bad effort. Don't worry, I've got him. I've got him where I want him.
Oh, no. I was expecting a gust of wind.
Just keep filming until we make one.
Where was the
Just
wind?
keep filming.
Is that 0-0 through 3?
0-0 through 3.
I said 1-0 might do it. I didn't say to who. Guys, we're not actually this bad. It's the wind. You can't. Not picking it up on the camera.
It might look
warm. Where are the trees? Where are the trees? There's no trees. That's why. They've all been blown over.
Right, make one. I actually support you here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over?
Yeah. Make it. Oh, no. We have to get after this. We got to do something about this. Our reputation's on the line. Okay?
Yeah.
Break.
Okay.
Oh, I had a chance.
Oh dear, he's got a chance to kill him off.
Oh! Well done. Nicely handled. Good stuff.
Yes! Come on, give me the chips.
Sorry, Dad. I failed you after all these years.
Sorry, Scotland.
Scotland, I'd like to apologise for absolutely nothing, as he said. No, it's Ireland. Never mind. Well done, James. Round 1. So, guys, now that we just wowed you with our prowess in the free throw challenge, well done, James. I'd like to say it was deserved.
It wasn't deserved, but I mean, like I said, I called it earlier. I said I was going to win 1-0. I won 1-0.
You did.
It was a very poor quality match, but now it's time for revenge for you, Matt. Perhaps.
Time for 1-on-1.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. It's going to be me running at James with the ball, hoping for the best.
No elbows.
No elbows.
I don't see any elbows.
Keep it all above
the waist.
The waist.
Anything else
chin is allowed.
I'm just going to shoot from here because I'm really good. You're tall.
Oh, thank God. You can catch the ball. That's about it.
It's better if we run. Oh. Ah, come on, get that ball to me.
Okay, let's go.
You can't grab that ball. You got to grab this ball, not my balls.
You can't get past me. I'm a machine. Oh, very high risk.
Oh, he's done me! He's turned me!
Get in!
Oh! He turned me! Right.
Straight it from there.
I've seen this on the TV.
Where are you going? Oh! Oh, you're fucked now. That's travelling, isn't it?
I don't know. There's no rules in this game. We're playing merit rules, motherfucker! Oh. Oh, he's the big man. Oh, he's spun him.
Oh, the ball's still live.
Oh, he's called it.
Love seeing it.
Oh, he's done. Oh.
That was beautiful. Where's the justice?
Andrew.
Draw?
Let's chop it up.
Tie.
Draw.
We'll take it.
A non-score draw, even. A very low score draw.
It's a draw.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1 of the Merit Commentator Olympics. And it was a resounding victory for who, Andrew?
A comprehensive victory, 1-0 from a possible 20 baskets. James Dempsey takes round 1. I will say well done, my friend, but I will come back stronger, fitter, angrier, and ready for round 2 of the Merit Olympics.
Umarov. Ace-king. This one fits into everyone's range. Vinokurov, he's got 2 8s on the button with, what, 24 blinds. This seems to me, Andrew, that just kind of
Can fit nicely as a call, but maybe against hijack.
I think this is really close. Against someone, if you perceive them to be aggressive, like 24 blinds, it's very close in my opinion between call and shove. We'll see what he does. Yeah, I'm not shocked, Demps. I really thought that thought he might just run this one. You know, you do have 2 reshove stacks in the blinds. You don't want to call and then call off a jam. Sometimes, you know, if he has even like 28 blinds, I think we just always call. 24, 20 to 24. And here we go. You'd imagine that this gets in.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine ever Umarov lays this one down. I quite like Vinokurov's style. He's like playing to win. Saw it with the 9-7 of clubs.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, he's in there.
Yeah. He's not afraid to die.
Yeah. Here we go. Massive
Not what
flip.
you want to hear when he gets back round to Umarov, the snap jam. Vinokurov, once he's left 4 million chips back, we're not quite on that bubble yet, I believe. I think it's 15 paid, gets you the pay jump.
Only has one
15
time bank.
And we're showing a 17, but maybe someone taking the max amount of time, just in case there's a bust out somewhere else at the same time. He could still get that ladder up.
This is massive, James.
A double bust out, pardon me.
26 million going to be in the middle here.
Well, he's going to use his time backs. One presumes, given this time back use, that they're going to get new ones, I think, for the final day. Certainly the final table you'd always get more.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't, I don't think, use your time bank here in the hope of a double elimination somewhere else to get a ladder up. And we know he's not folding.
Eyes on the iPad. Well, big flip incoming. Here we go. This is huge. Umarov, if you can get there, you're going to have 35 million demps.
Here we are then. Umarov hunting the overs, as you say, will be a monstrous stack. More than 10% of the chips in play will be in front of him if he were to spike. And obviously, by virtue of the fold of cards here, we see he's actually in quite bad shape. A 60-40 upon us. But that all changes on the ace-high all-spade board. King of spades covering that 8 means it is just a solitary out. The 8 of clubs, and even then, still needs to see a brick.
My goodness, up against it.
This is not the music you want to bust out to.
It really isn't. Can he find the miracle?
Vinokurov, he is not going to find that miracle you alluded to. And will bust out in 17th place, right in the final throes of today's coverage.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you see that beautiful aerial shot of the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and the lovely surroundings here in the Mediterranean. And wow, things are heating up, Jay. In the EAPT Grand Final main event, we are three-handed. And what a final table we're having. Little look at the chip counts, folks. Christopher Putz out in front at the moment, not by a lot, 120 million in chips. All 3 of these players have had the chip lead at some point, Jay. Chopping and changing, we've had some wild runouts, some incredible poker. And still anyone's game as we continue the hunt to crown our champion of this year's edition.
Yeah, it's had it all so far today. Not just the final table, but the lead up to it with 16 players left. It's really been a great day at the office for us too. I've enjoyed every minute of the coverage so far, and we've still got to close it out with these final 3.
Yeah, I would echo your sentiments as we have another look at the beautiful Grand Ballroom. Still very busy down there. 5K main event. Day 1B, of course, still in play out in the ballroom. We're going to be bringing you coverage of Day 1C of that 5K 5 million guaranteed tomorrow. But first, the not insignificant task of crowning a champion really could be anybody's, Jay. This has swung back and forward, momentum
The pendulum has swung in direction of all three players. Just a reminder, guys, all three, 210K locked, 327 for second, and $468,000 for the winner. As we see Christopher Putz, min raise here with the King 8 of Hearts. Blinds have gone up, 2 and 4 million. Things getting shallow, Jay. Going to be a tipping point soon. Kolev, decision to be made, ace-7 off.
Yeah, seems like one just happy to defend.
Yeah, it does. Flick in the call. Five, deuce, deuce. As dry as it gets. Very interesting here. Puts with just king high.
Yeah, interesting one whether to bet or not. It's right on that line. Maybe we fold out some better king highs, but all the ace highs should be sticking around for one more streak. So I wouldn't be surprised to see check from Putz here, but looks like he's just going to continue what he's been doing this final table with aggression.
Yeah, just goes for a little equity deny probe. Kolev, looks like a pretty mandatory check call to me, Jay.
Agreed. Yeah, good point you make. Maybe that's one of the merits of betting here, is Putz just flushing out some 2 live cards, equity denial purposes.
Yeah, it's Kolev, flicks in the call. Fairly uncomfortable for Putz. No backdoors working for him. 9 of Hearts turn, changes nothing. Ace-7 of Kolev, still best. Decision on Putz once more. We are ahead of some hands, Jay, right? Something like a 3-4 that decided not to raise. 4-6 suited types. Some spade combos we can beat. Other than that, we're going to be up against, you know, some 5x, some ace highs.
Yeah. The thing is, like the 5x, the deuce x obviously sticking around. Do we fold out ace high with a second barrel? Probably, but I think it's just a small proportion of range 24. That we target.
Look at this. 24 million committed by Putz. Goes chunky. Deciding the max pressure route is the way to proceed.
Yeah, and this is interesting for Kolev because I wouldn't say he's going to fold straight away simply because the better ace highs aren't a worry here.
Yes.
Because they would be checking. So it's a situation. Putz trying to say he's got 2 pair plus, and there we go.
Kolev found it.
Sniffing it out.
My goodness, this guy. Credit to him, Jay. You know, when he gets put in these uncomfortable spots, invariably finds the composure and heart to continue, and all of a sudden puts 80 million in the middle. Kolev, 75% pop back. Big river coming, and it is a deuce.
Yeah.
Putz is not going to like that card.
One that I think we're just going to have to slam the ankles on here, Andrew. Like, not going to get a 5 to fold now. 9's definitely not folding if somehow there's 9x of spades out there. And we probably expect a lot of the ace highs to be folding to the second barrel as well. So it's so difficult for Putz here to unload the clip. Is there any way
that we, like, I mean, we can beat some of the lower flush draws, like 6-7 or 7-8 of spades that didn't jam.
That's true.
Like a 3-4, 4-6 of spades that didn't jam. We can beat these hands. So we have a sliver of showdown. Unfortunately for Putz, gets the bad news, and Kolev, bravo.
They hurt them once when you see your opponents just heroed you twice with ace high.
He might have heroed river.
He might have done.
He very well could have.
Because I think once Putz goes for 3 streets, like, range is 9x or better, so in a free-handed situation, when he's going to open the button so wide as chip leader, probably going to have a lot more bluffs in there, a load of nothing than value. But this guy...
I mean, that's tough, right, to call turn. Especially the size, right? 24 mil. Goodness me. Boris Kolev.
I've been so impressed with this man.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you've been very impressed with him, right? Rock solid.
I was the one that had faith when he had 10 big blinds. And I said, this man, I'm going to go for the underdog.
You did. Aquino. King Queen. 22.5 bigs. Here we go. Signature 2.5x. And Putz now with the dominated holding. King 8. He's had so many of these, Jay. So many of these awkward big blind holdings.
Yeah, it's been a final table of either ways for puts. These decisions, which we can go both ways, looks like is going to defend even versus the 2.5x opening size.
I think it shows, you know, these top players, even the uncomfortable spots, Jay, they just grin and bear it, right, and get on with it.
Check.
He's at the bottom of his defend range. He's still going to do it. Ace-9 deuce, no change. King high of Aquino, still good. See what he comes with.
Yeah, seems like one. We are just happy to see bet range. King Queen high still likely to be best. Just flushing out some equity. 2 live cards. And King 8, 4 puts just...
Pretty big bet.
Not going to be able to continue.
10 million, 40%er gets the job done. Action back on Kolev. 9-10 on the button. Makes it 8 million. Action on puts now.
It's an awkward one. Free-handed, nice looking hand in the small. But can we ever call off of 17? I'm not sure, Andrew.
Oh, wow. Oh, goes the other way and runs into Aquino, who fist pumps it in behind. My goodness me, this happened fast. Christopher Putz, credit to the heart shown, thinks the button's going to raise fold a lot, and he was right. Unfortunately for him, Aquino wakes up with ace-queen. Here we go, biggest pot of this tournament, Jay. 150 million chips in the middle. Puts looking for a 5 or a 6.
Just 6 higher, but a heap of equity here, 42%.
And he drills a 5. Jack 5-4, 2 clubs, and Aquino just like that. 27% equity only. Turn coming. It's a Jack of spades. 1 card to come. Aquino, 6 outs once to send Puts home. Otherwise, he is on the short stack. And it's a Queen, Jay! Queen of clubs!
And once again, emotion shown this time. At this time, a bit of good emotion there. Aquino finds the 6 outer. And just like that, we are heads up. Great run from the German. Puts is going to take home $210,000 for his run. But that leaves us with 2.
My word, Jay. Some of these run-outs, we have had Hollywood run-out after Hollywood run-out. And here you go, guys. Your final 2 players in this EAPT Grand Final.
You'll never die. You'll never die.
Me?
Wow.
Yeah. At some point we'll die.
Do you like to make an agreement? What do you think?
Let me...
No, I think we have also the same stack.
How much you have?
I think it's the same stack.
Small blind 40, 20k, big blind 40k.
Goodness me.
40k, dealers, shuffle and deal.
Give us a second.
So the lads have asked the dealer to stop dealing, so that can only mean one thing. I think the lads want to look at some numbers
Obviously, it's a big heads-up battle. 468 for first, 327 for second, so 141K. Essentially, we would be playing for. So well within their right to have a look at numbers, both with the handshake.
Yeah, just play for the trophy, yeah.
We'll do the chop. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to stop the clock, then we'll discuss. Okay, sure.
Okay, so the tournament director has gone to pause the clock. And then we'll be back with some numbers. And then Aquino.
Stop the clock on the final table, please. Stop the clock.
And Kolev potentially going to chop this one up.
Okay, guys, there you have it. Uberton Aquino, 45 big blinds, 183 million in chips. And Boris Kolev has navigated his way heads up. 32 big blinds, good for 130 million in chips for him. And I believe we are going to have now a quick interview with our third place finisher, Christopher Putz.
Can you tell us what happened in the last hand?
Yeah, I mean, Boris as chip leader opens the button. I look at 6-5 hearts in the small blind. I think Boris is opening a lot of hands there. And yeah, I decide to rejam. The big blind wakes up with ace queen. And then he gets down the river, and here we are.
How was the whole tournament for you?
Everything went pretty smooth. Starting from day one, I just got here like pretty late. So I jumped in max late reg in the 1B flight. Got through on one bullet. Everything was, yeah, pretty clean. And then it was just working out also throughout the final table. And I'm pretty happy with my performance.
Any lucky spots worth mentioning?
Yeah, when I was on the feature table yesterday on day 2, I called 4-bet jam, ace-10 suited against Sebastian Gale, and win against his ace-king. That was a key spot, I would say. And yeah, I think on the final table, everything was kind of smooth sailing.
Who has better chance winning this heads up?
I would go with Boris.
Cards back in the air. And here we go. Big hand for Burton. Ace-10 off. I did say nothing good ever happens, Demps. But he is heads up with it.
He's heads up and be looking to try and get all the chips in
Absolutely.
in the best way possible. Whether deciding to raise...
Oh!
Hello. Oh, wait. I think he's... wants to see a count.
I mean, it's going in, Demps.
Yeah, just a question. Does Savenkov ever, like...
3-bet call for sure.
3-bet induce.
3-bet call. Hand is way too strong to jam. You want to give your opponent the chance to 4-bet rip some stuff we dominate.
Right.
Oh, no, he does just jam. Here we go.
Through the front door button. Finds it easy. Just throws in a chip for a call. And is a marginal favorite to take the big lead in this match. If he can hold, he will have the 190 million against 50. However, if Savenkov can convert this very pretty looking king, queen of clubs, then he will be our first champion of the series.
Wow, what a moment.
Two guys who played Great up to now.
Oh!
Wow. That's how you do it. That's how you get it done, Andrew Headley. King, king, queen, flop. No messing about. Drawing to just running aces. Wow. What an incredible flop to finish this tournament on. That is insane. Kirill Burton out in second place. The man who did the heavy lifting early on in this final table. Perhaps a little shell-shocked in the way that one ran out.
I'm shell-shocked.
He's taking home 57,800. He's got a smile on his face. Wow. It's kind of absurd. But there is your winner. Our man. Flopping a boat.
What a way to
no less. Savenko just
drilled it.
Drilled it. Just took over this final table halfway through. $85,000 for him. And, of course, a whole host of bounties.
The walls are closing in. We'll see if she can scale them. I believe she's in the big right now, Demps.
She is indeed.
So this could be it. 115K only behind. Is there any world in PLO? I presume not, where just any four they must go in?
I mean, maybe she looks at 3 deuces.
Okay. I'd like take the small blind instead. I just wonder.
Yeah, take the small blind and then you just win that and you get a couple more hands. But
right.
Yeah, it's Saxton with the fold. Maddie should just be obviously raising any four here, but it doesn't because he actually likes her.
Oh no!
If she survives, oh
no!
Here we go.
What a killer! Give her a walk. Are you sure they're dating? I hope you're sure.
Oh, she's found the aces!
Oh no!
She's found the aces. Boyfriend has put her all in on the pure bubble here in the MPP PLO High Roller. As he should. Let's point this out. They may be dating, but in game integrity, they're clearly playing the game. If there was some sort of collusion going on, he would fold, but that would be terrible.
Okay.
Here we go then. Jessica is all in, but a 2-to-1 favorite double up and buy herself plenty more time at this table. In really good shape, really, because Lerner has an 8 and a 4 to her kickers.
Right.
About as good a shape as you can be with these aces. Finds clubs in the flop as well. Almost a lock on it.
So later,
he's hit the 5. Okay, so we got the
Jack
5.
Or a 5. Jack or a 5 only.
Or 8 or 4. 8 or 4 will get her there.
Of course, because yeah.
Deuce. He's not one of those. Jessica, about to double up on the pure bubble. Oh no!
Oh, it's an 8.
And 8 on the river. Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear. Jessica Tussle, pure bubble. Tries to hide the disappointment, but it is apparent, rightly so, and well, it might be a little frosty in whatever room number that is.
Oh, what a brutal way to go, Demps. Also.
Yeah, finding the ace is forced all in from the big blind. Jessica Tussle is the bubble girl here in the MPP PLO High Roller.
Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Headley's gone under a slight change because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, James.
Well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the two winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it, buddy.
I've seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0. Let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no. Too aggro. Right, 2-1. Oh.
And welcome back, everybody, as you see that beautiful aerial view above the Royal Diamond Casino here at the Merrick Complex in Cyprus. A beautiful camera work. And Mr. Jay Harwood, we are heads up, my friend. There are our two contenders. And I'm hearing through the grapevine, Jay, that they have done a deal.
That is correct, Andrew. So the way this one is going to work, Aquino with the chip lead, he's going to take 4-3-7.
No, hang on. Hold your horses a minute. I believe that's incorrect.
It's incorrect?
It is. I must have sent you the wrong details, mate. Don't be worrying about it. Both players are going to have 358k each.
Okay.
And then on top, the winner is going to get 79k. So hell of a deal for Kolev, right?
Yeah, that is some deal
wild.
for Kolev. Yeah, I've just got, I think, the ICM numbers in front of me, but we've gone for just chop down the middle, play for the rest. Fair enough. Off we go.
Crazy stuff. Kolev, I don't know how he's negotiated that. I want to get hold of his lawyer. That's pretty wild, right? Aquino having 180 million anyway. Kolev is going to look to get this one done. First hand of heads-up play. Aquino limping with Jack Deuce. Kolev checks back with 9-10. Off to the 5-6-6 flop we go.
Yeah, one of my favourite forms of poker, the purest form, heads up, Texas Hold'em. There's no hiding. You need to be battling for pots. ICM no longer a thing. We're just playing for chips. Only one prize now.
Yeah, and look at this. Kolev getting it done.
Big family. That's great.
So what a final table we have had. Looking forward to this one as we listen in.
I made a 3 on the GG Millions on GG Poker. So after that, I try to play a little bit more. Yeah.
Wow, just here and there, Aquino came third in the GG Millions. Not an insubstantial payday, Jay, and he's hunting another very big one here. Looking to take down this EAPT Grand Final title to boot. As we see a raise to 8 million here from Kolev. Quickly defended by Aquino with the King 7. Flops best, 10, deuce 5. Aquino, quick check. Kolev loving this flop, Jay.
Yeah, top pair, huge hand in a heads-up situation. And just going to put some chips in. And fairly close one for Aquino. Just going to get out of the way, though, with King 7 high. But we will see some check calls from some, like, King high stuff. Even some Queen highs on certain textures, Andrew, in heads-up poker.
Yeah, Aquino deciding, no spade in hand. Just a dusty King high. Does decide to relinquish.
And just catching up with the YouTube chat on DTD Player. Charles says it's been a pretty sick FT to watch, and it has.
Unreal. Some of the runouts, my blood pressure was skyrocketing.
That Kings versus the Jack 6 off, that will be one that's shown for years.
Probably the most disgusting run out with, you know, considering the amount of money on the line I think I've ever seen. And that's saying something. Aquino, 8-6, in there for the raise. Kolev, very attractive looking Jack 7 of clubs. And how about this? 8-7-6. Top and bottom for Aquino, middle pair and backdoors for Kolev.
Yeah, this is action. Heads up, Andrew. Huge flop for Aquino and a big flop for Kolev as well. And Aquino goes for the 55%, 11K into 20, and seems like Kolev has a clear as day call with middle pair and some backdoor potential.
Yeah, 11 million, half pot. Quite like this as a sizing choice, Jay. Pretty wet board. You want to bet large. And heads up, half pot, relatively so. Quick check call from Kolev. Oh my goodness.
Well, we're heads up, but the feature of the final table continues. The sick run-outs.
Wow.
And this Jack on the turn could mean that it could be finishing
25.
This hand, or at least close to. Aquino will still have some chips back,
what
but
a turn card.
It's ill.
The most disguised of two pairs connecting with Kolev. And what to do, Jay? Do we fast play this on a very wet texture?
I think once Aquino double barrels here, it does seem like he's got a decent piece. And there are a fair amount of action killers that can roll off.
He's
so
jammed.
There it is. Big fan.
Can't blame him either. 8-6, a powerhouse of a hand on this board, Jay. And Kolev about to take a 10-1 chip lead, Jay.
6 dealer, please. These guys all the time do it. Do these things. One more time.
So 4 outs to find for Aquino, 4 to fade for Kolev. And it's a 3 of hearts on the river. And 11-1 chip lead now for Kolev. Aquino just with 6 BBs.
Nothing to do.
Unbelievable, Jay. What a turn card for Boris. Very difficult to blame, right? Super, super grim spot for Aquino. I mean, I say grim. Powerhouse of a hand heads up, right? Like, I think we just say, all right, I'm gonna have to call. There's enough semi-bluffs.
Of course.
I mean, I feel like Kolev might not jam like a Jack 9 or something, the way he plays the game.
Yeah.
But even still, how can we get away from it?
We just can't. And we do beat the 6-7 as well, which is in there for the worst 2 pair. It's just a sick caller heads up for Aquino that takes it well and still has a tiny glimmer of hope. 6 BBs left in his stack. Will need some spin to turn it around against the player that I think has played the best over the last 2 days.
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate for Aquino. You hate to see it end that way, right? And just like a real cooler. Well, it hasn't ended yet, right? 25 million back still. Getting ahead of myself here. He's got a mountain to climb. Left with 6 big blinds, Jay. So tough.
It is tough, and it's just a caller. It's always
like
getting
against good players, right? You can just jam 9 or 10x of spades,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That turned a gut shot or whatever. If he has a 10,
and
tough one. I'm trying to think of hands
even if
that we can bet fold here that are 2 pair.
Like Kolev takes the passive line on the turn and calls. It's an offsuit 3 on the river. We're just destined. It's a hand that we're destined to double our opponent up. And that's how poker goes sometimes. You can't avoid the callers. They happen. You just got to move on. They go both ways. Sometimes they're on the right side, sometimes the wrong.
Unbelievable stuff. We did think we were in for a firecracker of a heads up. Hang on. Was that Jay hand 3? I believe hand 3, Kolev takes a dominant chip lead. And he is right on the verge, Jay, of taking down this massive field title. Oh, all in a call, Jay. Here we go. It's even ahead of the graphics.
Kolev's not even bothered to stack his chips from the previous hand. Trying to get this done now.
Oh, Aquino says, let's go home. That's not the spirit we want, my friend. You can see the humor in it.
Ако беше по друг начин, ще да е в кома.
Now, here we go. Cards on screen. Makino, 7-5 of clubs, up against the King 3 of diamonds of Kolev. Can he find a way? Has 45% to stay in this match. Oh, Jay, Queen 4-3.
Yes, it does pick up a gut shot to go alongside with a 7 and a 5 as the outs here. Still will win this, just shy of 40% of the time.
Hunting the middling cards. What a turn! Another Hollywood run-out develops. Deuce of clubs. Aquino, 21 outs, Jay, to get there.
He's got 7 high and just shy of 50%. 1 card to come.
What's the language?
Bulgarian.
Bulgarian?
Can he get there? And it is a brick. The 8 of diamonds completes the board. The crowd goes wild, and Boris Kolev wins the EAPT Grand Final, Jay. What a final table.
Great final table, Andrew. It was just a great watch from start to finish. And these two lads, Aquino put on a show. He was unorthodox in some spots, but seemed to have impeccable timing throughout and takes home a huge score, $358,000. But there's the man, Boris Kolev, taking home the lion's share of the prize pool and the title, and it's well-deserved, Andrew. He's played phenomenal the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm with you. What a performance from the Bulgarian. Takes the congratulations from his rail. Big hugs and high fives all round. Really was a sensational FT. Enjoyed every minute of it, Jay. Wow. Still digesting.
Still digesting. It's had everything. We've had sick runouts. We've had great bluffs. We've had great hero calls. It's literally had everything, this final table, and just a deserved winner in Kolev.
Absolutely agree with you completely, my friend. There you have it on the screen. Boris Kolev, EAPT Grand Final champion, wins $437,000. And now I'm going to kick it over. We're going to have an interview with Mr. James Dempsey and our first and second place finishers, Uberto, Aquino, and Boris Kolev.
How was the tournament for you?
It was amazing, man. Amazing. Amazing experience, amazing city, amazing Iceland. That's like a dream, yeah.
What are you going to do with $327,000? Do you have any plans yet?
I just play for fun, and that's it.
Any significant spots worth mentioning?
I think I had an important spot when I had a straight and the guy had a full house at the end. And that changed a little bit the game. And I think it's the most important spot on the final table.
What are your plans now after this second place?
Yeah, I'm flying to play 10K, 2K, 5K, and 10K too. But now I don't know, maybe I'm going to get a free day because I'm a little tired, because you have to play so many hours to get the final table, you know.
What is your favorite part playing MPP events?
Oh man, I think the energy here and the people are amazing. You can make some friends, enjoy a little bit the island. I think it's amazing.
Well, I am joined now by a man who is certainly in the middle of a heater. Fresh off his second bracelet win just a few months ago, now picking up $437,000 in this, the EAPT Grand Final main event. Boris, what's happened lately, man? Things are going your way.
Actually, the last few months wasn't that easy, but you can read the good stuff in the news, then you can skip the bad stuff in between. But it's okay.
A typical poker player, obviously, just wins a tournament, wants to talk about the bad run.
Still complaining, huh? Yeah.
Well, come on. I mean, this final table, you came in 9th of 9, just 6 million of the 312 million chips in play. Did you ever realistically believe that you would be atop the pile?
Unless you have chips, it's always good, man. Yeah. I mean, it was good card distribution overall, so I ran good.
There was some good skill in there. Don't let them play that down, please.
Okay, I'm very good, and just came last chips and crushed them. Okay, that's
there we go. That's the sound bite we want. Now, of course, Boris, you've been coming to Merit since 2015. It's a long time. What is it that makes Merit a place that keeps you coming back year after year?
I think it's best place for poker overall. Like, the hotels are incredible, the spa, the beaches, the food, the service, everything is not even close to any other place that I've been, and I travel a lot.
Well, that's what we're going to say. It's a man who does get around the globe, so a ringing endorsement for you for this place.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we couldn't do this interview without acknowledging your fantastic rail, who've been cheering, hooping, and
Big
hollering.
Family.
Who's there? Tell me who's with you.
Big family. My girlfriend, my father. No, I'm kidding. This is my son with the orange.
Okay, your son. Okay, yeah.
Son and some friends. Yeah.
Well, it's beautiful. And lastly, I want to touch on the fact that, obviously, you're a proud Bulgarian, a nation of only 6.5 million people, but seems to be a real powerhouse in poker. What is it happening in Bulgaria that's making so many good players?
I think first we're probably really smart, but what I think is like usually the countries that are like poor and stuff, they need to find another ways to make money. We obviously don't like the system the way it is.
Okay.
So if you want to be not in the system, you find some sort of this way.
Okay,
and this is the legal way, you know, there's some other ways.
We'll focus on the legal ones, Boris.
Okay, that's why we're doing poker, man.
I know you'll be itching to get back into action tomorrow in the MPP main event. But for now, we're going to bring in Artur, the founder of the EAPT, who's going to present you your trophy for this, the EAPT Grand Final.
Thank you.
Okay, now this is yours. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your EAPT Grand Final main event champion.
Bravo.
Well, there you have it, guys. Boris Kolev, a very deserving champion. What a fantastic performance and a very humble winner's interview. Wonderful scenes there on the rail. Gets a well-deserved hug. Great to see, really is. Fabulous stuff. All the crew on the rail together. Boris Kolev wins the EAPT Grand Final 2024. Wow, what a final table. Tell you something, if the week continues like that, we are in for a treat. Gives me time to take you through the rest of the schedule. Tomorrow, we are going to bring you coverage of the MPP main event, Day 1C. And then moving through the week, we have coverage of 2 high rollers on the 10th and the 11th of May. Culminating in the MPP main event final day. That is our signature 5K buy-in, 5 million guarantee. And with that, guys, we're done for the evening. Myself, Jay, and James Dempsey will be back tomorrow, where we will take you through coverage of the MPP main event, Day 1C. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.